Numidon! Oh my god, 27 population in the siege, and all of it is under siege from the Cav. Crossbow's trying to cut him down, but now that means the Langsneck are not being sniped. I think this is going to break the bank for Numidon.
Yeah, he doesn't have that much gold in reserve though, but he does have decent enough income maybe to remass on crossbows if he had to. But the crossbow mass is still alive.
Yeah, but the second line are good, nice and chasing in. The Langsneck are pursuing. This is awkward. Every time you turn around, it's a nice little slice into you. And also remember, they have got the Zornhouse, so the bleed damage coming through. Numidon down to 20 crossbows. You know, the issue I'm seeing this game is Numidon, he ended it from a Charlie perspective when he needed to find a way of being offensive, and Louis has been constricting the map like a boa. Mango coming in with a heavy hit, no dodge attempt coming through. Jean at least hits the ground flat dead. But I don't think this matters anymore. Essentially, Louis is just looking to play French versus Juji now. But the Mango's, like, this is what I'm worried about right now. Like, okay, it looks like it's going to be protected from it for a second. It's going to be moving by Louis. 2 sprills is not enough. He takes out the anti-siege, but the Mango's unguarded, and no! He's going to lose the spill on the other side. The snipe's coming from Jean. I don't know if this is going to be good enough. Mangoes take out another one. Another 50 XP. Castle goes up. But now, Louis can just wipe you out on this. So this is really important, by the way, because B needs to get out of his base. Gold's a problem. He's exhausting the gold way too quick. Royal Bloodline's been queued up. Villagers, what the hell? What? Lucifron, wait, did he accidentally select them with the army there? Divine Restoration is going to come out. He's looking to snipe the back
this
line.
Is enough. Oh my gosh, these SCPs just changed the
Basic
game.
goes down! Oh,
what the heck just happened? The upgrades aren't in. He's got all this expensive techs and he just fought over this gold. Why this gold mine?
Archer's starting to dive in. Game bait deep, great micro there. B, he pulls him into the main formation. Nice. I'll try and extract value on the backside of this, but this is tricky. B has the numerical advantage. He also has the better quality units when it comes to infantry. These Knights need to hit hard for Lucifron. They look to do that. Archer's taking out the spears, and the Knights are in on top of green. A good fight here for Lucifron, and B, he can't run away anymore. He has to stand and fight, but this is going to cost him. Archer's
no
just
more
trying
spears.
This is the problem. A few Knights is all we need. The Ghazi count is way too low.
Beasty a little bit out of position with the military mass. Wham circles around with the Knights going for the dive and circling around with his main military. Beasty feels like he has to take it. Wall gets deleted. It sounded like behind this, but multiple Camel Lancers going down, and it doesn't feel like... this is over. The villagers, they have nowhere to go. The Knights circled, the Horsemen circled. Like, there's nothing that BC can do, but we've seen him crawl from the depths before. We've seen him come out of games where he's been in worse off positions than this, but it does not seem like it is getting any better. Villagers are still running, still circling, and look at his food income. 286 food per minute.
Yeah, I'll tell you what I really like is composition as they're coming in here. I think they're
unique on the backside though. Sofa are gonna want to try to dive past this, but the choke point's just too stuck into that location, hasn't been able to cut through it yet, and just now gets past it on top of the Manjanique. Manjanique trying to fall back in between the crossbows. Puppy Paw still taking the fight. And looks like he is still winning the fight, but Manjanique is still alive, getting healed up by some villagers. Great micro by Marine Lord. Range units still attacking the best they can, but will have to fall back as I don't know where the Sofa mass is anymore.
No, the Sofa tried to dive in on the Manjanique and they failed their mission because this is a three-pronged attack. East, west, north side of Marine Lord's base. So we split up his units in all those different areas. Spearmen have no idea where to go. Over on the eastern side, they had some Sofas to deal with. Now they have other units to deal with. Manjanique trying to get repaired on the middle side. It looks like this eastern side's going to get cleaned up, however.
The Sofa broke through the spout. This was really the key. Now the farming eco gets hit. Marine Lord hasn't yet reacted, just now reacting, but military units are starting to get cleared up from Puppy Paw's side, and his mass is starting to get thinned out. I mean, potentially. Sofa diving in yet again. There's still spears, though, on this front line. There isn't a ton of other units here from Puppy Paw yet.
Good engagement from Puppy Paw, making Marine Lord back up a little bit. We're seeing it's the constant army composition changes that I am just falling in love with this game. They're realizing what unit the opponent is making, and they're just making the counter something within the grand scheme of things. When your head is on a swivel, you're on 4 different places, something that you might not necessarily think about. Oh my god.
And that's the huge differing factor.
He's got dabs at about 2,500. This is late game for him.
Yeah, the farm transition has fully come through, and
Okay. See, walls aren't that good, guys. Walls aren't that good.
that's good to know. That's good to know. Oh my gosh. And yes, villagers don't matter as much for Molly. They do matter a little bit, especially when there's this many villagers. Hello, Puppy Paw?
He's trying to stick it, and he's not going to stick it.
Finish it. There's 6 villagers left. He loses. It's done.
He's not sticking.
GG, game number 1.
Royal Knight in there. That might end up going down. You're seeing +8s on your screen over and over again.
Juicy XP coming in, but TC fire was just close enough, so a lot of those spears were actually getting taken down by TC fire, which is not where you want to be. Knights arrived just a little too late, and JD gets surrounded. He has 44 units on the field compared to half that for Puppy.
Yeah, and I mean, John Dark's best unit, which is the Royal Knight at this part, ends up becoming null and void, and it's very expensive. A lot of them are going to end up going down. Arbaletier is basically making up the majority of the force now. Not really much of a front line. They're only John's champions, which are good against Spearmen, but there are just way too many Spearmen. That Divine Restoration coming in clutch. John Dark! Oh my god, I can't take this anymore.
At, what is that, sixth time she's gone down?
That fight where there were some camo lancers, and if he walks into that Manjanique, that could be an issue. That ranged mass does take a pretty good hit, but they're overall going to stay survive. There's a lot of shaman in the background for the Mongolians. Not something that we're really used to. Those villagers are getting caught right, traversing right next to that Mongolian army. Oh, Jesus. This is devastating. It's up on the south side. BC doing a good job microing against those spearmen. And I think, you know, even though this isn't technically a hold for Zertan, I think this was a very good fight by Beasty.
Yeah, I think this could have gone a lot worse for Beasty looking back at it. He's still taking decent trades here. There's not a huge chook mass, and that's really where the chooks are scary. It's not when there's 10, 15 of them. It's when there's 40, 50, and Zertan does not have food. This is where what I kept saying, like, he needed to keep this location secured, and he hasn't been able to do so. Villagers pulling out the shivs. Villagers are going for the archers as well. There's nothing to defend up.
Archers here that can really take a good fight. We can see this Ghazi starting to push in, but Spearman just enough there to hold these Ghazi Raiders off. But the archers just keep plunking away and plunking away. Even more importantly, he can pick off a lot of villagers here after this battle's over. You can actually see the Ayuba villagers on the run with their gold. Their bags are packed, and Louis is just going to sit there and take this fight. I think he figures, you know what, let's do it before he gets all his upgrades in. Oh man, and this keep might not go up. That's a lot of archers. Oh man. Oh no. That is a ton of, I mean, how many villagers there? 10. That's a lot of villagers.
Oh my lord.
Damage. He's not reacting. It's that ghost rage. You're getting so many pings. You don't know what's going on. As you can see though, Joan could be a tipping point in this fight, but will it be enough as the keep is just about finished? A few villagers going down as they're trying to build it. Oh, that was a perfect time for Joan to get her next level in, and that keep is going to be finished. And I think Louis is going to be able to hold this. Military, you think about how many villagers they have, so that's all something that comes into play here. As we see that red palace about to go down, but a lot of mangonels from Louis. 1, 2, 3, 4 mangonels. And right now, Louis pushing out.
Maybe if you get to like 7 digits, the game crashes for the opponent.
Yeah, it's might be possible, but now you can see free bombard has been spawned out by the French, and Jones back there with her Nerf gun taking shots, and more siege moving on up.
Magic didn't have a single spring gold, and his entire army got annihilated by those mangonels. The rest of the stragglers are being chased down by knights, and you see the mangonels completely ignore this keep over here. They just want to take out those premium units, the hand cannoneers. Magic forced to flee, forced off the gold line.
And here comes the ram push. Will he be able to hold? Big fight right now. Louis, lots of rams there. Of course, hand cannoneers not the best option for taking those out. What is going on as the dust clears? Just all I see is gunpowder smoke plumes.
Yeah, it's hand cannoneer plus mangonel versus...
How is Magic going to be able to get himself out of this one?
I don't think he can, to be honest. I think hand cannoneers only isn't going to solve his issue, and we touched on this before, Fitz. It's population efficiency. Spearman hand cannoneer just cannot beat this army.
against one of the best Knight killers in the game. But here we go, we'll see how it works. Janissaries firing off villagers, taking a shot there at the Knights seem to be kind of fleeing. Mangonel is going to take a huge volley on the archers in the back line. Look how much health they just lost there. Janissaries absolutely cleaning up anything that gets close. It doesn't look like Demo has lost many units at all in this engagement. There's that healing from Joan of Arc coming in, trying to get back there as Vortex just chases and chases and chases. All three sacred sites, was he able to hold it? I thought that northern one was going to go down, but I think he might have held all those sacred sites. Oh man, that's going to be huge. If he's able to keep Demu pinned to his base, I mean, 3 minutes left, that could be a real possibility. Man-Arms chasing all the way back to his main base. Demu now under the cover of the town center. Vortex though continuing to push up. A little bit of a meat grinder here though, as we've got the Malian unit production happening right on top of Vortex, but he's got lots of knights, he's got lots of man-arms. This might be enough for him to take. It's hard to really tell here.
Demo needs to stand on that sacred site.
He killed it. Oh my gosh, is he gonna pull this off? It was looking like Demo was about to grab it. Very nice split micro here, because they're all over the place. Middle, we got something going on. What is that? Okay, he's got to keep to protect that. It's down to the northern and south sacred site. I think Vortex might pull this off.
I think he has it. I think Demo misjudged this. He was trying to intercept the reinforcing forces. If he just stands on that sacred site with everything he has to the south, I think he has it. Now he's desperate to send in 2 Sofas, trying to pause it at 3, 2.
Now, I know they got rid of Joan of Arc's like area of attack inside of towers, I believe. What about rams? I guess I haven't tested if that.
What was that?
that was a the torch shot from downtown. What was that?
Archery's curious choice over here. This Magneton is lagging behind over here. Being a non-factor in this fight, has to retreat for the time being.
Yep, we've got 2 mangonels for B getting ready to volley. And Ram get away from it. Looks like he does. Trying to get the Springbolts forward. That Malian army shoving in there before any of those techs can come in for Wham. But this is a good time for B to take this fight. Springbolts being very effective in this engagement. You see B losing his siege units, but I think B got that last volley out there on those archers, and with his army is able to do enough damage. So how's he going to follow up with this, I guess, would be the question. You can see Mangonel's barely still alive. It's hanging on by a thread.
Looks like we're gonna have some Musafati gunners being mixed in over here by B, whereas a couple of Jean's champions are coming in for Wham. I'm not the biggest fan of going so heavy on the spearmen and crossbow department for Wham though. Especially the spearmen, they won't be very population efficient late game. For now it's fine because he's not 200 out of 200, but eventually he's gonna have to... Whoa, my lord! Eventually he's going to have to transition to something more population efficient, but for now, these spearmen are just shredding all these Sofas.
He needs to transition into making an army right now, because Joan of Arc is moving with a vengeance, and right now, lots of... Yeah, and just when we're like, okay, how's Wham going to react? He's like, this is how I'm going to do it. Boom! Brings the villagers out. Nest of Bees getting huge value there. He's repairing them. Able to take this army pretty single-handedly. Reinforcements are going to be challenging. Imperial Age Deli coming up. Not something you see every day, especially at this level. Look at all the mangonels. Yes, 1, 2, 3, 4. Putting the siege and siege Yakudi underneath the keep. And let's see if he's able to hold this. I'm shocked by Anakin continuing to fight on despite this onslaught that's been going on. There's been 104 villagers killed. If we total them up, I guess it's just about 150 from both players. A lot of days, but here we come, new elephants, and what is that? They come with their trainers. These scholars are here to bring healing to all. And oh boy, Anakin's got to be worried. You seeing those scholars skipping across the map. Here comes the elephants, and they got cool little flowers on their head.
Those are also melee elephants instead of the ranged elephants, so they actually have 300 extra HP compared to the units that you've seen before.
There we go. Man, you called this Lidicore. I gotta say, I wasn't sure we would actually get to see some elephants. This is beautiful. Okay, here we go. 1,000,000 elephants coming out of Beasty. I haven't seen this in a while, but let's see how it goes. Against pure hand cannon and spears, I think it's gonna get eaten alive, quite honestly.
The castle and the...
Oh my gosh. Oh, could have turned this around somehow. I mentioned early in the game that, you know, as strong as Deli is, if this goes super, super late, army composition gets a little rough for the Deli assaulted it. I mean, he looks like he's surviving this push. Maybe he just needs to wear out Anachin's gold here because he is healing right at the last second. It was looking like he was going to take him out. But losing basically his only remaining army here to some of those. But he is able to kill some of the fishing boats, but doesn't feel great. And on water.
Beautiful demo.
Yeah, Vortex pushing up. Marine Lord, of course, going to be reinforcing from those docks nearby. You got to be very careful playing close to the dock because Dinos can come out. He's also got the heated shot. You can see from the dock, taking some shots to those boats. Vortex taking a lot of casualties. You can see 7 villagers. Oh, man. Okay, Vortex going to be pushing in here underneath the town center. Not a great spot to be. We do see actually there's the scholars in there. The imams dishing out some healing. And Vortex pushes under the base.
At least if you're a
Huge
Vortex
raid.
fan.
Oh my gosh.
That is exactly what Vortex needed in this game. He took a gamble detaching the cap from his army, but now it's kind of paying off. A lot of damage done to Eco. Marine Lord is the one that's going to dive super aggressively now. We've seen this before.
But look at all these archers. Of course, with Tower Victory going on. Though the Ghazi gonna get shredded most likely by this Janissary. But I don't know how well this engagement is gonna go. He's trying to pick off the Janissaries and the archers. Okay, but it looks like Marine Lord is just eating up this Deli army.
Palace Guard mass. There is no better way because they have to defend the Nest of Bees, right? Like the entire comp that Chinese run in Castle Age is siege and melee to defend. Landsneck force you to clump up to keep them protected and then punish you for it. So if Louis cannot turn this fight, he's pretty much done by the next wave. And it's looking like he might be done with this one. Nest of Bees holding the choke point. Villagers try and repair, but the Longbow's already diving in. And Louis, without the capabilities to man a serious defense here, it feels like this actually might be the killing blow. Nest of Bees just about staying alive.
They're in the choke, they're getting repaired. First Nest of Bees though going down. Longbowman.
But the quality of crossbow stirrup now on the way could not be denied. These arbitrary really are the late game bloomer for John Dark.
Yeah, at this point, the Horseman as well, having so much additional pierce armor. Like usually the crossbows still do a lot of damage through the armor from the Horseman. At this point in time though, it's reduced significantly with the lead and the additional +1 pierce armor. Puppy Paw in theory would need to tank quite a lot there, but no, Vortex is actually target firing her. And John,
Puppy Paw, no!
John, she's gone down. What? He upgraded just in time, but it wasn't fast enough. No, he has to pay more.
Worse. That's so much worse.
Oh no. Knights, when they go down, they propose.
Dude.
That's a lot of value.
That's an unfortunately there.
Oh, Springle.
Or Puppy Paw will get back just in time to protect it. Mango Shot does almost kill it though.
It's so low.
Wait, pulling villagers to repair might not be advisable.
Oh, it's down. Oh no. And he doesn't have gold. He doesn't have gold. It's about to run out. He doesn't have the gold for another one.
I don't think he has those villagers anymore.
I'm telling you, he's gonna do it.
You know, when we say it's much faster for Ironbeards, it doesn't really look that fast when you just watch it like this. Oh.
He's just playing with us. He's just playing with us at this point in time.
It's actually very important because the reason why it's important to actually gather those berries down as much as you can, it's more optimal early on, right? You don't have wheelbarrow yet. So if you can make them last at the very last second, speaking of the units,
What
they
do
are
you
now
think
fine.
is more realistic? Them fixing parting or them just adjusting the stats of the unit?
Yeah, no comment. All right, I've already been salty enough about capture rate for the day. We don't need to go deeper into this. Right now, this fight looks fixed. There'll always be a doom stack for Louis, though. He's losing out.
Yeah, that's really bad. Like, Ayubit's winning against Deli here with, like, the early engagements. That's setting Ayubit's up for, like, a perfect timing or transition, rather, into Castle Age.
Camelot's now in, and I think that looks like that might be a GG state. Louis, 5 villagers behind. Military is easy to get short up. Relics are at least being dragged back by both players, but the problem is you now have nothing to defend your base with.
The distraction ball low comes in, but the archers of his, they've been also focusing on the camel answer.
There must be some thought process Louis come up with. I think maybe it's the idea of having that flexibility to do those different builds we just highlighted. Whereas, like, I feel like when you're going for the IO opening, you always feel bad if you're kidding me, dude.
He's blocking
Wait.
the TC spot.
There we go. That is a win right there.
Just cancel. Build on the other side.
Go in. If she goes in, she's going to instant target down. Like, look at that. A third of her
like
HP.
Yeah, you cannot lose her. You definitely cannot lose her right now. No, go back.
Louis?
She's done it out. She's down.
John is
Wait, she's alive.
about to go dark. 3 HP. Okay, dude, he's got to be close. There it is. That's why he's waiting. Level 3 is in. But Marine Lord, I think he should have what he needs to hold here. Kurultai's going to complete. If he retreats towards it, it might cost him a few traders, but this army will then become unbreachable. Does he think Anatan is trading as a Chinese? No.
What?
Are you kidding me?
No, what?
He's actually setting up fishing, dude.
Out of all the things, that is the last thing that I expected.
I mean, that dot drop actually is going to pay dividends. Not in the immediate 2 minutes, but 3-4 minutes down the line, Anatan's going to be out of food.
Yeah, the Golems just absolutely wiping the floor with the front line there. Beast a couple of great hits, but it's not enough.
It's not going to be enough there. The villager's not able to keep it alive.
Are we not seeing just some archers? Like they're... Oh my god, goodbye, Droman.
Not just that, Roman. Look at the queue of explosives on the way.
Yeah, it's... I'm not seeing B for much longer in this game. I'll tell you that, and it's not just because my glasses are fogging up.
No, demos have that effect. Typically, they blow everything off the screen, like all those fishing boats. Okay, that is it. Like, we're done here. Let's just get to game number 3. All the fishing is just...
And he's on 5 scholars. This could be B-Star, where he just pulls all of the scholars as well for this next big fight to help heal as well. And the heal actually makes a big difference against the obligations as well.
What happened to these eco count? We'll pause that for Flash coming in on Vigisha. We'll clear up these spearmen quickly. There's no horseman behind this, just Samurai now being added by Anatan. Melee tech level 2 hasn't come through just yet, but the melee defense is not there for B either. Outpost is going to help a lot to defend this, but this is a strong army. However, B has already lost the Ghazi, and this is where you have to pull away. A great fight there for Anatan.
The army value right now, it's so far ahead from Beasty with those Janissaries.
He's going to have to leave the archers behind. Like, you can't defend this. Janis are moving in. Archer's trying to trade it out, but look how quickly you die with the Fortitude activated. Lucifron about to get pushed all the way back, likely to lose the Sacred Sites, and this is where the game begins to get scary.
Yeah, hello. Still come. Oh, never mind. Here we are. Hello. Okay, there we go. A little bit of delay, but welcome everybody to the Elite Classic 2. We're back. It's another weekend with EGC, and yeah, I'm Crackety here. And today with me, I got the one and only 10 for Tim. How you doing, Tim?
I'm doing great, brother. Let's just try to take another take at this. I am very excited at being here, casting for you guys today with the lovely Crackety. I'm ready for these 2 insane matchups that we have today. Crackety, you better be hyped. I'm excited.
Exactly, man. We got the one and only Louis MT versus being a best of 7 to start things off, and after that, Lucifron versus Vortex, a battle of 2 brothers in a best of 7 as well. This is going to be the round of 8, and players, they're going to be fighting tooth and nail today, because if you're out, you're out. There's no second chance. You're going to be out of the tournament. We're in the playoffs right now, and man, this is going to be absolutely hype. Like, these players right now, they're playing at such a different level compared to what you see on ladder, compared to what you've seen so far. This is where it's at.
Yeah, you're exactly right, Crackety. This ain't no round robin anymore, baby. You cannot lose any more series. And I think now, as we look at kind of, the prize pool coming up and towards this, because we know it's a 25K tournament, that's a big deal. $25,000. What could you do with $25,000? I know I could do a lot. And the top two players, obviously, most of the money is going to be going there. So these are really, really crucial series.
Yeah. I mean, it is the round of 8. It is the round of 8, and players so far in the group phase as well, they've been really grinding at it. It was all about getting those superior seeds at the beginning during that group phase, and yeah, now that the seeding is done, we can actually take a quick look and take a look at the brackets so far, so we get a little bit of an overview at what we'll be having today and within the coming weekend. So starting off in our round of 8, best of 7, we got Louis MT versus B. On the other side, we got Lucifron versus Vortex, and then we have the players that had the superior seeds during the group phase. So we got Wham and Papipon, both of them are getting a bye for the first round. They're starting off in the group of 6, in the round of 6. And then in the semifinals, already waiting, we got Marine Lord and Beasty. Last but not least, the grand finals. Yet to know who will be in those, but it's suffice to say, like, this is going to be absolutely amazing tournament, amazing playoffs that we have here. All of these players, it's been such a long road to get here, and yeah, it's all coming down to this now in the end.
Yeah, and these round of 8 players that we're going to see today, Louis and B and Lucifron and Vortex, just because they're in the round of 8, don't sleep on them. These players, I mean, I know you got somebody like Louis MT, if he does win, or if B does win, they got to go against Wham, got to go against Marine Lord, but don't slouch on them. Even though they might take a longer path, they could still make their way to the grand final. It's literally anybody's tournament right now. You've seen players like, in the round robin, you've seen Wham do things like take a set from BC, a best of 3. Anything's possible. Just because you get that cushy spot in the semifinals or that cushy spot in the round of 6, that doesn't mean you won the tournament already. And now we're going to see our very first round of 8 game, Louis and B. Remember now, just because it's a round of 8, we're not doing those best of 3s anymore for round robin. This is a best of 7, knockdown, drag out. We are definitely going to decide who's better today.
Yeah, the sets get longer, the snowballs get less likely. In a best of 3, you only need 2 games to potentially win the best of 3. Now in a best of 7, you're gonna need 4 victories behind the belt in order to advance. We can already see the 2 players right now in the drafting phase. We see which maps have been drafted here so far, and looks like we're going to be starting off with Cliffside in this one. Players right now, they're picking their civilization, so soon we will know what civilization, what matchups we'll be getting here potentially on our hands. And I gotta say, it's very exciting. We're going to be seeing a lot of very interesting maps as well. We've been seeing a lot of them all throughout the tournament so far. Very interesting as well. We see Bridges once again being drafted here for B, and Bridges, it's such a I just want to talk about Bridges right now because it's such a cool and unique map. Like, you got these destructible bridges. Like, how cool is that? First time ever we have that in a tournament, and so far, like, the maps, like the games on Bridges have been so entertaining. So shout out to Avely for creating that map. It's such a great map.
It's so cool because we know all of these maps. There is a little bit of you can interact with it, right? So obviously there's things like sacred sites and wolves and boar and all that kind of good stuff. But now having those bridges and having the ability to actually interact the map in more of a tactical fashion than anything else, I love when we have in that RTS setting where players can make even more decisions. Because when you make even more decisions, it just shows the skill. It shows how good you are as a player. So maybe we're going to see some London bridges falling down, and I'm very excited for that map. First one being Cliffside here, though, Crackety. Just because it's in the ranked ladder, and you are a ladder champion, a ladder warrior, as we talked about, tell me how you feel about Cliffside and what some of the best civs are on this map.
Cliffside is such an interesting map, right? So for one, you have these cliffs in the middle. So you might think, okay, yeah, players are separated by the cliffs. Surely it's more of a boomy map. But at the same time, players tend to be so close to each other. Gold spawns all tend to be towards the middle. So map control is super important in that one. Rush distance also very, very close to each other. So civilizations like English, for example, civilizations that want to get that big infantry mass going, benefit a lot on that map because the distance to the opponent's base, it's very short. So English longbowmen, they can get over there really quickly. English definitely one of the strongest civilizations out there. H3 as well, very, very solid because H3, they don't actually care too much about distance from each other. They just put up their outposts, and then like the game plan is probably the same as usual. You go for that fast castle age, you try and get relics, and then Imperial age shortly behind that. Other civilizations that are really good on Cliffside, Jeanne d'Arc as well. We see a lot of Jeanne players coming out and like being really aggressive at the moment. We actually see a lot of Archer Jeanne as well. On a map like Cliffside, where you don't really get these huge wood lines at the beginning, they're like more of a like smaller wood lines-ish, like having Archer Jeanne there to harass the wood lines, also very, very good, very viable. Knights also get around the map very efficiently. The gold spawn's very important, so having map control, super, super nice. Rus all-time favorite civilization on like most maps. Like there's a lot of hunts there, and Rus just overall such a good civilization. Not coming in for B though, as that has been banned alongside Ottomans. We do see the bans are coming in shortly. Louis doesn't get access to China and Jeanne this game. That's interesting. So B not opting for the classic meta bans here, but more opting towards banning the civilizations that he thinks his opponent is really, really good with.
Yeah, it's kind of wild, to be honest with you. I wasn't really expecting to see Ottomans today at all. I was kind of just expecting we were going to have 15 civilizations, and that's how it was going to be. But it looks as though maybe there will be a ban a little bit later, but the first two, he doesn't end up doing ad nauseum, when we play on ladder, when you can't necessarily ban a civ. But I think B is going for more so, you're exactly right. He's going for, I know what civs Louis might be good at. And maybe he's expecting, one of his counterpart to pick a civ that might be technically one of the best, but maybe he has a specific strategy because we know B being a rather unorthodox player, he could pull a rabbit out of the hat whenever he wants to.
Yeah, I mean that's kind of the cool thing with B, right? Like every single game, maybe we see something different, something a little bit creative out of B, and that's usually where I think like B could have potentially an upper hand against Louis. I actually like baseline when it comes to skill wise. I think Louis right now probably in this matchup has the upper hand. Like he's been up and coming for a while. I think at this point he's pretty safely established as an as like a really solid top 8 player that's out there in the roster. Like maybe even up to top 6 at the moment. Like he's just mechanically super, super solid. The closest player that I would compare him to at the moment, believe it or not, is actually Marine Lord. Just when it comes to how solid he is with his mechanics, how solid he is with his game sense, knowing what position he is in the game at any given point in time, making the right choices, making the right compositions, raiding, all that good stuff. I think he's just the closest to Marine Lord right now when it comes to like pure skill and game sense related. B, he's more of a wild horse. Like it's he plays sometimes in such a way that if you're really good at meta play, you might get caught off guard, and that's where he shines. That's where he can really like make you struggle. The draft is continuing now. We get a little bit of a broader picture now. Louis, he does have access to the Ottomans, one of the probably most fearsome civilizations in the game in the current meta at the moment. Gets the Mongols as well. Other bands on his side, so he doesn't have access to China, Jeanne, Rus, and Ayyubids. On the other hand side, B, he doesn't have access to Rus, Ottomans, Jeanne d'Arc, and Ayyubids. We actually do see a Byzantines pick coming out like somewhere in the mid phase of the pick phase B, which, I mean, Byzantines, they've started off weak. When the civilization came out. They were really, really difficult. Players just struggled with them left, right, front, center. It was very difficult to see them like really win games. Nowadays, though, they received a couple of buffs, and now they're probably like in a really, really good spot. We already had a look at the patch notes a little bit earlier this week, so we know that there's a little bit more tuning coming there for the Byzantines, a couple of nerfs, couple of buffs, and yeah, I think it's going to be very interesting to see how they get played now with those changes coming in. I think they're probably going to be a really, really solid civilization, like maybe even B to A tier at this point in time.
I think you might be onto something, Cracker, to be honest with you, because like when the Byzantines first came into the game from the expansion, and even just a little bit over, after they got their initial tunage, I guess, it was always about, okay, I just have to make it to that Castle Age point where you get the Golden Horn Tower, and then you're able to kind of snowball from there. You get to Imperial Age, and you're talking about Limited A, which everybody says they're unlimited A because of how many you could actually pop out because of they only cost 10 wood a piece, you know, so they're able to get a bunch out and how much they're able to do against Archer Mass. But I think now, starting in just predictions, you know, starting next week, just because we've read the patch notes and we see what's going on, it might be even easier for them to get there, or they might be able to take it to their opponent in feudal age a little bit. Maybe Byzantines can be the new jack of all trades civilization.
Yeah, definitely cool to see, like, all the stuff that's coming in, like the faster transition to mercenaries, all that good stuff. I mean, Byzantines, like, just aesthetically, they're such a cool and awesome civilization. Japan as well. Like, all these new civilizations that we got in the latest DLC have been so amazing. And I just gotta say, like, I hope we'll get even more civilizations soon, because like Japan and Byzantines, like all these new civilizations, they make you hungry, right? Like they make you hungry for more. Like you got all these crazy new civilizations, and now you're like, oh my god, I've played them, I've experienced them. Now I want even more. And like with the current patch cycle, I think it's not even that unrealistic that we might potentially like get a new DLC like roughly the same time that we did last year. Would be very, very, very epic if it was that way. But now we can also take a look at the first matchup that we got going here. And it is going to be the Ottomans coming out from Louis against the Byzantines. So Byzantines first pick here by B.
Yeah, I'm kind of glad we talked about the Byzantines as much as we did, because we very perfectly and correctly foreshadowed it into game one. And when you're playing I don't know about you, Krakeny, but when you're playing the Byzantines, I've played a decent amount because I was very excited when they came out. It feels like playing a different game, man. You know, just like getting things like cisterns and aqueducts, and all of your units are so different. And then you have another resource, and then you have neutral trading posts that can give you units if you want to. It just like it's such a different dynamic, you know. And there's even counterplay, you know. So when you have cisterns and aqueducts, your opponents can burn them down, you know.
Yeah.
But we have a historic matchup here. We're getting a sequel to 1453 here, Krakeny. We're going to see if this truly in game one stays Constantinople, or if it's going to turn into Istanbul.
Istanbul or Constantinople. Yeah, that's going to be a very, very interesting matchup here. I mean, Byzantines, it's fairly interesting because like Byzantines by many pro players has been hailed as the new English civilization. And I mean, they do have access to the longbowmen. They do have access to them. So English longbowmen against Ottomans, you always feel good when you got English longbowmen against a wave of Janissaries, just because you can deal with them so well.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, yeah, obviously you have range on them. Janissaries get 50% more range damage to them too, so they're able to get picked apart. And it just becomes a lot of what I've noticed in this one, and I'm curious to hear your opinion too, is that the Ottomans just get up quicker. Like their tempo just ends up being quicker, you know. And Byzantines, they're trying to get going, they're trying to get all their ducks in a row. And again, with just about playing the game differently, they got to set up all their stuff. You know, the Ottomans, the only thing they need to do is get some military schools and a blacksmith. Everybody starts studying for a few minutes, and then all of a sudden they're going to take you down.
I think there are some interesting strategies with Byzantines that we haven't seen in pro play that much. Mainly like fast castle age in order to like fast castle age by selling olive oil as Byzantines. It's a super cool strategy that I don't think we've really seen that much of in competitive play. With your first berry bushes, depending on your landmark, you get like up to 750 to 1250 olive oil. You could potentially sell all of that and get a super quick age up timing in. An age up timing that even in some matchups, like on some maps, rivals the age up timing of a civilization like HRE, for example. You already have a monastery with the Grand Winery, so you can immediately start grabbing relics. And I think that could, like in a matchup where Ottomans go fast castle age, Byzantine fast castle age through olive grove, like olive oil selling, could be a very, very interesting answer to it.
You know what, Krakeny? I remember you telling me this build a couple months ago as Byzantines, like before the first patch. I remember playing a game and you were like, just sell all your olive oil. And I remember I remember doing it. I remember building a market, selling it all off, getting to castle at I don't remember what time. It was like 7. This dude's a genius. I couldn't believe it. The ability for you to get up to castle that quickly. I guess, you know, I think
I
there's a
think we turned into robots again. Something's a little bit fishy right now with the streaming there. Okay, it looks like we're back. It looks like we're back, but so F5. If you were if you were struck by the little bit of a robot voice there, looks like we're back for now though. Sorry guys if there was a little bit of lag. We'll try to see in the meantime what that is about. We'll try to get that fixed out, sorted. Connection seems to be okay again. So yeah, let's hope that it's not going to be too big of an issue. Now have our countdown though, a countdown for the first match. So we'll be diving into our first match of the day between Louis and B.
Yeah, and I think this one we always talk about, you know, in a best of 7 series. Obviously, there's going to be some back and forth. You know, there's some pulling, there's some tugging going on both sides. One takes a game from the other one. It feels like the first game, though, if any of you watched, you know, professional sports, a lot of this ends up, you know, there could be a momentum shift here. Taking that first game could set the tone for you, can set your confidence level, you know, at an all-time high, and maybe your opponent gets shook a little bit from that first game. That would coming out 1-0 to start means you have a little bit of leeway. You could do things like have a quote unquote throwaway civ or a throwaway map, you know, things like you can kind of get in their head in terms of drafting position. And I know you probably know better about drafting than I do from playing in the qualifiers and that kind of stuff. But are there a little bit of head games there usually?
Absolutely. Like right now we have 16 civilizations in the game. Some matchups can be very, very one-sided at the moment. Like all these civilizations are so unique, you can't really help it that some matchups can potentially be rather one-sided, and it's no different here. So potentially, like if you get, let's just say for example, you're playing Byzantines and you play versus a super aggressive early aggro civilization like Deli, for example. You could potentially find yourself without access to your berries, and that is tremendously bad for Byzantines. Like not having access to berries, not having the entire mercenaries system working for you can really hurt you a lot. And yeah, there can be very one-sided matchups.
Yeah, I mean, you get your 5th resource. You can't use your 5th resource or gather from it. What are you good for at that point? But now we're going to dive in. Game number 1. I'm ready to go. Here, Louis MT playing as the Ottomans in the color green. His opponent is going to be 3DB for this series, playing as the color orange, and as the Byzantines spawning in on the side of the map. And Crackety, we talked about cliffside just a little bit as we see Louis MT gathering that stone. We talked about cliffside just a little bit, and just because of how close they spawn together, you got to think that's a little bit favorable for the Ottomans, because if he goes for that military school opening, he could send the spearmen over there lickety-split if he wanted to get super aggressive with it.
Yeah, the spearmen opening definitely, it's a little bit weird with the timing that the Ottoman aggression comes in. The Ottoman aggression isn't really as instant if they go for that military academy, military school, compared to if they just open up with a blacksmith immediately. Going with the military school, it allows you to like have these couple of spearmen out really early, and something that we actually did see a couple of times from Ottomans so far in the tournament. I think with Louis MT as well, especially, was that they actually don't use the spearmen at the beginning to like be aggressive towards their opponent. Instead, what they do is they use the spearmen in order to lure in the deer, like through great distances. And Louis could potentially do that instead of like going aggressive with the early couple of spearmen, which for one, the timing at which they come out, it's not going to be enough in order to deny you feudal age, so the spearmen tend to be a little bit useless at that point in time. Instead, you can just use them and like go for a really long distance deer lure. Like if we take a look at Louis' base right now, he's got the deer behind his base, and he could potentially lure these deer all the way over to his TC if he uses the spearmen for it. Can we actually take a look, like just select the military school and see if Louis already has like a waypointer? going to. It looks like it's actually going over to the base of B. So maybe he is going to go for the aggression. Yeah, it's going right over to that gold mine. Could also be looking to just lane the deer, like having them all like split apart from each other, making them very, very hard to be gathered from.
Man, talk about setting the tone, huh? Bringing that spearmint all the way across the map. And, you know, because like you said, I have seen that, you know, with the Ottomans. And especially with that deer being in the back, he probably won't have 3DB's scout, or if he makes some kind of feudal units or something like that, kind of get in the way for him. And I was kind of expecting that, to be honest, because he's got that gold all the way in the back, you know, on the eastern side. So it's going to be a little bit tricky for him to wrap all the way around. And then he's going to be behind, you know, if he wants to reinforce with other spearmen. But we're at about 3 minutes into the game. Grand Winery is about halfway built. I'm thinking that winery target, if I could, you know, foreshadow a little bit where the winery is, where those berries are, that could just have a bullseye for Louis just because of how close it is.
Yeah, that's like the main resource that you want to deny from the Byzantines very early on, those berries with the Grand Winery. If you leave them untouched, like the Grand Winery increases the amount of olive oil that you get from the first berry patch by like a tremendous amount. Basically, you get like one additional mercenary group out for free that you would usually be able to get. Spearman right now harassing on the villagers here from B. It looks like he still just wants to gather up a little bit more gold. Needs to be careful though. Villagers are now getting pulled back. Does have enough gold for a potential wheelbarrow upgrade. But I think he wants to get a little bit more to be able to have the option of upgrading his Limitane to Hard Limitane. He's going to have to stop short, just shy of that, though. I think it's 35 gold that it costs, so B is going to need at least 8 more gold if he wants to be able to get both wheelbarrow and upgrade his Limitane.
Yeah, that's interesting too, especially having the hardened Limitane, right? The feudal age Limitane. You're going to need that against an Ottoman player who, most of the time, they're making a little bit of everything, right? They're making some spearmen out of military school, and then when we get to feudal age, we're going to see some Sapahi coming out. He's going to add some archers out as well. Just like, obviously, you got to make sure everything is upgraded, everything's good to go, because of Byzantines, you might be dealing with a military deficit for the foreseeable future while you're trying to get everything set up. Twin Minaret going to come up at about 437, really good time from Louis as he's going into those military schools, and now going on the stone to try to get that stuff going. And Crackety, for the Ottomans, I know this, when they start to get into feudal age, they need to get a lot of buildings. And even though those buildings are a little bit cheaper, they're 100 wood a pop, that wood and how many villagers they have on wood is so important to get everything going.
Yeah, exactly. Needing those buildings early on, like you need the blacksmith relatively early to be able to like boost up the military schools, and you want additional military schools. Like those are still 150 wood each. It takes a while to really get the ball rolling. However, once Ottomans get that ball rolling, they can be just incredibly strong. Like there's this one situation where like if you lose a fight versus Ottomans, if you lose your military, it is going to be very hard for you to come back just because they don't stop producing. It just keeps on going. Even if you like deny their resources, the military schools don't stop.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta hand it to those Ottoman soldiers, man. They're studying every second of every day to pop out there. And with these spearmen that he has, a little bit of map control now, you know, because he was able to kind of, you know, take little pot shots on some of the gold villagers of B. So now what's really nice for the Ottomans, because that military school, it works so synergistically, because now it gives him these couple minutes, it gives him time to just sit and get all the buildings that he needs to, while B on the other side, yeah, he's using Grand Winery, he's getting his berries, he's getting Merc House too. And what contract did he, I see Silk Road over there, Crackety. What do you think about that choice?
Yeah, going up with the Silk Road contract means that we will have access to javelin throwers and camel riders in the castle age. Javelin throwers are really, really nice here just because like they do a lot of base damage. So even if your opponent goes for like a fast castle age, you will have a unit that is able to penetrate armored units a little bit better than just normal archers. The camel riders, they don't really do too well overall just because of Janissaries being in the game, but having them in there, even in the back line, for the Camelot East against Masapahi definitely works really well. And if you're going for like a fast-ish castle age where Louis might go for knights and want to like go for the relic denial game, having a couple of these camel riders out there being able to take care of like some raids from knights and whatnot, it's definitely a nice unit to have, especially in the late game, because camel riders, if you go to a late game, if you age up with the Gosh, I make it so rarely. I actually forgot its name. The landmark that upgrades your mercenary units as well as gives you access to all the like unique kind of siege units from other civilizations. The camel riders, they actually get camel support aura, so all your infantry gets +2/+2 armor.
Yeah, and even you're exactly right. Having just a couple of them, using because you're at a massive amount of olive oil per minute at that point, right? All of your groves are established. All of your, you could even get some outside berries if you wanted to, maybe some, berry patches you haven't gotten yet. So having the ability to just, you spend that olive oil, maybe get 2 or 4 camels, have them, around, making sure they're staying alive could be a big deal. Louis, though, trying to make sure B doesn't get there. He's still making some units. B's doing a good job in his unit production as well. He's got 7 limits in A. He's got those javelin throwers out. And I think they came out just at the right time. Louis got it back up a little bit. Military count 13-7. And we're seeing the power of the Grand Winery right now. We're seeing the tempo that it's able to do. Just popping out those 4 javelin throwers is huge.
Yeah, but behind that, both of the players are actually looking for really, really fast castle age timing. So all of these units right now out on the field, they're just a little bit of bait, a little bit of a distraction. They're like, hey, look, I'm making units. Surely this isn't going to be a fast castle age. But the players know. The players know by like just looking at the amount of villagers that there are on gold and just looking at the overall amount of units that their opponent has out so far. They know that this is just going to be a castle age race from both players, and then it's going to be all about the relics, because you need to deny the relics from the Byzantines. The Byzantines, if they get 3 relics, they're going to be in a super, super fine position. First village of the game might be going down here. Once Sapai did make it through that wall, and that is going to be the first village of going down of the game. So Louis able to pick off the first villager and is also going to be the first one to age up here. Mehmet Imperial Armory is going to be built now by 10 villagers.
And you saw what Louis did with that Sapahi, too, using the fortitude that it's able to do. So it's able to attack a little bit quicker, making sure that villager, he wants to go home. He wants to see his family. He's never going to see his family again. MIA going up into the castle age, and B choosing the Golden Horn Tower, as most do, as the Byzantines in Castle Age. But the MIA, even though the Golden Horn, it's going to take a little bit of time because you got to get that Castle Age Merc upgrade, right, to make your mercenaries a little bit better. You got to wait for the Golden Horn to churn things out. The MIA, just because of it being near a blacksmith, it gets that mangonel so quickly, and the amount of tempo that you get from the MIA Crackety, it's to me, it's borderline unparalleled to any other Castle Age landmark.
Yeah, getting the free siege out, it is so good having like free siege at one point in the game. Like if there aren't any major battles going on early on, at one point you'll find yourself 18 minutes into the game suddenly having like 3 mangonels, and you're just able to push into your opponent's base. And then it can become really rough for them. Now, both players reach the castle age, or rather, both players are about to reach the castle age. Louis gonna be the first one, drops immediately another military. Yeah. Oh, a little bit of a lag spike there. Looks like we're back, okay. But yeah, Louis should be able to start gathering up the relics first, in theory. If he goes for the Vizier point, hasn't opted to do so yet, and now we see B actually being the first one to get the monks out on the field with that Grand Winery, which does actually act as a monastery.
Yeah, and it's kind of different because you see the Ottomans as we go for a castle, and it looks like maybe a little bit of skirmish. Louis knows he's got to back up. He's got a lot of horse units there, and even though he has a meter playing the Sound of Music, it's not going to help towards all the spears. But how much, because Louis is going up into Castle Age rather quickly, how much merit does the Vizier point have for the imams here? Because getting those 2 imams to pop out, start snagging relics very quickly, that probably could have meant he had first choice at the relics that he wanted.
Yeah, it can actually matter a lot, especially in this matchup, because if Byzantines get all the relics that they need in that Grand Winery, having plus 240 olive oil per minute, it allows you to just get so many more mercenary units out. It kind of feels like low-key, like you're somewhat able to imitate the amount of production that Ottomans can get out with their military schools. So being able to match up with that is going to put the Byzantines in a really, really good position.
Yeah, absolutely. And you heard 1 relic get deposited already in that Grand Winery. So what does that mean? More javelin throwers, right? It means more camel riders if he chooses to make them, and Louis going for just about, this composition that he has right now. Camel Riders might be helping him. Pops that fortitude. That's another 3, 4 villagers. This is not a good look right now for game 1, Crackety.
Yeah, B, he's using the accuratory defense in order to bump up his villagers, but it just doesn't feel like it's enough. And yeah, more villagers going down here. 6 villagers down so far.
And that's 6 villagers this early into the game. We're 12.5 minutes in the game. It's so important, right? It means...
It looks like he wants to also get the counter rate in there, but Mangonel, like, Louis still has a lot of army in his base.
Yeah, he definitely does, and that Mangonel will get a shot off over here. Sapahi's trying to take down that Cistern. Only 1 or 2 Limitane here trying to back him up. It's not going to be able to do it. On the south side, the villagers continuing to have a little bit of idle time here, trying to walk in the other direction. B's army on the western side feels like it can't push either. B's going to be bringing some Varangian Guard to try to help him out, try to make sure he can stabilize back home. But Louis, having some of that military mass by his base to be a defense, and then having these 4 Sapahi with the Metter going to be able to take down villagers at the same time, being in 2 places at once, it looks like B's scrambling a little bit.
All right, we're just gonna quickly try a quick fix on the audio front, because it does seem like every now and then we do sound a little bit robotic-y, like a robot. So just give us a second there. All right, that hopefully fixes it. Just a moment now. Both players right now, they're just posturing around each other with the military in front of each other's base. B did take a great amount of damage so far in the early phase. So a lot of villagers did go down. Now, I mean, Louis, he is getting that passive production of the siege out, and at some point, he's going to have to react with that.
And, you know, Crackety, it's so frustrating, too, because when the MIA spits out the Mangonel, you instantly have siege superiority, slows the game down, right? So B has to do things like make a siege workshop, which is 300 wood, make about 3 Springles to pop that Mangonel. You know, so it takes even 750 in terms of more resources. It slows you down. It makes sure that you can't get aggressive. Louis walling behind it, but at the same time, Louis got a decent military mass here, and now with the siege, he can make a push. That Grand Winery looks like it might have a target on it.
And once again, the Sapahi come in from the backside. B, he does finally have a couple of these Camel Riders out, should be able to deal with that, but right now, the main issue is also going to be the siege, because a steady push could be coming in from the front side of his base, and right now, he just doesn't have any anti-siege in order to be able to deal with that. So far, I mean, he hasn't been able to do any damage to the economy as well. Right now, he's 8 villages behind. Did manage to snag 3 relics, so does at least have the Grand Winery full of relics right now, which is going to help him long term, but it's gonna be tough for him at the moment.
Yeah, this is going to be tough. I feel like B is just kind of cornered into his own base right now, where Louis can make walls. Honestly, I would think his walls are a little bit too defensive. You might be able to take the whole cliff if you wanted to, because B knows he can't move out because the Mangonel's there, right? He's adding some mercenaries. He's getting his camel riders. He has some javelin throwers, but it's going to take time to make the Springolds he needs. And I think based on the army composition that he has, yeah, he has a lot of javelin throwers, but Louis is still going with Sapahi here. He's adding some men-at-arms too. So B's going to have to need a couple, you know, more than, I would say, 8 crossbowmen if he wants to take a rather advantageous fight. I mean, the military count's kind of the same. That monk is not going to bring his precious back home, it looks like. That monk is very far out there. But I think B's going to need to make some changes before he can take a good battle.
It looks like maybe he's actually getting away with that relic. Once again, Sapahi in the backside of B's base are causing a little bit of havoc here and there. Just wasn't quite able to get rid of them. Maybe now that they moved through a clump of Limitane, but at the same time, a push is coming in from the front side. Louis is going for that Grand Winery, and that's where all the relics are for B right now. He can't afford to lose that, but it is going down steadily. Presidium, I don't think it's active right now. The building is taking a lot of damage. The Cistern doesn't have Presidium on it, so it's taking the full damage. And those relics, like if those are going down B, he's going to lose his majority of income when it comes to the olive oil.
And that's the thing about, you know, what B has in terms of his army composition and anti-siege or lack thereof. Winery goes down. What was he even going to do about it?
He does finally have a sprinkled out. Wallow comes out, maybe just to distract another Wallow. Could potentially get villagers. Villagers do get pulled back in time. At the same time, no crucial damage was taken at the front side of B's base, but the Grand Winery is down, so we'll have to rebuild that if he wants to get access to the relics again.
Yeah, and I don't think access to the relics is something he's going to get anytime soon. If Louis does have the presence of mind to make imams, he can kind of take him. Got to be careful, though, when you're going into a Byzantine base. It's very difficult to get in there.
Springle is coming out. Ah, that was close. If B wasn't pop-capped there for a second, that Springle could have been dove on by those Sapai there. Could have been very, very dangerous for them. At the same time, Sapai once again coming in with the raid. Villagers do hop inside the outpost though, but this is really, like, B is struggling right now. He's in a very, very difficult situation. He's getting emplacement, a mangonel emplacement somewhere, so wants to get that out. And now, I mean, Louis, he just wants to cement the position there at the front. Doesn't want that Grand Winery to go up. Now an outpost also coming up.
And look at, I mean, Crackety, look at where B's army is. It's just huddled right next to the town center. It doesn't have anywhere to go. It doesn't have anything to do. B is, right now, he's just playing not to die in this particular, you know, he's trying to make units as much as he can, but I think for the Ottomans, they're going to make more of a smothering tactic for him. It's going to be difficult for him to try to get any outside food resources at all, so B might end up starving himself.
Food is very, very rough for B right now. He's sitting on 260, 270 food, and this is where like Byzantines can sometimes struggle with. If they play versus an aggressive civilization and they can't secure like outer resources out on the map, a farm transition can be very, very difficult for them to achieve. Right now, though, B has at least gotten out some Springles, a Mangonel as well, but once again, there's a pie coming in the backside. B just doesn't get the time that he needs in order to gather fruit from the deer stack. Instead, he actually moved out to the other deer stack out on the map. That's where he's getting the majority of his food from right now. Did manage to clean up that outpost, but it's so difficult. I think he's on the wood line. I think Louis is on the wood line from B. Actually, a lot of villagers have gone down. So many villagers that go down. B, he just lost an additional 15 villagers.
And there's really no signs of stopping. There's one fortified outpost that has a mangonel tower on it, but that's pretty much it. There's too many supply. It's 57 to 39. And if you're the Byzantines, you don't have those villagers, you're not going to be able to get a decent food source. More villagers are running for their lives. This is more idle time. Louis is going to be able to back up basically where those walls are. At least B has the spring ults. He is going to be able to take a fight, maybe give himself a little bit of breathing room, but this is going to be an issue.
I gotta say, like, this feels a lot like Istanbul right now, not so much like Constantinople. And yeah, I mean, this is really, really tough right now for B to come back from one Springer does get picked off, and now the Vizier point for the additional Janissaries has been used as well. Sapai now coming in through the backside are potentially going to be able to clean up the Mangonel. Mangonel also cleans up the Springald here from B, and with that, the last Mangonel goes down. B on 33 military versus 63. And yeah, this looks like a lot of units about to flood B space.
This is such a convincing fight, too. You have this giant range smash from Louis, and B doesn't have any kind of siege. He did have that one Mangonel, but that's pretty much it. He does have some javelin throwers, which, yeah, they have a decent amount of ranged armor, but you see crossbowmen back there. It looks like we have some Janissaries. There's going to be 10 Janissaries rounded up the backside, and for those javelin throwers, you might have a decent amount of ranged armor, but you know what can cut through that ranged armor, Crackety? That would be a gun.
Yeah, I mean, guns do tend to counter a lot of things in Age of Empires, and this is no different. At this point, 15 military units for B. Louis, he could just dive it in right now, end the game, but he needs to play it safe as well, because in this situation, you don't want to lose all your military to a Mangonel outpost, but at this time in time, like, Louis could afford to lose all his military and still be fine. The income, it speaks volumes at this point in time. B on 200 food per minute, 500 wood, 1,000 gold. Meanwhile, Louis, he's pretty much doubling the income that B is having.
Yeah, I mean, he can hang out and take a lot of those outside food resources. You see where little blobs of green villagers are on the screen. He's taking deer packs, you know, he's taking berry patches. He can kind of go wherever he wants to. B doesn't have that luxury, right? We're seeing him at 180 food per minute. So as much as he's trying to lick his wounds, as much as he's trying to make as many units as he can, and he's dealing with these raids over and over again. There's another night raid for the Ottomans. Economic count 69, 70 to 45. Most of B's villagers are idle right now. He's just never going to be able to keep up.
Yeah. I mean, the Camel Riders, they're trying to catch up to the Sapai, but Sapai, at the end of the day, they do have that superior movement speed. The Byzantines, while Adasa do get the movement speed upgrade on their camel riders, Byzantines just don't have that upgrade. So in the end, the camel riders, they just can't catch up to the supply.
Yeah, I mean, you might be thinking for B, the safe resource, yeah, he has gold over here. His wood line is relatively safe, even though it got raided that one time. It still is in the back. Thinking maybe he could do something like an olive grove transition or something, but he doesn't have the time for this. Look at Louis' military count right now, 85 to 28. And I know, you know, Crackety, we talked about him pushing in. We have God mode, so we're able to see the difference. We're able to see the discrepancy. It's very difficult for them to be able to do that. Looks like Mangonel Tower will get fortified just in time. Grand Winery trying to get built, not going to happen. Those Janissaries are going to make quick work of those camel riders if they stick around, though.
Yeah, but now, I mean, Louis, he's smelling blood, and he is going to go for the all-in. Lots of his range forces, though, stuck a little bit on that Grand Winery, trying to take down that building with their guns, and not finding too much success in that. I mean, the Grand Winery, it's not even repaired yet, like, it's still down. This doesn't really achieve a lot, but now the Mangonels are focusing on that Mangonel and placement outpost, are going to start taking it down, and once that goes down, he doesn't really have any more reinforced structures in order to defend him. No more of these defensive emplacements, and I mean, it does do a good amount of damage right now, but the military count, it just doesn't keep up for P at all. And Louis also in a position to soon get a potential keep out. Mangonel emplacement takes at least one Mangonel down with it. Now it's going to fall as well, and B on 10 military units, less than 10 now. He's going to have to wave the white flag, and indeed, GG gets called. Louis gonna be able to win this game here in this best of 7 with the Ottomans against the Byzantines. And you gotta hope for B that this was a throwaway civilization, but I'm not sure if it was. Then again, like, it never feels bad losing against Ottomans, because at least now Ottomans is gonna be out of the picture.
And I mean, that's all well and good, Crackety, but I'm thinking about, you know, why not just ban it in the first place? Right? I mean, with Ottomans, we talk about how strong they are and how powerful they are day in and day out. Now we actually saw them in action, right? A lot of those mangonels that dictated the battles against the Byzantines, they happened to be free. So, you know, he did lose a mangonel, you know, with that based on that mangonel tower. And I know that you narrated it. But in the back of my head, I was like, who cares? He didn't get it, you know, he didn't pay any resources for it anyway. So what does it matter? Now we see a pretty convincing Istanbul takeover in game 1. Maybe we have a little momentum on Louis MT's side heading into game 2. We're going to be playing on coastal cliffs. This is 75% of a normal map, ladies and gentlemen. Remember, you can't get to those coasts. And it's going to be Deli against Malians. What do you think about this matchup?
It's an interesting matchup. Like, both these civilizations can play really, really aggressively in feudal age. Malians, typically, they do want to go for faster castle age with the cow boom. But in this matchup, they're going to be forced to play a little bit more in that feudal age. And they do get some great units to be able to, like, sustain production in that feudal age as well. So while the Deli arguably get the best horsemen in the game right now, maybe second best, but I think value-wise, when it comes to how many resources they cost, probably the best horseman in the game with the Ghazi Raider. The Malians on the other side get the best spearmen, downright. I mean, now you could argue with Eliminate being there, okay, maybe not just the best spearman, but one of the best spearmen in the game with the Donzo, where they do get that range attack, so they're able to take down some of these cavalry units before the fight even really starts. They get the javelin throwers out as well. I think this is going to be... This matchup is very, very difficult, I think, to narrate, just because it always depends on how the Malian players play the game in the end. They gotta play a little bit more feudal heavy, they gotta make more units, they still should get a couple of those cattle out, and if they do manage to get a decent cattle transition behind everything, I think the longer the game goes, the better it is going to be for Malians. They just can't take too much damage early on.
Yeah, it's so difficult, you know, with the Malians, because we talk about some civilizations like we just did with the Byzantines in game 1 being like, oh, you know, you have, you know, a decent amount of time where you got to get up and running. You know, you have a decent amount of time where you got to get all of your ducks in a row before you can send them out into the pond, right? For the Malians, very similar, right? For the first like 8.5 minutes of the game, they're basically like, nobody talk to me. Don't touch me. don't stay on your side of the base. I'm going to do my thing. I'm going to start getting cows. I'm going to start getting my pit mines, and then we'll take it to you a little bit later. They would love a 10-minute no rush custom game, let me tell you. But for the Deli, they're kind of the antithesis of that, right? They want to get in feudal. They want to get in your face. They want to get the sacred sites. They want to take map control. So these civs definitely have, for how they juxtapose the way they play feudal, it's so different compared to the two. It's almost like, which one's going to come out on top? Is Deli going to be able to harass the Mali? Is Deli going to be able to make sure the Mali doesn't get up and going? Or is the Mali player going to be defensive enough? And they're going to be like, okay, you got 1 or 2 sacred sites. That's all well and good. What does that equate to? 5 villagers? Like, I care. I have 20 cows, and I will have all of the food, and I will get 100 military, and we'll see how much your precious sacred sites mean to you.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing with Malians. If they do get that cattle economy up and rolling, Delhi, they want to finish the game before farm transition. They want to just sustain themselves throughout the entire feudal age, off of deer, off of those berries. If Delhi starts to make farms, suddenly they're going to be in a rough spot in this matchup. That's how long the Malian player has to hold out, though. That's how long the Malian player might even have to delay his castle age if he wants to have a leg up in this game against the Delhi. But Delhi, they can just pile on so much pressure on you throughout the entire early part of the game with those very, very fast-produced Ghazi Raiders as well. And yeah, just having so many units out in the field, it can be tough for the Malians to be able to deal with that. If suddenly that really big all-in comes and we do have that push comes to shove kind of situation, Mali could potentially find themselves to struggle with that. But we're going to have to see how exactly this gets played, because B, he is, you could say, one of the best Malian players in the game as well. Very early on, when Mali came out, we saw B be the first one to really start experimenting with it and really get into the nitty-gritty of all the mechanics that the Malians have access to. So it's going to be interesting to see if he can make full use of that against the Deli, but Louis' Deli is no joke.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. I really like how Louis, and I think we've seen in the round robin, some of the games that we've played, we've seen him play Deli. We've seen how good he is. And in feudal, what I've noticed too, in a lot of these feudal age battles, there is a lot of, number 1, micro, right? There's a lot of 2, resource management, just to make sure you're getting all of the units that you need, because a lot of times for Deli, they're going to give you a little bit of everything, right? They're going to give you some Ghazi Raiders, they're going to give you some spears, they're going to give you some archers, and you got to make sure, I mean, we know, because these are the tip top of the players, they know how to do this, but I think we kind of take it for granted when we watch some of these high level players, because think about, especially with these efficient production, military production buildings, having a scholar in your barracks, having a scholar in your archery range in your stable, being able to have your villagers allocated on the correct resources to continuously pump out of all of those, it is a talent. It is such a great skill to watch, and we see it and we take it for granted. So I want everyone to appreciate, as Louis gets into feudal age, he starts pumping out units. Let's everyone take a look at it and see how good he does.
Yeah, and I mean, it's really difficult, getting that transition down correctly, always managing your economy specifically for the type of units that you do want to get out. It definitely is a great skill to have, and it looks like we're going to be jumping into our game number 2 now between Louis and B, and here we go. Spawning in the color orange, playing as the Malians, we got 3DB. We're here on Coastal Cliffs. You can see a good portion of the map has been separated by those cliffs. Players, they don't have the option of going out there on that water. It's all cliffs there, no way to get over there. On the other hand side, we got Louis MT in the color green playing as the Deli Sultanate here. This is a very aggressive map, not just because the map is smaller, but also because there are less options to boom, because the first stone that you start with, it's far away. It is very far away from your base, so going on stone early for a fast second TC or something like that, it's not really an option on this map.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, this map is a lot of fun just because of what you stated. Having the stone all the way back, and you're seeing what Vodka has to do to move to actually find that stone. He has to go away from the first town center. First town center is not even in view as we're taking a look here. So it's very difficult to actually go out if you want to do things like expand economically. What's nice is both of these civilizations, Crackety, notoriously love being one town center. You know, so the Malians, a lot of the ways they get their economic prowess is passive income through those buildings, not necessarily a town center. Delhi Sultanate going to be able to use things like sacred sites for them to create that snowball. So this is really important too when you're playing as coastal cliffs, because not only, you know, the map is smaller, the cliffs over there on the right side, the only thing they're doing is raising the rent in terms of, you know, the amount of property. You get a beachfront property, but the stone means you're not going to be able to expand economically with town centers. So you got to find a different way to do it.
Yeah. The thing is, or at least if we take a look at it, something interesting here that we actually see right now, something that's not really usual, how you, for example, play Malians. B, he didn't go for the entire 6 houses on his pit mine. Instead, he opted for only those 4 initial houses, which means he still has 50 wood inside of that straggler tree. Meaning, though, that he will get a lot faster timing when it comes to feudal age. And this potentially tells us, like, the sort of game plan that he's going for. It might be a very aggressive plan here in feudal age. And look at that, 8 villagers building that Mansa Quarry. Could we potentially see a return from B towards, like, an early warrior scout build here? Early warrior scout aggression?
You know, it kind of feels like you have to, you know, because not only maybe not with warrior scouts, but just being aggressive, even though it's not something that the Malians typically want to do, you got to stop the Deli from snowballing, right? And when you have Deli usually around, you know, 6 minutes to 6.5 minutes, they get a lot of their production buildings going. They start making units officially production, and they start packing snow, right? To start to make their snowball. They're going to be trying to get their sacred sites. Then all of a sudden they take that first fight, and that snowball becomes an avalanche that the opposing Civ can't really do anything about. So if he tries to get a little bit aggressive, right? Get 8 on that Mansa Quarry. Look how quick this feudal age time is. 3:12. He hits up that Mansa Quarry. And then he's going to go on wood. He's probably going to add a little bit more in terms of production building. So he's trying to take it to Deli. He's trying to say, hey, there's a couple sacred sites on this map. I'm going to make you fight for it.
Yeah, and I mean, we got to take a look at the sheep count right now as well that both players have. I think I saw 8 sheep coming in for Louis from his scout. So right now, B, he's actually got 11 sheep right there with his scout. So sheep, he definitely did get a couple more than Louis did in this game. And that can be really important, because that means that even if Louis did start with that berries inside, inside of his base, and he then has a lot of time to like be gathering from the sheep, it's going to run out sooner or later, and that's when he has to go out on the map. And that's where B could potentially get a timing in order to harass Deli. Because that is actually one of the great strengths from Deli. They start with those berries, which means after the berries run out, that's when they go onto the sheep. And for the entire duration, their food income is safe. If they have map control, then they go out on the map a little bit earlier and always have the potential to fall back on that sheep. But if they don't have that many sheep out there, that's where you can really make them struggle for food income.
Yeah, and that's so nice. Exactly what you talked about. Just to be a little bit safer. And we know from Deli, if there's berries on this map, they're gonna find them, right? Because of how proficient they are at gathering them. And we can see, you know, not only is the stone far out there, but a lot of the secondary resources that they're looking for, especially for, might be foreshadowing a little bit, but especially some of these berry packs that Louis has, they're way out in front. They're not near his base. They're not behind his base. They're not any of those areas. So if he wants to go out for outside food resources, even just the deer packs themselves, it's a dangerous territory.
And we're starting to see now the usual Deli opener. So we do have the blacksmith. Wait, actually, never mind. I thought it was a stable. No, it's actually double blacksmiths here from Louis. So looks like he feels like he can take his time with that early aggression. Meanwhile, at the same time, though, B, he's actually pumping out his military production buildings. He's getting some cattle out. He's doing a cattle transition all at the same time. He's very active right now when it comes to the macro. It's going to be interesting to see what exactly he'll make of this. Only now the first production building will come in for Louis and is going to be that stable.
Yeah, and I think B's doing all the right stuff here too, Crackety. I mean, 5.5 minutes, he gets a barracks out. He already has a Donzo queued. Louis went a little bit greedier with the 2 blacksmiths, so it's different. The first thing he's going to be able to make with that stable is a Ghazi Raider. B's already got a handle, right? So it's going to be difficult, I think, for Louis if he wants to try to get these sacred sites. You know, it's going to be a little bit different. While on the backside, this is something that's really frustrating if you're playing against the Malians. You have that pit mine that's in the back. You have those cattle ranches that are right near the town center. You want to be able to try to raid this player, but it's going to be so difficult for you to actually do that and really put a dent in the Malian resource count. So maybe that means Malians can make more units later down the road. And maybe that means we see a military count that's rather comparable in Feudal Age. You usually see Deli having more. Maybe Malians can keep up.
We do see the Malian scholars now moving out. Question is, will they be moving inside of buildings, or are they already going to be moving out towards those sacred sites? I think they might actually be already moving out towards sacred sites. Never mind. I think, judging by the minimap, yeah, they did just hop inside of buildings. So there's going to be a lot of military being pumped out there very soon by Louis. At the same time, B. So active with the military production. There we go. This is essentially 3 archery ranges and 2 stables there for Louis right now, with those scholars inside pumping out military units. And we can see right now that even when it comes to military out on the field, that's going to be in favor of Louis very, very quickly.
Oh, yeah, because of how many archers are there? Absolutely. But what's really nice about the Malians is those Donzos throw their spears from a different dimension as the Ghazi Raiders run away. They got some force on those spear throws, let me tell you. But the javelin throwers on the back end, and this is one of the things that's interesting about the Malians in Feudal, they make very hard counters to specific units, and then there's other units that just completely torch them, right? So javelin throwers against archers, obviously, javelin throwers are going to be taking them out rather convincingly. And then the Donzos, obviously so good against the Ghazi Raiders for the Deli. So B's doing the right thing and making just about the hardest counter that he possibly could, and the hardest counter that this game might possibly have. I think it's going to come down to a micro battle even.
Yeah, we do have the Ghazi Raiders now in the middle of the map. There is an outpost though, so units from B can hop inside for safety. We also see a wall on the left-hand side for B. He does want to shrink down the map a little bit now, because he is going to be making the quote-unquote slower military force here with the Donzos, with the javelin throwers. So he has to be really, really careful when it comes to positioning of his army. In order to help him with that, he's going to have to shrink down the map a little bit with those walls. Now we do see double sacred site capture here coming in from Louis. Has his military force on the right-hand side, and that's also where B is going to be going now. Has to be careful though, because against this military force right now, he will have to back out.
Yeah, and you're seeing the lack of mobility kind of at play, right? The Ghazi Raiders are going to be able to track him down. There's not enough Ghazis to take, or there's not enough Donzos to take him down. But the Malian reinforcements on the western side of your screen going to be making the Deli force back up a little bit. That sacred site's going to be capped, but now I'm thinking about how long it might be capped for, because those javelin throwers, we talked about it before, they have such a high base damage where away, we could lead to some damaged horsemen if Louis isn't careful using that scholar trying to heal up his units.
Yeah, the issue is though, like B is very far out right now on the map, and he's got 16 military units compared to 24. Not just that, but also the army value is an elite for Louis. He also gets faster attacking archers. Faster attacking archers versus Donzos is incredibly, incredibly strong, because it means that you can just clean up those Donzo count very, very quickly, even though like you will be trading archers against the javelin throwers. As soon as the Donzo's out, that's when the Ghazi Raiders can really strike. And that's where it becomes so difficult to like micro like your different armies there, these different army groups.
And that's what I've noticed too when you're microing these feudal age battles, you know, those Donzos that are there for the Malians, I mean, obviously they're DPS units against Ghazis, but they're not DPS units against anything else. They're more of a defensive unit. If you use them to protect your javelin throwers, right? Use those javelin throwers, make sure a lot of these archers go down. But now that we're seeing the military counts shift in the favor of Deli Sultanate, there's 16 archers to only 7 or 8 javelin throwers. Because he has a couple archer ranges and he's able to continuously pump those units out, might this just be an overwhelming force that B can't deal with?
It might very well be. Just looking at the resource right now, looking at the income, Louis, he's sitting at 750-ish food per minute, 600 wood per minute. He's just having a lot more income right now in those resources that he needs in order to actually get units out. B is actually gathering up a lot of gold, so I'm guessing the cattle transition is also happening for him. We gotta take a look and see just how many cattle he has out right now inside of his base. He does have all the cattle ranches, and he's got 8 cattle out right now. He is gonna need a bit more in order to really get the food pumping right now, because right now he's struggling for army count. 40 to 21 when it comes to the military out on the field right now. And B has to be so careful not to just get overrun right now. He's inching forward with the scout every now and then, just trying to decap the sacred site. Keeping Louis on guard there. And if B actually gets a decap there, that could be very good for him. But I think Louis, he's just gonna always pay attention there. And there we go. Every single time the decap just goes more than like halfway, that's when he's gonna be there. Once again, Scouts goes over. Archers are gonna deny him. I think B might just have to like send his scout over to the other sacred side, because at this sacred side, it's unlikely that he'll really get the decap going.
Yeah, and you got to think, just because that scout is there, it has that vision while it's decapping, he should know that Louis' army is here, right? So going for that other sacred site might be a good idea. Those javelin throwers are able to pick off one archer, but again, taking a battle just straight ahead like this might not be the best idea. And it looks like javelin throwers, you want to make sure they're not overstepping. They are rather slow units. Ghazi Raiders trying to get a charge here. Donzo's trying to protect those javelin throwers. And look at the micro out of both of these players. Again, those Donzos, they're just protecting the javelin throwers. That's it. They're not trying to get up there. They're not trying to get up close and personal. They're just making sure those javelin throwers stay alive. But I agree with you, Crackety. I really don't think, even though he's able to attack at a distance, taking this battle straight on could be a death sentence.
We're getting close to as many Ghazi Raiders as there are Donzos out on the field. Now also Spearmen getting added here for Louis, and the Spearmen are actually a great front line. They don't really take that much damage, or rather they can soak up a ton of damage from those javelin throwers, and yeah, they're also a great meat shield against the Donzos. Oh, the Donzos firing all their spears into that ram. It's gonna be very difficult. B will have to micro all of his units there in order to really like avoid hitting that ram as much as possible. It's just soaking up all of this fire right now.
Yeah, you were talking about meat shield, but now we have a wood shield. This battering ram just taking javelin after javelin over and over again. And yeah, it could have some DPS, but now we might see a charge. Oh my god. Every time B goes in with those Donzos, it scares me a little bit, because I'm thinking he's going to take it. Maybe those Spearmen create a good front line too, because again, those javelins, those Donzos, they don't have that bonus damage against it. And B has to keep backing up and backing up. He's using that outpost, that toll outpost from the Malians to help it out. Malians might actually be in trouble here. Those Ghazi Raiders are in a little bit of a choke point here, trying to make sure that they stay alive. Archers in the back, not sure if those javelin throwers were actually focused on those archers. It doesn't look like a lot of them went down, Cracky. Looking at what we have on the upper right part of the screen, Louis got about 30 archers still.
Yeah, the archer count, it's not really moving down right now. B, he's making a lot of units here right now as well, but his military count, it's dropping rapidly. 20 military units remaining. The Ghazi Raiders also dropping low here in count. It's tough to call right now who's going to win this, but judging from the military count, B, he's losing a lot of his units, and yeah, there aren't that many Donzos out anymore. And now, the remaining Ghazi Raiders are able to just slay all of these javelin throwers here. And B, he's getting more production buildings. There was a single. Where did that ram come from? Oh my god. Where did that come from? A single ram on the left-hand side actually takes down the pit mine from B. He just noticed. Now he's torching down the ram, but behind all of that, he actually lost 6 villagers as well.
The invisible ram.
He waited until the fight happens, and then once the fight started happening, that's when he just A-moved those units. There's 2 units that he had on the left side with the ram. And he actually got a lot of damage in with that.
And, you know, Louis said, he goes to B as the Valiant. He's like, hey, you got passive income with those pit mines? I'll show you passive income. Now you got nothing. Those houses aren't generating gold. They're not generating anything except 5 population. And now a lot of these villagers for the Malian Empire do not have a home. It looks like B might get housed pretty decently and pretty quickly. He's only at about 65 population and has 62. We saw him try to add a little bit of military production buildings here. He's got a couple archery ranges and a couple barracks. Might be able to mass up a little bit, but the thing of it is, Louis only has to worry about 2 resources. He only has to worry about food and wood, while B, he's trying to get his pit mines going. He's trying to get his cows going. This is the opportune time to try to take down the Malians. This is such a good time before they hit Castle Age, before they get that boom started, and they only have those feudal age units. Louis could just continue to make military units continue to produce what he has. Such a convincing first fight. You can see that military count, 65 to 26, 28, going up a little bit for B. But now he's got to make his production buildings all over again because he placed them forward. This could be a disaster for B.
Yeah, his archery range is going down. He's got so many javelin throws in queue right now. He's just not able to get them out on the field. And with that, it's 30 military units out on the field compared to almost 70 for Louis. And behind that, there's always that sacred side timer ticking down. And it's so much pressure right now for B. And I feel like Louis, He's just mashing it in right now. The archers are stepping forward. The Donzos are getting sniped out. And the Javelin throwers, they're just not... reduce the amount of archers here. Now the Donzos are moving in, but they're getting shredded by the archers. Spearman frontline as well, proving to just be so effective when it comes to soaking up that damage. Javelin throwers just not able to get the shots on the backline that they need to be able to get. And with that, it feels like Louis is just completely driving over B right now. And B just doesn't have what it takes in order to protect his base here. All of this is under the TC as well. 15 villagers inside that TC, completely idle, firing on the army there from Louis, but it's just not enough in order to like stem this tide of units that are just coming out. Villagers managed to take down the ram, but now they're under fire from the archers. B bleeding a lot of villagers.
Yeah, and because of all this idle time that's going on with B, how's he going to be able to remass anything? You know, I mean, he still has stuff in the queue, but his production went down. That archery range is starting to burn. Javelin throws, it looks like there's about 5 with that town center. I don't think Louis cares if this archer mass ends up going down, because all he could do is just make more anyway. There's 25 total on the battlefield. We're only seeing 9 on screen, so a lot of them are going to end up going down. Definitely worth how many archers went down, all of this idle time, the villager kills. There's 17 worker kills on the side of Louis. Economic count 58 to 37. I think this is just a matter of time, Crackety. These villagers are looking for resources to try to get to and something that's safe, and they're just running for their lives. And I feel like they're going to for the duration of this game.
And at this point in time, I mean, we take a look at the economy count, 37 to 59. Louis, he's getting so many resort on the map. He's actually now on the deer and on the berries over on B side, just able to exhaust every single resource out there on the map. Still has the military advantage after all of the units that he threw away under a TC. And it feels like at this point in time, there's a timer that he just can't get rid of, that 2-minute sacred side timer. He is getting a javelin throw on one of the sacred sides, but all it takes is a single Ghazi Raider to be able to decap that, or rather stop that decap.
If that sacred site gets decapped, I don't know if Louis cares.
Yeah, probably not.
I mean, it feels like just because of how much economic damage has been done, even if that thing gets decapped, he sent basically the army that he has over there to try to decap that sacred site. Now, back home, there's nothing. There's no cattle ranches anymore. They're starting to get rammed down. I'm not necessarily sure what that ram is hitting, because the cattle ranches are pretty much quite low to the ground, but those cattle don't have anywhere to go. They're going to be picked off. That's some rare meat that they're going to be able to harvest at some point if those villagers can actually make it their way out of the town center. The B's got villagers all over the place trying to gather just some kind of resource. Yeah, that sacred site gets decapped, but to be honest, I think the game's kind of over in 2 minutes, whether the sacred site timer goes off or otherwise.
Javelin throwers now make it back to the base, but what even is remaining here at this point in time? Not a lot, not a lot. Yeah, it's just kind of the ruins here right now in B space that he's fighting for, and Louis, he's still getting so many more resources out on the map. Now the remass of the Ghazi Raiders happening as well. He's back into massing Ghazi Raiders. Definitely doesn't look like he needs to even go up to Castle Age here to finish this game.
No, and that's what makes the Deli Avalanche so powerful, because yeah, with the sacred sites, you know, sometimes the best defense is a good offense. So Louis took it into B's base, but now because of the map control that he has, he can get all of those outside food resources, because we both know Deli hate a farm transition. So they're able to get all of those resources. Those javelin throwers are caught with spearmen and Ghazi Raiders. I don't see any Donzos on the field. There's one total out there somewhere, but not going to be able to do much in that particular regard. Louis can just keep putting pedal to the metal in feudal age. We're seeing the Deli Sultanate at what the Deli Sultanate is good at doing. And it's just getting to feudal, getting those sacred sites, and ramming your face in.
Villagers on the run, spear on one side, archers on the other hand side. B is doing the smart thing, he's choosing the spear, but the spear actually trap him a little bit in. Villagers are able to shuffle around that, but it's so tough to come back from this position. I mean, now there's a lot of food to be gathered, to be fair, and a lot of fast food as well. Louis, one way or another, is going to have to go for farm transition, I feel like, the way B is playing this game out right now. Farms are actually coming in for him right now, so the farm transition is going to be very smooth here.
Yeah, and what's nice is he has the time for it, right? He has a military lead of 30. So even if, you know, he still has units in the queue of all of his military production buildings. So yeah, he could do this pretty seamlessly. And just adding a little bit of farms at a time, it looks like he's going, you know, in sets of, you know, 6 or 7, something like that. It means some excess wood that he has is going to be a good idea. I actually bought a couple bits of stone to add some arrow slits to some of his outposts just to make sure. Louis just making sure that this game is 100% completely over, you know, and that food resource is going to be very important if the Malians end up getting there with a decent amount of units. But again, it's just the other side being like, well, he's spending his resources pretty good, you know, but it's how much he's getting per minute. You know, Louis getting 1,500 food per minute off of that food oasis on the western side of the map. So maybe B is looking to try to take that area down, but I just don't think he's going to have an availability to do that.
Yeah. Sacred Site victory back on the menu. 10-minute timer ticking again, but this time I don't think we're going to be seeing it hit that 0 timer. I think the game is going to very likely end before that. Louis right now, he's just massing up military. We're up to 20 spearmen now. Spearmen that are literally just there in order to be like a meat shield and torch down buildings. And there we go. Louis, he's sending it in. They're going for the all-in.
What are you going to do against this, Greg? We talked about those spearmen, and it was such a good choice, you know, because you might think it's pretty counterintuitive. You're like, I don't see any sofas out here. What's the point of making spearmen? But just like tanking those little bit of javelin throws, right? Tanking those little bit of spears. It's so important. Now there's no cattle. All of the cattle end up going down except for that cattle ranch, but I don't think the amount of Donzos and javelin throwers are going to be able to deal with that. B, trying to get a little bit more production in the backside of his base, but those archers, they're not just normal archers, they're Tower of Victory archers. They're going to be making those Donzos go down in the blink of an eye, and those Ghazi Raiders are going to have free reign. It looks like they're trying to escape a little bit through that gate. Villagers trying to escape through that gate as well, but we all know horsemen, they can take up a lot of space, and it looks like those javelin throwers are going to end up surviving. But look at how many worker kills now. 26 worker kills for Deli. This has just been a complete ultra aggression masterclass.
Javelin Pro is now trying to snipe out the archers, but that wall is going to go down. No amount of repairing is going to stop what's coming in there. He losing the remainders of his villagers as well. Javelin Throwers have to shuffle back past those walls. They're at least going to be able to take down the Ghazi Raiders here, but that's just not the end. That is so far from the end. There's more units just literally streaming across the side right now here from Louis. More spearmen, more Ghazi Raiders, more archers. And B, he's trying to extinguish the fires, but now Louis, he's going for the GG move. Compound of the Defender is coming in, 18 villagers on that. He wants to send the signal. B, it is time. This game is not going to be yours, and with that, I think as soon as the Age-Up's going to come in, we're going to be looking at a 2-0 here right now for Louis.
Man, God, I hope so. At this point, you know, I mean, if he's trying to get as many resources as
he's a fighter.
Can. Yeah, I mean, I definitely know. If I was playing in this tournament, this would mess with my headspace a little bit. Just being in that consistent state of losing for how long he's been, because we can see it just based on the score differential. Now that Louis hit Castle Age, we're going to see probably some Castle Age units, maybe some heavy units to kind of help out. I'm kind of curious as to why. Like I'm trying to wrap my head around it as to why he's still hanging around.
Maybe it's also to potentially try and play with Louis' nerves a little bit. Like early on in the career of a pro player, like this kind of stuff definitely can like get to you, get to your nerves as well. But I think Louis at this point in time, like he's very well established. I don't think the nerves are going to be an issue for him at this point in time. Like he's just like, okay, I already won the game, and finally calls it as well. And with that, it's going to be a 2-0 now for Louis. And Louis having a definite leg up right now in this set. And B, he's going to be struggling. He's going to have to find a way to come back from this situation now.
Yeah, being down 2-0, it's a little bit tough. And I know you talked about that first game having some, you know, maybe a quote-unquote throwaway civilization with the Byzantines. But being in the first game of a series, I don't know if you're really in that position to have that quote-unquote throwaway. Now that he's down 2-0, right, he's got to be pulling out some of the best stuff that he has, right? He's got to be able to make sure that whatever matchups that he has left over, whatever civs that he actually has left over, he's got to pull a game or two out. You know, this momentum is all in Louis' favor now in a 2-0 series, and 3-0 is going to be somewhat devastating to come back to. You know, I mean, reverse sweeps happen, but this game could really, really be crucial for him. Hopefully, he gets a good matchup. Hopefully, he gets a good map to try to bring his way back into it. And it looks like we're going to be seeing Lipany on game 3, Louis going with the HRE, 3DB going with Japan. This is an interesting matchup.
Yeah, and I actually like this matchup a lot for the Japanese as well, because Japanese, they got this opportunity here to really like put pressure on the HRE when it comes to that fast castle age, when it comes to trying to get those relics. Because the Japanese actually have a unit that they're able to mass up really, really quickly as soon as they hit that castle age. They can either go for the mounted samurai, or they could just go for the mass Onabagashas. And mass Onabagashas actually can lure the HRE into a full sense of, oh, I gotta counter this Landsknechte. Because Landsknechte, like getting them out in mass takes a little bit of time. And the Onabagashas, they actually have a lot of attack range. So you're able to like spread formation and you're able to catch up and trap those Landsknechte relatively easily. In mass, Onabagashas are also great against just normal knights because they're able to pick them up and be a very, very solid civ against HRE. So I think this matchup here should be pretty even between the two.
Yeah, and you know what's crazy about these Onobugisha too, because you can obviously you can mass them up because they don't take a lot of time to pop out of the barracks. They're relatively cheap units, right? They're 60 food, 20 gold. So being able to, and I know a lot of people fall into, just like you said, that false sense of security of, well, I make things like knights or I make things like heavy armored units, you know, because Onobugisha, they don't have a lot of attack. But just because of how many there are, how quickly they attack every 0.9 seconds. You know, things like heavy armored units might not be the play because you just don't end up having enough either. So these Onobugisha, they are tricky units. They are tricky units to deal with, especially, you know, a lot of people talk about making archery ranges at a time when the HRE might not necessarily want to do that. You know, they want to make things like melee units. So maybe this is where B ends up getting on the scoreboard. Remember, it's a 2-0 Louis MT lead. We have B playing as the Japanese in the color orange, spawning in the northeastern part of the map. His opponent obviously is Louis MT playing as the color green, as the Holy Roman Empire on the southwestern side. And on Lipany, looking at this map, it almost looks like Kraken, it almost looks like a baby cliffside, the way those mountain ranges are.
It does, but dude, take a look at B space. We got a value mining camp, or rather a value forge coming in here. Look at that forge from B, getting in range both of the stone and of the gold here. Very, very nice opener here for him, having access to both these resources with a single forge.
Yeah, that's just stonks. Stonks are on the rise for B. Now knowing you only need that little bit of wood to get a forge on both sides. I'm not seeing any puzzle pieces from Louis MT. His spawn might be a little bit different. Now, he does have the gold on going for Castle Age. HRE is one of those civilizations that actually your spawn kind of helps you or hurts you. Very similar to or analogous to how the Mongols work, because of, for the HRE, that Aachen Chapel's got to be placed optimally.
Yeah, and it's going to be a little bit difficult here for Louis to really get the optimal spot in, because he'll have to make a decision. I think it's gonna have to be either right next to the woodline and the TC, or what he could also do is he could also like try and get the gold stone and a part of the woodline in range of it. Either way, he's gonna have to make a decision. The most important thing here long term is gonna have to be food and wood. Short term, the most important thing would be food and gold in order to get a quicker castle age timing in. B right now, he's getting a lot of the sheep here, and that is where HRE can potentially struggle, because they need sheep. They absolutely crave sheep at the beginning of a game, because they need that additional food in order to be able to supplement their fast age up. Let's not forget, with the inspiration, they're chewing through their resources 40% faster than other civilization. And Aachen Chapel is going to be going up for Louis. It looks like there's going to be, yeah, a second TC play actually here from him.
That's really interesting. I was not expecting that. You know, I was thinking for the HRE, just because Japan, even though, you know, we talk about how quickly you can mass up things like Onobugeisha, it still takes a little while to do things like get the wood that you need, get the barracks that you need, then change your macro to food and gold to make sure you get those units and all of that kind of stuff. Going with the second town center from Louis MT, does this mean he's going to stick around in feudal a little bit longer than we anticipated?
It's gonna have to be. Now, HRE, they can still get a really, really good age-up timing. Even with 2TC, they can go like below a 10-minute, maybe like 9-minute-ish age-up if they go for it naked. I don't think they can really go for it like completely without making any units. It's just gonna be too difficult because B, with the Japanese, they can just mass up those mounted samurai. Mounted samurai are gonna be able to just dive under the TC and take down a lot of villagers on that wood line. And let's not forget, Louis, he doesn't have a lot of sheep. We see 3 sheep behind that scout. He is absolutely gonna be starved when it comes to sheep. He's gonna have to make a farm transition, and that's gonna hurt his economy even more.
Yeah, honestly, Cracky, I don't think you have the ability to overstate that point, because for the HRE, we talk about this too with other civs like China, maybe stuff like that. But for the HRE, getting food resources and getting that sheep and getting as many sheep as you possibly can means you delay those outside food resource gathering points, and it means that Aka Chapel can continue to inspire your food income, right? Because it's right next to the town center. Take a look at what Louis MT has in terms of all of those outside food resources. Yeah, on Lipany, you get a little bit of extra berries, right? But all of that stuff is a little bit more forward. And look at what B's doing in the feudal age now with that Cura storehouse built. He's got a rogue villager, and it looks like he's trying to, what's he trying to make here?
I think it's going to be an outpost on the gold. I don't think B has really scouted out that Louis is going to go for a 2TC play. So if it is a fast castle age, getting an outpost up on the gold from Louis could delay the castle age timing. But yeah, I mean, the 2TC play is going to kind of throw a wrench in that plan. Behind that, I think B himself is going to go for his fast castle age. And it's going to be difficult because Japan fast castle age is really good in this matchup. You get a free Shinto priest immediately. You're able to immediately be able to start contesting those relics, get a lot of unit production out. And look at where the relics are. Oh, he's walling in the far relic in the back, and all the other relics are right in the middle. Okay, wow. This actually slightly hurts B because these walls aren't needed. Oh, oh no. Oh no, they're gonna get torched.
Well, I think Louis got the memo. They're not needed because now they're gone. That was supposed to be a beautiful and perfect equilateral triangle, and now it's nothing. It's just a straight line. So it's gonna take a little bit of time, and obviously this delays B's castle age a little bit, right? Because it's 2 villagers that you could be having on food or you could be having on gold to make sure that you get up to castle age as quickly as possible. He's walling these relics, which is great, but like you said, now with the second town center, hopefully B scouts that soon and realize, maybe these triangles all over the map might not be the best idea yet.
But actually, Louis just rallied a lot of villagers back over to gold, so it is going to be a fast castle age attempt to follow up with. And I would... no, B, he's going away. Like an outpost now on the gold from Louis would have been great there. Louis, though, he's also getting his own outpost up there. So he's going to now have access to safe deer as well as... I gotta say, this is still looking at his base. This is still going to be very rough for Louis. He just doesn't have the resources like under his TC. He doesn't have the sheep that he needs. Like, sure, he's on the deer now, but that's unsupervised. Or like not inspired. He's going to need to make another prelate in order to be able to get inspiration out on these villagers. There is another prelate in queue now, so he is going to be working on that. But the castle age timing, it's going to be very late for Louis here, I feel like. He did add another barracks in, so we might see some spearmen coming out in order to defend his base. But spearmen also cost a lot of food. It's going to be tough for him to be able to afford all of that. I think just pure mounted samurai from B in a death ball might be potentially able to just end Louis.
Yeah, and I mean, especially because we talk about how quickly that you can mass up Onobugeisha, you could definitely mass up mounted samurai very quickly too, especially if you're quite unbothered in terms of your food resources and gold resources, because you get a Yoroshiru in one of those stables, you can pop out a mounted samurai every 12 seconds. So you might be thinking about things like the School of Cavalry being able to produce knights rather quickly, but a Yoroshiru stable, you can get that death ball of mounted samurai that you talked about at a moment's notice.
And the floating gate is now going to be coming in here for B. And not only that, he also already secured a lot of the relics out on the map with those initial walls. So we'll have no trouble at all securing a lot of these relics. And that means that Louis, with that second DC, I think he probably has no other option but then to go for Burgrave, which already hurts since he already made his first initial barracks. But Regnitz, I feel like, would just be wasted here.
Yeah, I think so too, because probably by the time Louis actually clicks up with whatever building he chooses, it's probably going to be another minute and a half-ish, or maybe even 2 minutes. So the Regnitz Cathedral is just going to end up being a fancy-looking building. There's nothing going to be there, right? So Burgrave is probably the idea, but I mean, do you really want to go against infantry against the Japanese civilization that has a lot of infantry unique technologies?
Louis, he's getting up there now with the food count. Gold still not quite there. Has a problem inspiring those gold villagers. B finally reaching that castle age. And there we go. Immediately, Onabagacious are coming out. He's going to be able to drop the Yorishiro in there. Mosque also going up immediately, or rather monastery. So he's going to immediately have a place to drop the relics off in.
I'm very curious, Vodka, if you wouldn't mind clicking on that barracks with the Yorishiro. I want to see how quickly he can spam out Onabugisha if we take a look here. Those Onabugisha. 5 seconds.
That is
5
absurd.
seconds. Don't blink, ladies and gentlemen, because you're going to see a couple Onabugisha pop out of there if you choose to. And now, with the military lead that he's going to have and will continue to have for the duration of this game, I'll tell you what, though, Crackety Spearman, if he did make that one Spearman and then he started canceling it, they're not going to do anything.
Yeah, and we see Louis, he's getting close to Castle Age, needs to be a Burgrave. If it's going to be anything other than a Burgrave, I think it's going to be a fast GG coming up from him. First relic has already been snagged, and I think the next 3 are also going to definitely be going over to B. Second Shinto Priest already out. First couple of Onabagishas are starting to burn down the wall there. Burgrave Palace is going to be coming in. Landsknechte could be coming out there for Louis, and an archery range as well. So we could potentially see some crossbows there as well. I'm still not sure. This, like, the food situation is still going to be very rough for Louis. He did make a mill there on those deer, but that's the part where B is actually going to be attacking from. And Louis, he's going to have to potentially, like, rush up that farm transition. That could kill him. We're already up to 17 military units here from B, and the count is just climbing insanely quickly now.
And that's the thing, because yeah, Louis can make land snakes, you know, out of the Burgrave Palace. You pronounce it better than I do. But he's able to make those units out of the Burgrave Palace. I just don't know, based on how many Onabugisha are here. I mean, I get that the Burgrave acts like 5 barracks or so, but I don't know if he's going to be able to keep up now that B has a 2-minute head start.
There's one archer out. Villagers, they can't really repair the wall because the Onabagishas also have bonus melee range. So the villagers repairing can easily be sniped from the Onabagishas on the other hand side. A couple of archers are now starting to hurt some of these Onabagishas. But now we also have the Daimyo, the Katana Bannerman arriving here. Third layer of walls coming in. B leading the charge with that Katana Bannerman. He's gonna also be able to absorb a lot of these shocks. He doesn't actually take a lot of damage from the archers. And that wall is also going to be going down really, really soon. And behind that, I mean, Louis, he just invested literally like 300 wood into those walls. 2 villagers go down in a heartbeat. And these Onabagishas, they're going to be in. They haven't actually been upgraded yet to veterancy. That upgrade is only coming in right now.
Yeah, it will be up pretty quickly just because I would imagine he's using the Yorishiro barracks in order to do it. But this food that Louis MT really relied upon here, he wanted to get a lot of those deer. He wanted to get those berries. Not going to be able to get them anymore. So what's Louis got to do? You know, I mean, he's gotten 1 or 2 of those berry patches that are right in front of his walls, you know, so they might be quote unquote safe, but it's going to force him to do things like a farm transition. And Crackety, it all comes back to the lack of sheep. Earlier in the game, he had to go out earlier for those. Now he's going to be stuck on food.
Now, B can't really finish the game off right now due to all of the outposts there, or rather that one outpost, the TCs. Louis could potentially just hide inside of those. A lot of archer fire will take down these Onabagishas, but that's where B is now going into the Samurai. We're seeing a lot of the upgrades coming in, veterancy on the Samurai as well. I think actually that might just be the normal Samurai upgrade there coming in beforehand. Odachi also in queue already. And with that, these Samurai, they're going to quite pack a punch. Not only is that +4 damage against the men-at-arms, but also against the archers. So archers will fall very, very quickly.
Yeah, this is such a good idea from B sprinkling these in.
You know, just they're able to tank a little bit from the men-at-arms that are there. You know, they would be able to tank if Louis did decide to make those land snakes. He would be able to, you know, tank a little bit of fire from those a little bit better than the Onobugisha can. So having those men-at-arms is really going to help, or those samurai, excuse me, they're really going to help. Louis trying to wall up again, trying to get another 3 layers of that onion, which we're calling his base at this point. He's just not going to get there in time. Onobugishas are going to be there. Men-at-arms are going to try to help out, but there's just too many here. They're just going to run right past them. They don't even care about those men-at-arms at all.
Yeah, the Onobugisha, with their insane movement speed, just run past those men-at-arms right on top of the archers. And they're taken down really, really quickly. At the same time, though, also a lot of Onobugishas are losing their life here. The rematch, though, behind that, there's still so many units flowing across, and this is where this map also comes into play on Lipany. There's a lot of berry bushes. The civilization with the biggest, or rather the best gather rate of berries, that's the Japanese.
Yeah, with all those upgrades, it's going to be rather difficult. This seems like a very, very good Japanese map, just like how you said. Now Samurai going to be able to come in. And what's nice is you make any other production buildings, right? For the Japanese, they're still coming out of the barracks. And your macro's relatively the same, right? Because they're going to cost food and gold as well. I don't see heavy maces out of Louis MT's men-at-arms because he was expecting more Onobugisha than anything else. And those men-at-arms are going to go down rather quickly to the Samurai, especially because of the armor that the Japanese have and those Samurai have. That first hit, it's free, it doesn't count.
Yeah. And now Sacred Sites all have been captured, all relics have been captured. And Louis, he's struggling right now, trying to get units out. The farm transition has been made in the meantime. But still, the food income, not even close to what B has right now. And now the reinforcements come from the other hand side of the map. Louis, he has to run right now with a military force, and B has the option to just potentially start burning down buildings.
Yeah, what's nice that now that he has the Samurai here, they're going to be able to tank some of that fire, right, from the town center, from the outpost. It's not like Louis MT has to... we would have to particularly micro every Onobugisha if he wanted to do the most effective damage. Military count 36 to 11. You see the food dropping per minute from Louis. Every man-at-arms that he gets killed, it's going to be difficult for him to remass. And now with these archers, yeah, they're going to be doing a little bit of kiting. Louis trying to add some crossbowmen as well while doing a farm transition, while getting his woodline raided on the north side as well. This is a travesty. Game easily goes to B for this one. And now, are we smelling that? We smell a little bit of comeback. It's 2-1 now. And B has the potential in this next game to even out this series.
Yeah, I think this definitely, especially for the mindset, was a much-needed win now for B. Able to get a victory of his own on the board. And I gotta say, this matchup, it didn't exactly play out as I envisioned it, but the end result still was very much what I thought would happen here. Relics definitely going to go over to the Japanese. It's just that early mass military production that they have access to. And with that, I mean, yeah, B able to win the game. I gotta say, like this... The walls definitely weren't necessary on the relics, but that was the first time that I actually saw like the triangle walls coming out on the relics. Like ever since the wall rework that happened, like you can make these walls so much like the angles, they can be so much tighter. And like the triangle walls, I've not seen them before. Like that was really cool. Like you save a lot of wood that way actually. Like 14 to 18 wood you actually save with that. That can be pretty massive. And now seeing a somewhat classic matchup here. English versus Chinese on Dry Arabia.
Wow, this one's pretty interesting. I know that you are a fan of China, and you've played a lot of China. This is something, you know, Crackety, I love you to pieces, but this is something I do hold against you pretty significantly as being a China favorite player. How do you feel when you play as China in the tops of the ladder like you are, and you face English? What is your first emotion that you feel? Do you feel like you got into a good matchup? Do you feel like, this is going to be a wreck? Give me your mindset when you queue into English.
Well, it's sort of like that one scene in Call of Duty. You got like this little objective popping up. Objective, survive. Because you got to survive against that early longbowman push up, against that early aggression. One point I do got to make, though, Tim, now that you mentioned me playing China, look at whose main civilization has been banned on both sides. Which civilization is clearly more broken than China? Yeah, it's talking of Sean here. So, you know,
You gotta take that as well. I mean,
Okay.
John, pretty strong at the moment. But yeah, we do have here the Chinese versus English. It is that situation, right? Like you gotta survive that early aggression coming out from the Chinese. Those longbows have an insane amount of range. You do have to like brace against that early aggression from the Chinese, from the English, because if English are able to completely shut down any one of your resources, like whether it's gold, whether it's food, whether it's wood, China will struggle. And they can do that with that incredible range on the longbowmen. Not only do they have one bonus damage, they also have 2 extra range compared to normal archers. So they have the potential to, for one, outrange outposts on the resource and just like surround wood lines, hit with like line of sight here and there. English do start to look, China does start to look a lot better there in Castle Age. They get the Palace Guards. Palace Guards, granted, they have like 1 less pierce armor, so longbowmen do particularly well there. But longbows are also slower, and Palace Guards are particularly fast. So Palace Guards do a great job of like catching longbows if they're out of position. And yeah, that's kind of where it goes. I think English, they do have to hard commit to feudal age. English definitely has to hard commit to feudal age against China. And if they're able to like completely deny one resource, that's when it becomes really, really tough for China to come back.
Yeah, I noticed the kind of power spike that China gets in Castle Age, especially, I mean, you're talking about the Palace Guards, yeah. Let's not forget the siege that Chinese have. You know, having the clock tower nest of bees, and for how tanky they are, for how many springolds you need for this patch. You know, this is going to be the last week that we end up seeing it. You know, how many springolds it takes to take down a clock tower nest of bees, because I know that makes me lose a decent amount of sleep, those clock tower nest of bees. But now we're heading into game number 4. Ladies and gentlemen, in a 2-1 series lead for Louis MT. His opponent, B, is going to be playing as the Chinese on the western side of the map. Louis getting a little aggressive as the English spawning in on the eastern side. Crackety, that's a barracks, and I think we're going to see some Vanguard men-at-arms coming out.
Indeed, we will. But this could potentially like be something that B probably wouldn't mind. Can we actually take a look at his TC range? Okay, it's not quite covering the gold, but that is not going to be the worst case, like the worst situation for the Chinese, because if they actually start like denying the gold, what China can do is they can mass drop off food on their mill and then do a move that I like to call tax evasion. Because every time you drop off a resource at one of their drop-off buildings, you generate 1 tax minimum. So even if you only drop off 1 food, you generate 1 tax. And with that, China actually has the option to very, very quickly be able to like go up to feudal age without even gathering any gold. But looking at this right now, it looks like B, he's playing the no IO feudal age build here that we saw from Louis as well. Personally, I'm not a big fan of that build. He did, however, send a lot of villagers over to gold, so he should be able to gather enough gold for his feudal age. I'm on the ropes about this build. I think personally it lacks a little bit of like mobility, or rather like flexibility when it comes to reacting to certain other builds. I wonder how well he, like, B is going to be able to play this now that he, like, doesn't have that initial plus 20% income there, because it actually does make a big difference. Sure, you save, like, you get 1 villager as well, but you also delay your Song Dynasty. I'm personally just really not a big fan of this build, I gotta say.
Well, I'll tell you what, Crackety, you talked about tax evasion by getting the IO to supervise the mill and get those big tax drops off. This is real tax evasion. There's no taxes at all here. You know, we don't even have an IO. And I think, yeah, it does make it a little difficult, right? There's not as much flexibility in your civ, you know, especially because the IO, yeah, you want to supervise that mill, right? Later in the game, you might want to supervise wood to get something like your production buildings going rather quickly. So I think it's going to be a little difficult for B. Might this be because Louis MT has a Vanguard men-at-arms? He put 5 on gold. He made sure he got his gold up there. He did a really good job of that, but he's going to need to do a little bit of something, whether make an IO or try to fight for that gold if he wants to make Song Dynasty.
Yeah, I feel like this game is going to become a little rough actually for Louis now. Oh my god. Oh my god. There's no sheep. There's no sheep. Louis doesn't have enough sheep in order to go up to feudal age.
No.
He doesn't have
sheep. He's
Oh
on
my
wood.
gosh.
He's on wood with all the villagers. Oh my god. This is... I mean, we saw how many sheep B had behind his scout, but I didn't think it would be that bad for Louis. He just didn't drop off the sheep in time, and he just didn't find it. Look at how many sheep B has in his base. Oh my god, this is so tough. Super tough now.
That's the kind of stuff, I don't know about you, Crackety, but that's the kind of stuff when I play this game that gets right into my head. You're 3 minutes into the game, you've barely found any sheep, and I know as the English, yeah, okay, you know, maybe they don't need as much sheep because they do their farm transition and all that kind of stuff, but they still need to farm. Or they still need to make the farms and do that transition and do that at some point. So having that lack of sheep in order to transition yourself very seamlessly through it, man, this would sit in my head for the whole game.
Yeah, I mean, this really hurts. We're looking at a 4-minute age up now. 4 minutes where Louis clicks the age up. Usually one single minute arm doesn't set you back like 2 minutes. It sets you back like 1 minute. So Louis, an entire minute later to feudal age, as he would have liked to be, in a matchup where he needs to play aggressive, this hurts tremendously right now. And where's the minute arm right now from Louis? I see a green dot at the market. What? Okay.
Seeing the sights, that's great. Maybe
Scouting the map?
trying to check the next dry Arabia over. As you see, he's right near the border. Maybe wants to take a peek at what's going on for maybe map number 5. But for this, for that Vanguard Men at Arms too, I mean, yeah, he tried to get a little bit of aggression going, but I think because of that, maybe because he spent that 100 wood, didn't really have, you know, the sheep. We're looking at economic count of 24 to 21. Was there a little bit of idle time on Louis' side? Or does that just count the IOs for Chinese?
There must have been idle time, right? There, like, he has to make a farm transition like 4 minutes into the game. I believe there must have been significant idle time for him on that TC, and that truly, truly hurts a lot. Like Louis, he's starting the set very, very far behind. Yeah, the IOs also play in there. Yeah, true. He made all the IOs. Yeah, never mind. You're right. All the IOs. Okay. Usually you're not that far ahead right now, China. It comes in once you reach Song. There hasn't been Song at all, so Chad is right here in this situation. The IOs, they do make up the difference there.
Well, we do know that Twitch chat is Conqueror 7, whether we choose to believe it or otherwise. So
it's weird. This entire game is so weird right now compared to what we usually see. Like, I definitely could have imagined there being idle time with Louis just not having sheep there for a lot of the time. B though, it's also weird now that he doesn't go for Song Dynasty at all, because that's also where one of the main strengths is from China. This kind of completely invalidates the, like, you kind of immediately get rid of the one benefit that you have with the 4 IO opening, or rather with the early Imperial Academy with the non-IO opening.
Yeah, this makes it, I don't know. This makes it, I mean, obviously we talked about, you know, the problems with sheep with Louis, and it just means that early game, because we talked about this matchup, right? English has to get the ball rolling, right? They get some longbowmen, they get some spearmen, they try to take aggressiveness and feudal, and in a game that's only just about eclipsing the 7th minute, Louis has not made any strides of aggression. And now there's a giant 5,000 hit point outpost going to be coming up for China. The Barbican of the Sun's going to be there. Horseman trying to get a little bit of a raid, but Louis, he's being defensive in this particular situation. He has spearmen, but
Barbican gets torched by the scout there. Okay, now he's building it.
It's going to take a lot of torches, that's for sure. But with Louis MT now being defensive as the English 7 minutes of the game, you really don't want to be in this spot.
Yeah, it definitely hurts him a lot. I feel like B behind this could also just pivot into fast castle age. We do see him now making archers, so now it's going to be a little bit more of an aggressive situation. Maybe he just was a little bit confused by how food-starved Louis was in the end, like with the late 8-up. But Louis is still playing like a lot of units. He's still making a lot of units, bringing a lot of units out on the field. He's getting economy upgrades. He's getting in a spot where English still doesn't feel that bad, like having 2 farm clusters up already. And I think Louis right now, he's just making units and trying to also go up to castle age behind upgrades, slowly but surely. And because B actually hasn't been on Song Dynasty for the last 3 minutes as he could have been, he's not that far ahead with villagers.
Right. I mean, you know, for the Song Dynasty, even though they're full price, they're going to be a little bit quicker for those villagers to come out. So we will see that villager lead, or, you know, economic lead, as you see those villagers every 15 seconds instead of 20. You're going to see it at 4, but probably a little bit later, maybe about 3-4 minutes, we're going to see that bump up. Just, it's not going to be 4, it's going to be 7 or 8. And by the time Louis does go up to Castle Age, if he chooses to at the King's Palace, he's going to need to play catch up.
We are seeing B now macro up to Castle Age, so Castle Age should be coming in soon. One great tech to have really early on in from the Imperial Academy is the one where you suddenly start being able to pick up to 80 gold from your text buildings. You got that relatively early now, and now the archers are making a move. Villager going down, so that's one villager kill here. Lose a lot of the archers as well. But behind that, B is going to be moving up to Castle Age very, very quickly here now with the astronomical clock tower behind all of these units that he made.
And this just goes to show, this is a really good heads-up play by B, too. Especially that little bit of, I want to call it pseudo-aggression. You know, he has a little bit of horsemen, he has a little bit of archers. Haven't seen a regular Chinese archer in a minute, I'll be honest with you. But having those units and just having that little bit of aggression, he's not trying to win the game right now. You know, he's just making sure that Louis sits in his base. He can go up to Castle Age very smoothly, 9.5 minutes, right? He could start pumping out those clock tower siege apparatuses if he chooses to. But now that he's sitting on one town center, you might be able to get relics because the map's opened up to you. English is already walled, right? For B in the Castle Age, you can get things like Lancers that can help him out. I mean, against feudal age spearmen and how many there are, it might not be the best, but definitely against those longbowmen. And for what you have in your army already, this is looking good for B. Maybe we'll see a little bit of a snowball from him here.
We're now also getting some blackness upgrade. Couple of knights coming out. Veterancy on the archers in queue as well. Louis behind the 2 farm clusters, adding in a couple more farms. Third farm cluster is also now going to be on the way. Full wall's about to come in, so the knights shouldn't really achieve too much here. B probably needs to pivot into men-at-arms if he really wants to like push into Louis' base here, because there's a lot of spearmen out right now.
Yeah, and it's so good against feudal English. You know, for the Chinese, having something like palace guards, you're going to be able to, like we talked about a little bit before while this game was in lobby, being able to chase down those longbowmen, you can chase down spears and all of that kind of stuff. Louis trying to get aggressive in feudal age. Just about before the 11th minute hits, he's got that giant barbican that's taking, you know, that's controlling that gold and controlling that stone. And I think for Louis, there really isn't anywhere for this mass to go.
Yeah, he probably needs to head back to his base. Kudos actually to him for like noticing that, like he pushed B's army back all the way to his base, but then he also went back because he doesn't want to stick around for too long, because the upgrades are now in. We have +2 ranged armor on these knights, on these archers, on these horsemen as well. So they'll take a lot less damage from these longbowmen now. And Louis behind that also going to be on his way up to Castle Age soon.
Yeah, I mean, he will. It just depends on what he's able to actually do with it. You know, I mean, we're seeing B, he's adding some stone in as well. He's got about 400 in stops, so he's probably going to be going for a second town center. Now taking this fight with some Castle Age units against feudal. Really like that archer mass from B, going to be able to take down a lot of these spearmen. You have the mobility of the horses that you're seeing B do with this absolute perfect micro. He tries to get around there, tries to go a little bit of a choke point, and then there's a little bit of a caster's curse as he stops and all those horses go down.
Yeah, the perfect micro. I mean, he did do a lot of damage to these knights, and these are all like weak knights now that he's microing back. Definitely not the greatest engagement. I like how little damage the archers took there with the +2 armor there. Meant that actually it took like, it would have taken like +2 lombos in order to be able to one-shot the archers. Wasn't the case, so Louis actually took a lot longer to clean up those archers than he probably should have.
Yeah, I think so too. I mean, although they went down, there's still some archer reinforcements for B, right? We'll be able to take down some of those spearmen. You can see Louis going up with the King's Palace as he takes this engagement. Looks like he will get in on those longbowmen. Archers might be able to take down a lot of those spears. There's one very at bad health, and now with just those 1 or 2 lancers, one of them with very good micro at 2 health gets pulled back. But now with no spearmen back here, those longbowmen have to run back to that English base, tail between their legs. And Louis, again, does not have anything like map control. There's that Vanguard men-at-arms 1 minute in, trying to take some hits on some Chinese villagers, but not getting there. And Crackety, take a look at that economic count now, as that second town center hasn't been able to pump villagers out for the Chinese. But because of Song Dynasty, it's 51 to 43.
B knows that Louis is going to be going with the King's Palace and adding a second town to him. He adds a second of his own, so that economic quote-unquote bleeding for the English and this small increase for the Chinese is going to keep going.
Yeah. 5 villager lead in theory right now with the Imperial officials, but Louis is now on the second TC, so slowly but surely should be able to inch his way ahead when it comes to the villager count. Never mind, second TC has gone up for B behind all of that. And with that, his villager count is going to skyrocket. 2 TC song now. I don't think Louis noticed that.
And I think, you know, if we take a look at B's base here, yeah, he hasn't done anything like walls, you know, but he doesn't really need to because he has all the map control, right? He's being super aggressive, so he doesn't need to do anything like walls, but it also means for the Chinese that they can go out and get those outside food resources. They could delay a granary transition just a little bit, right? So it means that he can continuously pump units. He doesn't have to slow the tempo of his game. He can do things like get that map control. I see that monastery over there for the Chinese, so he's able to get relics as well. It just means B is doing a very good job of not only getting the map control, but exploiting the resources that the map has to offer.
Yeah, relics surely soon to be coming in for B. He's pumping out a lot of these monks. 3 monks overall total will be out on the field, combined with the ones that he has in queue. The farming economy for Louis right now is looking good, but the wood income miles and miles ahead for B, so I think we're probably going to be seeing a couple of nests of Bs coming in shortly as well, in order to really like go for an all-in push now. Not that it's needed like an all-in push, it's going to be like a systematic like bit by bit pushing into the base from B.
Yeah, and because, I mean, when you're going against the English, just doing that all in and pushing right into that English base, remember, there's still network of castles there. You know, so maybe, you know, Louis, he has spearmen, he has some longbowmen, and they have a decent amount of range, but you gotta remember, they're attacking at 20% faster than a lot of those. So maybe an all-in push, usually for the English, means you might be able to defend it, and they're one of the best civs at defending it, and then they counter-push you, right? So he is, if he does this, right, he's just being annoying, he's trying to take down these walls, maybe get a couple bill kills along the way. You're just continuously hemorrhaging English, and it's almost like a death by 1,000 paper cut situation.
Yeah, wall is gonna go down soon. Still, it's only knights and archers right now. Crossbows have come out for Louis in the meantime. The longbowmen haven't been upgraded. Still, never mind. The longbow upgrade did come in the meantime, so we do have veterancy longbows there as well. Right now, it's just this mass of infantry that English loves to make, and he's just sitting right now in the base. Choke points will help him a lot when it comes to defending there. B, though, pulling ahead massively right now with the villagers due to that second TC. Granary transition is on its way as well. So B, his economy is starting to look super scary here. 1,700 food per minute right now for him.
Yeah, you know, Kraken, as somebody who plays Chinese, if you can incrementally and systematically get a granary transition without just having to throw all of your granaries and farms down at once, while having some outside food resources at the same time, you know you're in a good spot as the Chinese.
Yeah, 100%. First nest of B is going to be in the queue now as well. Crossbows coming in too. Right as Louis is starting to mix in a couple more men-at-arms. And Louis actually out on the map there when it comes to the gold before his first gold mine got exhausted. Also still actively scouting. 4 relics have already been collected by B here. 5th relic is very, very safe for him inside his base. A single man-at-arm now going for a raid there. That's actually a little bit annoying. Villager going down there.
Those Chinese villagers are standing around. I know that deer was, you know, pretty much finished, but those Chinese villagers are standing around looking at that men-at-arms being like, whose man is this? Get him out of here. We have so many villagers. We have a granary transition we got to do. Now they're getting their steps in and walking all the way at that one men-at-arms, that 100 food and 20 gold did a lot of work.
Villagers are moving all the way over to the second tier spot now. He once again trying to push through the middle here. Men-at-arms now in the mix as well. Spearman in front as well. Longbowman just kiting forward. Dishing out damage against the archers, but there's an SFB. Big shot comes out on the crossbow mass here. And Louis splitting up his units, trying to minimize the damage. Men-at-arms trying to go for that nest of bees now. Knights right on them. Looks like the men-at-arms should be able to take the nest of bees down, but Men-at-arms will go down to the knights here. Louis actually still taking a really good fight.
look how tanky that nest of bees was in that matchup, however. I mean, yeah, a lot of that range mass from Louis ends up staying alive, but that nest of bees probably got off another 2 shots when I really didn't expect it to. There were 5 or 6 men-at-arms kind of surrounding it. Louis able to defend a little bit, right? Network of castles kind of helping out. Maybe he's trying to extend a little bit, give himself a chance to breathe, but he's going to look back, and if he sees anything about what's going on in China's base, it feels like China's set up for late game already.
Yeah, having all the sacred sites, having all the relics. Actually, the 5th relic hasn't been taken yet by B. It's right next to the 2nd TC. Still hasn't been taken yet. It's actually blocking his granaries a little bit.
Yeah, that's kind of a win-win if you pick that one up. You know, having relic number 5, you get that gold per minute, and you'll be able to make some farms around it. And a lot of these villagers now might not be as safe. You know, Louis got a little bit of breathing room. He's got, it looks like, a couple more beehives out on the map, and it will make good work against a lot of English units, because you know in Castle Age, they love making foot soldiers. They love their crossbowmen, longbows. They make their men-at-arms. They usually don't go for stable too much unless it's a fast castle, but Louis now starting to. He's adding some English horsemen, and you got to know you're in a good spot if the English is starting to make horsemen against you.
Yeah. I'm looking at people right now saying that knights are too weak. You did realize that they were both spearmen and crossbows in Louis' army, right? Right? Oh my god.
Yeah, I mean, it was the ultimate knight counter, you know, of the army that Louis chose to make, and now starting to get into horsemen just a little bit, but B going for more of a palace guard route. Looks like Louis does have a decent amount of crossbowmen. I don't see any network of castles here. This could be a relatively good fight. Horsemen trying to get a flank around the east side, trying to take down these nest of bees. As long as he has enough units to kind of surround these nest of bees, they might be in good shape, but one definitely going down. They get a surround on that back one. That range mass is going to be able to come up a little bit, and all of a sudden, all of these nest of bees, maybe besides one, I think one might end up getting saved, but that's a lot of resources that just turned into a pile of firewood on the ground, Crackety.
Yeah, that's 1,800 resources suddenly going down there. Nest of bees, one is remaining with very, very little health, going down now as well, and all the other units, all the supporting infantry went down with it. Louis, with the really nice split there on the army, making sure that all of his, like, the spread on the army, making sure that he can't take, like, too much damage from these nest of bees.
And the thing is, Louis making a bunch of anti-heavy units, right? He has crossbowmen, he has men-at-arms that are going to take the brunt of a lot of hits, he's adding some spearmen that are going to help him out. It just seems like what B is doing, making palace guards and making knights, he's got to make a switch at some point. Those crossbowmen are eating him alive.
Yeah, he's got his own crossbows, and you can't really go for your own archers as well, since there are men-at-arms, which do have +2 armor for the English. Horsemen in there as well. It's really tough adding in your own archers here. It's gonna have to just be like mass nest of bees and palace guards for him. Villagers getting sniped before the outpost goes up. Nest of bees setting itself up for another couple of shots there. Palace guards this time protecting the nest of bees, making sure that this time nest of bee won't go down to those couple of horsemen there. Trying to take shots, but nest of bee is gonna be a little bit too tanky here to go down.
Those crossbowmen, and most of them end up staying alive throughout the duration of this battle. It feels like for B, it doesn't matter how many beehives he has, he just can't get a good shot. He can't get a good shot on them. And now, I mean, B, because he has the economic lead, he took a lot of these quote-unquote bad trades. You know, he took a lot of these quote-unquote lost battles, but that doesn't mean that he loses the war, right? Because he can just continuously pump all of these units over and over again, and Louis really doesn't have the potential to right now. He's still trying to get villagers. He's not up past that 100 economic count level yet.
And all of that, Louis also trying to raid every now and then here and there with his cavalry out on the map. Very nice, splitting B's attention, and yeah, B finally able to clear up one raid, but Louis surely at one point is just going to raid on another side as well.
Yeah, I really like this from Louis. I mean, having counter raids trying to get yourself back into the game, right? You know that B has an economic advantage just because he's 2 TC Song Dynasty, so you got to even the count somehow, right? And villagers, surprisingly, a lack of villager kills. You see 6 on one side, 7 on the other. But I think with how many Bs there are now, and he can continuously make them, he's got 5, another one in the queue. They're probably all of Clock Tower origin. I think Network of Castles be damn cracky. I think B's got too much.
Yeah, now Horseman, it looks like Louis is going to try and wrap around, but the barracks, they're going to block all of his units here. Production is creating such a big choke point here, and the nest of bees, he's just not able to touch them. Might actually need to delete the barracks here if he really wants to get on top of them. But his massive infantry might actually be enough here to push B back. With the spread formation on his units, and SFPs just aren't able to get that much value. One goes down, Springle's in the mix as well, taking SFPs down. And Louis is actually able to potentially push B back out of his base here.
This is insane. The fact that Louis is able to do this continuously. I mean, yeah, he has defender's advantage, but I think this is just showing the power of English and how English can be such a defensive civ and being able to make sure their villagers back home are safe. If I were a villager and I had to pick a civ to live in, I'd probably pick English.
Yeah. I think B, he needs to start thinking about Castle Age and just massing Palace Guards and trying to raid, because raiding is really where he can turn this game around against the English, because right now English, they're starting to get into that position that they really like. Like they got the military superiority. If they're able to go up to Imperial Age and get the enclosures upgrade for their farms, they can be in a really, really good position here.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's the very frustrating thing when you're playing against English, right? You get to Imperial Age English, they get their gold from their farms, they get their food from their farms. Where do they need to go outside of their base? You know, in terms of raiding potential against the English, you're really not going to find it, right? Because everything's inside and they're going to have network castles to kind of help them out. But now with the military count of 44 to 28, B is continuously trying to pump units. He's getting Palace Guards. He's actually adding some Springolds in as well, because Louis is adding his own siege. This might be a time for Louis. Yeah, he can get to Imperial, and it looks like he's macroing there. But now, as he does hit Imperial, he finally has, it feels like for the first time in this game, he has a little bit of breathing room.
Yeah, it's been very much non-stop aggression here for the entire first half of the game, from B onto Louis. That's kind of the thing, though, right? Where Louis' civilization, they're fine being on the defensive. They're very much fine with it, and Louis played it fantastically, being able to hold out for that long. Berkshire is now being built. 20 villagers are moving onto that one. We got Springles here on the front side as well, so an SFB should probably not be getting too much value in here as well. Let's not forget that the English, the English Springles are just about one of the strongest in the game right now, as soon as you get like the aura on them as well. But at the same time, we got a Clock Tower Springle here as well. Louis Springles are getting sniped. Berkshire, he's just sacrificing his army right now in order to be able to get the Berkshire out. 23 villagers hammering away at that. Once the Berkshire is up, B is gonna have to like forgo this side and attack from the upper side, because from this angle he will not be able to push through.
And Louis did that so perfectly. He held for just enough time so those villagers can park themselves into that Berkshire, and now that Berkshire, we know how big of a radius, how big of a tile range that thing has. It can fire arrows. Look at this. B's army is retreating all the way to the west. The Berkshire's almost off the camera and taking hits on a lot of those crossbowmen, a lot of those men's arms. So you're exactly right. B's got to find an area. Oh my god, that gold mine is in Narnia, and it's shooting at it. Oh my god, this landmark is something else.
A little right there, but Keep from B is going to protect all of his farming economy. B now also going up to the Imperial Age. It really needs to come down to like this situation where Louis right now, he doesn't have stone walls up. And okay, he's working on it. He's working on getting some stone walls up. But I say that against China, if you're in Imperial Age, or like both players are in Imperial Age, and you don't have full stone walls against China, you're gonna have trouble stopping all the raids, because if you get to that point where you got like all of these palace guards with their 1.38 tiles per second movement speed, potentially up to 1.5 tiles per second of movement speed if you go Yuan Dynasty, you're gonna have a lot of trouble stopping the raids from coming in.
Oh, from that 1.5 movement speed that you said, a knight has 1.62. So they're borderline knights on foot, running at you, sprinting at you, trying to take down. And especially when we're talking about the English, you get a few palace guards on those farmlands, those golden English fields. That could be a death sentence for you, because that's not only your food, but that's your gold too, right? So now, B, look at how much, oh my god, Crackety, look how much food per minute he's cranking out. From, you know, obviously those granaries. We had a little bit of raid there on the south side, but now all of those are going to be there. 77 total farms that he has in this game. He had about 4,000 food before. He cashed out about half of it, trying to get the Great Wall Gatehouse, so he will be going up to Imp. It looks like that keep's going to go up because it's a Chinese keep. It gets up in a blink of an eye. B's going to beat him in Imperial Age, and I'll be honest, Crackety, I don't think this game's ending anytime soon.
I agree. This game is probably got at least another 20 minutes in it. Both players have been so aggressive so far in this game, and they're also like splitting the map up pretty much equally here. 50-50 for every player. Louis has access to the large gold there. He's gonna have to do something about the Berkshire though, because there's a large gold vein that he really wants to gather from and just doesn't have access to right now.
Yeah, that is rough. And I mean, there's about 3,600 left of that 8,000, but it looks like B's trying to make a little bit of a push as he just hit Imperial Age. And he's trying to get to that really soft underbelly of the English Empire, trying to get to those farm fields, maybe trying to get some of those outside food resources. Louis, as the English, that mobility, we talked about it in feudal age, isn't exactly there, right? So his army is more like in the middle of the map. It's going to be difficult for him to work his way all the way back. So B, looking for that new angle, like you said, he went from the north side, making sure the Berkshire doesn't fire those arrows at him. That might be a new plan of attack, because if I'm looking on the north side as well, Crackety, I'm seeing a big gold vein there too.
Yeah, that definitely is something that B could also go for. Does have that gatehouse there as well in the middle, protecting the entire mid-map of the game, of the map for him. And now we're also seeing pyrotechnics coming out, so mass hand cannoneers could be in play for the Chinese very soon. Hand cannoneers with a lot of bonus range. Louis, he's also switching into horseman now. He's got the elite upgrade for the horseman. Might just want to try and raid, but the map is pretty much fully stonewalled at this point in time. Little troop here of units from B moving out, trying to get some raid in as well. And we should be seeing Yuan Dynasty coming in soon for B.
Yeah, I think the Yuan Dynasty is going to be really, really helpful for him. What's really nice, those nested Ps are going to be able to take shots over that stone wall. Elite men-at-arms have to truck their way over to the northern side of the map to make sure a lot of those villages don't go down before the English. But these nested Bs doing a good job just making sure, you know, whatever units are here, if there's villagers here, if there's whatever, maybe they'll be able to take good hits on them. Because for Louis, even though, remember a long time ago, enclosures did get nerfed somewhat significantly, so you can't just rely on gold for the rest of the game. You do need a little bit of outside gold if you want to keep pumping out things.
Yeah. Yuan Dynasty here would be great for B, because like if you go Yuan Dynasty, you get unlock the pagodas, and pagodas actually generate more resource per minute than Regnit's Cathedral relics. Instead, we're seeing Spirit. Oh, this is big. This is Giga Brain. We're seeing Spirit Wave first for Ming Dynasty, and after that, he is going to be going for Yuan Dynasty. So he has all dynasties unlocked for the maximum amount of bonus resource that you get with the oh my god, Ancestral Techniques upgrade as well. And then he's going for Yuan Dynasty for the most busted dynasty bonus as well with the plus movement speed. There it is, Imperial Palace.
Oh my gosh, that is, oh my god, that is 500 IQ from B, and the Spirit Way will be going up, so you get that quick Dynasty, and then you'll be able to Imperial Palace again. That's so fantastic. Louis trying to get some raids in the meantime, right? Around those granary fields. Those granary fields are so far out of the way. You know, they're all the way down there on that southwestern side. And even though, you know, you have a keep there, you have a little bit of defenses there that's going to help you out, but like, this is such a difficult area to raid if you're Louis, isn't it?
It definitely is gonna be, because now B probably sees like half the map there. Oh, a keep has gone out for Louis though. He's attacking the villagers there on the gold from B. B hasn't noticed yet. He's gonna lose a lot of villagers there if he doesn't pull them back soon. Now he notices, pulls them back. There's not that much gold remaining on the map though. I think at one point in time, B might actually have to start trading here, because Louis, he's getting a lot of passive gold from his farms in. He is getting a lot of gold from tax in, but it's not comparable, not really. It's like, English farms are probably like 2-3 times as good here right now.
Look at those hand cannoneers too, Crackety. We're talking about the Berkshire and how much range it has. Don't sleep on those hand cannoneers from the Chinese, because their ability to be able to pop off and take out those men-at-arms before they even close the distance is going to be so huge. And we know, you know, this post-Imperial English play, they're going to want to go things like men-at-arms. They're going to want to go a lot of a super food-heavy macro, because they're trying to get gold at the same time. Men-at-arms are not going to look good against those Chinese hand cannons.
Yeah, an issue is also that hand cannoneers, like, Yuan Dynasty provides all military and all villagers as well. Like, it's not just infantry. All villagers and all military units, everything except siege and ships, gets plus 15% movement speed. The hand carriers are going to be able to catch up to the men-at-arms. Their crossbows are going to be able to catch up to the men-at-arms. The villagers are going to be more efficient on the farms because now they move at pretty much Yam or like Mongol speed.
Yeah,
Like,
because
these
basically,
arms aren't gonna
it's
achieve
basically
anything.
like an extra wheelbarrow, isn't it?
Yeah.
Going at that 15%, and it's just, especially when you have granaries, right, and you have farms that take a lot of walk time to deposit those resources back and forth. Although I don't know how many more deposits these villagers are going to make. There's a good men-at-arms right here. I'm seeing about 9 or 10. You're right; those hand cannoneers are going to catch up, but maybe they'll pick up a couple in the process.
And ancient techniques just came in. Like that upgrade had been bugged for a very, very long time. Basically, it increased. I think it increases your gather speed by like 4% or 3% for every single dynasty that you've been in. There are 4 dynasties that B has been in, so it's gonna be a lot of additional efficiency now on his villagers.
Yeah, it's really nice how, as we see these springles going down, it's really nice how, for the Chinese, especially in that late game economy, everything is so synergistic with itself. You know, you get, okay, there's plus 4% here, and you get another 15% move speed, and then, ancient technique coming. Then all of a sudden, you're gathering resources, and you're gobbling them up with a vacuum cleaner, and then you're able to consistently pop cap yourself for basically the duration of the game.
We're talking a lot about China though right now. Let's look at what Louis is doing here right now. He's got a lot of units out on the field. He's got a pretty big food bank. He's got a lot of gold as well. Like he's still very much in this because English, they do find themselves in the late game a lot, and they're comfortable there. Even though B has 5 relics, a lot of them now in pagodas as well. This is still not over. English are definitely one of these civilizations in the game that can still come back even after that horrendous start with only 3 sheep that Louis had. We're still in this, like, we got to this point in the game from that start.
Yeah, and I mean, for Louis, in the English, it's all about how defensive you could be, right? I mean, B, yeah, he's got a little bit of siege, he has a good military mass, but that English base is so challenging to get through because not only, I mean, obviously you have Berkshire here that's going to help you out, but now that network of castles, most likely, is network of citadels. So instead of plus 20%, it's plus 40%. So they can stay defensive, they can have a military disadvantage for some time and still win fights. So this is just, it ends up being a stalemate.
Louis getting through these walls is pretty huge for him because now he's in a position where he can potentially get some raids in. He's trying to get another keep up, trying to defend his farming economy there. He still has a lot of food in the bank, so this isn't going to kill him. He still also has 2 TC Song, so not 2 TC Song, but 2 TC UN Dynasty now. So he can still like reboom. Louis still causing a lot of distraction right now. Like B right now, he would really want to start raiding his opponent. He can't really do that right now just because there's so many fires in his own base that he needs to like deal with. Even though he's faster, he's still having trouble like catching up to all of these units right now just because Louis, he's not fighting, he's running through.
Yeah, and I mean, he did have that one keep, and I think that one on the north side will end up getting taken down. But look at this. B uses pretty much his entire army. I'm pretty sure this is the majority, if not all, of his military mass. Chasing 10 men-at-arms on the corner of the map, right? So Louis can do things
really
like mass up his own
efficient,
army. Yeah, I mean, Louis can mass up his own army. He's doing things like making more rams, so he's able to make more areas to get through and get some raiding. Look at all these palace guards. This is like am I in Barcelona? This is like a gold rush.
It looks like B has noticed though, and now he's gonna pull the majority of his army towards other sides where he can start doing some pressure. He's also got some emplacements here on these outposts, making sure that that gold mine is not gonna be mined by Louis much longer. And now in the middle of the map, in front of the farming economy, Louis is now setting up his own keep here potentially, but the military force from B, it's all here now. And I don't think that Louis will be able to get that keep up.
No, this keep isn't a Chinese keep, right? It's going to be the same kind of speed. He does end up deleting it. Knows that that first one was a little bit cheeky, but now we have a big battle. Those men-at-arms, with all their armor, they're trying to make sure they can carve through, try to get through some of these palace guards. Horsemen, bypassing those palace guards of B pretty much entirely, wants to take down these nest of bees. Villagers are trying to repair it, but they're not going to get there in time. All those villagers end up sticking around. The only thing we have is a hand cannon mass in the back. English men-at-arms making really quick work of those palace guards because of that iron Chad armor, and boy are they the chatties making down that front line. For Louis MP, he's able to continually produce this,
while this keep is going to be able to go up, and now Louis has a front forward position with network of Citadels. That's a huge battle for him.
Yeah, Palace Guards, I mean, they are faster, but in these head-to-head engagements, they're going to lose to the men-at-arms. Not only do they have more armor, as you mentioned, but they also have that plus bonus like to the attack speed. They're attacking super quickly compared to these Palace Guards. Palace Guards, they're really a unit that you need to use to raid. These head-to-head engagements, they just don't really work out too well for them. Did Louis delete some of his villagers? He's down to sub 100 villagers right now. Maybe he just lost them to... Maybe they were on the gold mine at the top side with the emplacements where he lost them. But now the mass of horsemen is just running through the base of B right now. Oh, we need to be careful. Mangonel gets some great shots in there on the hand cannoneers. Hand cannoneers going down in mass there to that one Mangonel. And Louis, he's taking the fight under the keep, convincingly so. The Rams! They're taking down the farms!
God, those Rams, they're just ramming down wheat fields or rice paddies, whatever the Chinese are having to be farming. This is an absolute massacre. Now, he has to take time to rebuild some of those farms, put them in different places. You're not going to have the granary, extra food buff that you really have. These Rams are worth their weight in wood. B going to be able to repel just a little bit. It looks like Louis FC trying to get as much siege, you know, trying to get some Mangonels because those horsemen surround. You know, he had like 20-some horsemen trying to get those hand cannoneers. Those hand cannoneers as a DPS unit, they're just so strong. You know, and even
Louis,
with these horsemen, you're not going to be able to surround them.
And Louis behind this, like, this push was really crazy from him, but it also was so expensive. He exhausted most of his food bank with it, and now he's in position to push in. These bombards as well, they got the upgrade. They're attacking a lot faster right now than your normal bombards as well. And B, with this force that he has right now, Firelands as well, finally, he can probably start thinking about raiding the economy from Louis himself.
Yeah, this might be a little bit of an overextend from Louis. I mean, I understand you want to get in the face of those granaries, but now that front keep is gone, that you spent that stone, a lot of your keep is gone. He has to go back into the mass. Population difference is huge. Trackety, it's 198, or basically cap. For B, it's 153 for Louis. Like you said, when you get to this part of the game, we're 40 minutes into the game, it's not a resource float anymore. It's a stockpile. And if I want to take a look at stockpiles, I'm giving the edge to B.
Yeah, the army on the field right now also looks superior for B at this point in time. Mangonel gets some shots off on those hand cannoneers that are flying all around those bombard cannons, but the Berkshire is very likely to be going down here now.
Yeah, I mean, look at the horsemen. They tried to get us around. There's hand cannoneers that are supposed to be the quote-unquote counter. It's a ranged unit, right? The DPS of those hand cannoneers are way too much. And honestly, for all of those horsemen, it just felt like a bunch of wasted food. That Berkshire is not a red palace. It can't shred through things like bombards. Now, it is going down. Louis is going to have to back up. He's got villagers backing up as well. Population count at 141, and it's dropping.
And now B has access to that large gold mine again. There was around 4,000 gold remaining in that, so now he's going to be able to gather all of that up again. Palace Guards, he's smashing out Fire Lancers, Hand Cannoneers, Bombards at the front. He has all the tools now that he needs in order to push this in, and Louis, he's messing up his own horsemen, his own Hand Cannoneers now. Notices that just the pure melee frontline that he went with earlier, it's not going to be enough in order to stem this flood that B has going right now.
Yeah, and I don't think for the English, I don't think those elite horsemen are going to make much of a difference. Fire Lancers trying to get a little bit of a raid. Louis does have 2 Springolds here, but when you have more Bombards and your opponent does Springolds, you got to be in pretty good shape. And we're going to see those Bombards trying to take it down. Horsemen on that flank over there on the eastern side. It looks like they're trying to make up the front line just because those Men-at-Arms need a little bit of a help. They're trying to get it on hand cannoneers. They're continuing to drop like flies. Villagers are coming up from B. I'm not sure if we're trying to get a repair here on some of those Bombards, and we are. We might be able to see there's a front keep. B is getting a base keep up on the northern part of your screen while this battle is happening. B is saying, get the hell out of my game.
Yeah, B finally going for an all-in push. 74 military units compared to 30 right now. And look at the production. B, so many units on queue. Louis, he's not able to keep up with that. And finally, it looked like B, it looked so over from the get-go. So many sheep that he had compared to Louis. The tempo was there throughout the entire time. It looks like now, finally, Louis, he's done such a great job of holding so far. He's done such a great job of pushing back, getting the raids and pushing B to the absolute limits here in this matchup. But finally, B, after 40 minutes in this game, in a position to close it out potentially. And with that, GG gets called. B is gonna able to equal out the series 2-2 now in this best of 7.
I'll tell you what, just as a sidebar, this is how you know Crackety is a professional. He called it within 2 seconds of this game getting called. Just honestly, I need an applause in chat for Crackety because that was amazing. Second of all, if we're taking a look at what happened throughout the duration of this game, you know, it seemed like Louis was on the back foot for a decent amount. Louis tried to get up front, tried to get aggressive, overextended just a little bit on those granaries. And I think when you're playing as the English, getting aggressive really doesn't feel like your MO. You know, you really, if you get defensive, you're able to take a good fight, and then you can counter push after it. That could help you out. Louis might have just with that overextended could have cost him. And for also Crackety, as we foreshadowed with the first couple minutes in the game, maybe it was the sheep.
Yeah, I mean the sheep they definitely set like Louis up for a game where he can't go for like that really early feudal age push that English really wants to do against China in that matchup. They just couldn't go for it. Instead, the game did go out long, and Louis did an amazing job there, going for the raids, like really getting back into that game. It really looked close there at multiple points throughout the game, and man, it's English really looked strong there for a good portion, but in the end, Louis wasn't able to close it out. I feel like the early tempo definitely kind of set the game up there, and in the end, B played the game in a way that he usually doesn't, and it really worked out well there for him. He got the stone walls up, he got the keeps up on these crucial resources, securing the map control, and yeah, with that, able to win the game there in the long run.
And you know what the best part about B winning the game in the long run here on game number 4? Usually I don't talk about China wins in such a positive light, but we're tied now, ladies and gentlemen. 2-2. We were thinking, oh man, Louis might steamroll this. You know, he was 2-0. He had some good civ picks. You know, there were good matchups going up against him. He knew how to play his map. He knew, you know, kind of the right things to do in terms of aggression. B was not going to sit down. He wasn't going to get 4-0'd. And he ended up taking game 3 and game number 4. Now, on 5, we talked about this map. We talked about this map a little bit before this series started. It's bridges. We're going to see some bridges. We're going to see some any civil engineers in chat. Hello, this is the map for you. We got some bridges. They're going to be able to go down. They're going to be able to get rebuilt. And now we have 2 civilizations that particularly like to do things like get a fast castle. You know, we got a little bit of Ayubids. We got a little bit of Japan. What do you think about this one, Crackety?
Bridges get stitches potentially if they go down, and at the same time, we also have a little bit of a redraft going on now. 4 games into this best of 7 with so many civilizations, it's not quite enough. We do need to draft again in order to like actually play throughout all of this. And in this one, in this set of the draft, we actually picked Deli first. We got John that went through for Louis. China banned for both players. Byzantines actually banned for B. Instead, Louis got Byzantines this time around. And now we're going to be seeing Ayubids versus Japan on bridges. So that's also going to be a very interesting matchup. 2 civilizations that really enjoy going for a fast castle age. But recently, we've seen the Ayubids also hang around a little bit longer throughout that feudal age. Get a couple of units out, do some damage here and there. Get some horsemen out, and yeah, really just try and take map control early and then follow up with a really nice castle age timing.
And you know what's really nice about the Ayubids too is, and I've noticed too as playing the Ayubids, when you get to a feudal age and you start doing things like getting military wing, you get those desert raiders for free. Every couple minutes you pop one out. Maybe you could set the tone. You know, you get a little bit of tempo there. You make Japan have to not go for a completely naked fast castle, and I'm glad that's not going to be naked so we can actually show it on Twitch. But when you get to the Japan and they want to get a castle age, they want to get their first production building, they want to make units in castle age, you have them sit in feudal and you do things like get a couple horsemen just to make sure those desert raiders don't go down. You have to do things, you know, you just kind of, you have to make a little bit of derivations to your play. And that's something that the Ayubids could take a little bit of control of. They set the tempo, they get to castle age early, but Japan does have those castle age units. When they actually get there, they could take a good battle towards the Ayubids as well.
Definitely so. Something that is probably not going to work here, just looking at the matchup and like the kind of toolkit that the units, that the civilizations have here. So every now and then we do see, for example, the opener with Japan fast castle into just mass mounted samurai. That probably doesn't work as well against the Ayubids because they do get that Desolator, 5 melee armor already in feudal age, a lot of bonus damage against cavalry, fast attack speed on top of that, potential to like fire a ranged arrow first to like remove the deflected, like the reflective armor, and then switch into melee form to do a lot of damage. Also, the Desert Raider is actually one of the best units to use against the Honor Geishas as well, with that 5 melee armor.
Yeah, that's a really important point, Crackety. And a lot of people with a Desert Raider, you might not notice that. You know, it has such a difference between melee and ranged armor because it doesn't have any ranged, right?
Yeah.
For Japan, you know, you don't necessarily want to be making archer ranges in feudal because what do you get? Yumis?
This is where you got to do it. This is where you get, like, as counterintuitive as it is, you got to go Yumi archers here. If you don't go Yumi archers, you're potentially just like gonna lose straight up just to the Desert Raiders, to Camel Lancers. It's very counterintuitive for Japan. We see a couple of players do it, like go for Yumi archers. I think B definitely has to go for it as well. It's just too needed here in this kind of matchup.
I think my question for you, Crackety, is how viable do you think Onimusha are as Japan in Castle Age? Because you got to be thinking about in Castle Age for the Ayubids, you got to be thinking about what gives their power spike. What units do they want to make that could steamroll a game? And the first one that I think is Camel Lancer, obviously. A lot of people like going Camel Lancer, right? The second one, you could have the ability to go Gulam. Both of them are heavy units. Both of them can get kited. What do you think about Onimusha here?
Onimusha probably still doesn't work too well here, mainly because it's a cavalry unit, so it is getting affected by that cavalry debuff, so they do 20% less damage there. That's going to hurt them a lot. Overall, they're also more expensive, and Ayubids, we do see them go a lot for a composition of like Camel Lancers and on top of that archers as well. It's going to be tough to really get that mass of Onimushas going and like get them into a spot where they can really do well against like a mass of archers as well. So I think the Yumi archers probably needs to be there. We're probably going to have to see some Yumi archers, samurai, maybe mounted samurai composition. Potentially a couple of Onimushas early on if there's like immediate Gulams and like if there's a little bit of a window where you're mostly fighting against armored units. But long term, I don't see Onimushas in this matchup. Instead, I think Yumi archers, you need maybe a little bit of siege there, a little bit of counter siege at the very least to deal with manjaniques. And then samurai, potentially a couple of Honor Geishas exclusively for raids. I don't think you can really use them in fights there. And I think that's going to have to be the game plan, but it's so counterintuitive to what Japan usually does, which is why I think this is going to be a very tough matchup for Japan.
Yeah, it really is, isn't it? Because, you know, what's really frustrating about playing the civs like Abbasid and playing the civs like Ayubids is the units that, especially for a civ like Japan, the units that you want to make, things like Mounted Samurai, or units that you want to make like something in the Knight department or the Horseman department, you get that camel on ease. You know, and it kind of makes you sick to your stomach a little bit because you want to make those units, but you can't, right? So they have to be thinking a little outside the box. That's why I understand for where the Yumi play, you know, makes a lot of sense. It just feels like with the Yumi, yeah, on their own, they're not that great, right? But you do things like make sure you get all of your upgrades, you're getting Steeled Arrow, you're getting your Bannerman, you're getting all of those things. And then all of a sudden, they become decent archers because that Bannerman adds with that +1. Right? And then you can mask them better than other archers because they're cheaper. So let's see if B has the capability of doing that against the Ayubids on bridges. We're heading into a pivotal game number 5. We have Louis MT playing as the Ayubids, spawning on the western side, playing as the color green. B is going to be the Japanese on the eastern side, playing as the color orange. And let's take a look, Crackety, now that we're watching these scouts gather sheep and we're kind of going up into a feudal age. Let's take a look at this map. Let's orient our audience, Crackety, if you don't mind, to bridges and what it kind of looks like.
Okay, I'm looking at the map right now, and I'm seeing that the berry bushes here for Japan, they spawned really, really nicely. One towards like the back-ish side, and another one to the side. The most important thing is that the biggest berry spot, like the one where you actually get 8 berry patches, is right in the corner. That's super safe. You can do one wall to that wood line there, and you get 2 berry patches and the deer completely safe behind one wall. Super good when it comes to food spawn here for B. On the opposite side, Louis, he's got his berries forward. He's got his gold somewhat exposed towards the bridge there. The other golds are also forward next to each other, is what Gus pointing out. And also has some good food sources. Also a very large berry spot there in the corner. So for the Ayubits, good food source. Wolof isn't going to be as easy for him just because his wood lines are in the back.
Yeah, I could definitely see that. I mean, what's nice with those wood lines is, yeah, you know, they're in the back, so it makes sure your wood is a little bit safer, but I definitely could see that with the food source. But the really important thing, now that Louis is getting up with his House of Wisdom, let's talk about bridges, shall we? Let's take a look at one of those bridges, huh? You see,
How much
they
health
do
does a bridge
have a
have?
health bar. They have 500 health, Crackety. 50 ranged armor, so you really got to take some torches to it. It has a little bit of burned armor as well. It has 5 burn armor, so torches don't take it down too easily. And with those bridges, as you go across those bridges, you got a relic on each side, you got a sacred site on each side, so there's going to be a little bit of, if they want to go for something like a sacred site victory, along with that gold as Vodka's pointing out on the northern side of the map, there's going to be a little bit of play/counterplay to, when do I burn these bridges? When do I do this kind of stuff if I want to achieve something like a sacred site victory, something that the Ayubids could have a potential to do because they want to get dervishes out, they want to get relics. Japanese, no stranger to that as well, getting those Shinto priests right out the gate.
Exactly. But Tim, you mentioned the bridges. What happens when the units are on the bridge and gets destroyed? Have you seen that before? Do the units, like, have they made sure to get their swimmer's badge? Do they swim upon the shore?
Well, I do know, Crackety, that each unit does not have its own set of water wingies.
Ah, that's unfortunate, especially if you have heavy armor. Yeah, every single unit that's on one of these bridges, once it gets destroyed, goes down. I believe it only takes 2 demo ships as well. Now, there aren't any fish in these like little rivers that we have there, but you can still dock and you can make demo ships. And 2 demo ships is all it takes, I believe, in order to completely destroy one of these bridges.
Yeah, that could be. I hope we see something like that, right? I hope we see a bunch of those units just on that bridge, and then all of a sudden it goes down, and then you can't get your units back over to that side without repairing it, right? I think that would be very interesting, and definitely quite the switch in terms of game state. Now, 3DB does go up with the Cura Storehouse, accurately so, with a very good time, and we're seeing him actually go to a little bit more wood than usual. I know for some fast castle builds, I'm not sure how familiar you are with Japanese fast castle builds, but usually 6 on wood seems like a lot.
6 on wood at this point in time, I guess he might want to get an outpost up on his gold. He definitely is going to need one because as soon as Feudal Age comes in for Louis, he's going to be getting that Desert Raider out. And if that Desert Raider is out and you don't have an outpost on your gold, then suddenly you're going to be you're going to have to open up a big one of worms there when it comes to like, okay, how do I react to this? Do I have to make a production building? It takes time to get the production building out. Honestly, it's just such a big delay, you can't really afford it. So an outpost on gold is probably gonna be mandatory here for B.
Yeah, I think you're definitely gonna have to. What's nice is, I mean, that goal isn't necessarily right up in front, right? So it doesn't mean those Desert Raiders are right there, but they will be able to go around it. And with the berries there too, it could create a little bit of nuisance for him. And you see Louis MT does go with that military wing. You can see that Desert Raider moving across the map. And I'll tell you what, Ayubids, I don't know about you, Crackety, but Ayubids are some of my favorite civilizations to play just because of how many ways you can use camels. It's such a good variant from the Abbasid dynasty.
Yeah, they would be. Oh no. We're seeing not an outpost. Instead, it's gonna be a barracks, and we're seeing Honor Bugeisha, the worst unit to make against Desert Raiders in the situation. Any other unit would be better to make. This is gonna hurt. The second B finds out, like, oh wait, Honor Bugeisha versus Desert Raider. That doesn't compute well. And Louis, he's actually making production buildings. He's making Desert Raiders out of production buildings. Look at that. Look at that matchup. Oh my god.
As
The
soon
Honor
as he's-
Bugeisha is getting trashed.
As soon as he saw that, he's probably like, what, do my Bugeisha have toothpicks? What the hell's going on here? It adds a second one, being like, hey, you know, maybe two's better. But I don't think, yeah, that's that's not doing anything. Oh my god. Now, what does B have to transition to? Now he starts making spearmen, right? But the Desert Raider could just kite it.
Yeah, and Louis making the Desert Raider out of archery ranges. He's making archers after this.
Oh my gosh, this is this is a mess. We talked about, you know, I think B has that mindset when playing as the Japanese, being like, yeah, I don't think Yumi exist either. I don't think I'm gonna make them because everybody talks about how bad they are, right? So now B, he's trying to get salvage a little bit of, you know, a resource that he's getting out of the Onobugisha. Might be able to try to raid on the opposite side of the map, but if Louis is smart, he does. Look at this base right now. Look at how compact this base is. You know, he doesn't have an outpost by his gold, which I think is kind of okay because of how close it is.
Oh, we're seeing the archer range come in though for B. So some Yumi archers finally should be coming in here. That's definitely much needed here. But you need a big mass because Louis, he's already on double archery ranges, just spamming out these archers. B only just got his first archery range up. Now the Yumi archers, they're actually really cheap. They're really cheap. And they also, I think, produce a little bit quicker compared to normal archers. However, they do less damage and they are faster. It's still difficult. Like, you gotta get a big mass of them going in order to take down the Desert Raiders. Steeled Arrow looks to be going through. Villagers are getting pulled in order to repair that forge. That was pretty close. Upgrade is gonna be coming through now for B on that side. At the same time, Louis also getting his blacksmith upgrades in. Eco upgrades following. And Bugeishas look to just be camping there in the corner on the berries. So at any one point in time, if Louis runs out, the Honor Bugeishas are going to be on that side.
I mean, based on this matchup and the units that Louis is making, those probably the best case scenario you could do with your Onobugisha. Having them in battle is probably just a waste of time, right? But to talk about the Yumi, and you talked about them being cheaper. If I remember correctly, Vodka, if you can click on one of the archery ranges, I think they're 30 food and 35 wood. So being able to take a look at that, let's see here. Yeah, they are 30, 35, and 13 seconds. So you're exactly right, Cracky. They pump out a little bit quicker. He's got Steeled Arrow, so it's going to be 4+1. If B ends up getting the Damio, which is going to be not in the close future, but getting that extra +1, then they'll have the damage of what a quote-unquote normal archer would have with that one. So hopefully he'll be able to mass up in time, but Louis, making sure that he doesn't, right? He's not only getting a bunch of these units going Ibid Feudal Age with some archers, with some Desert Raiders, but he's trying to take them to Ram Ranch, baby.
Yeah. He's also getting some horsemen out. Horsemen, which will do less damage because of that camel on ease. We're also seeing some Feudal Age Samurai now in Q4B. He really just... He's throwing spaghetti at the fridge and sees what sticks.
I didn't think I was going to hear that analogy today, but here we are. And it looks like that Ram going for that archery range first in Crackety, which is a really good idea. He has a secondary archery range in the back. And even though they're 13 seconds a pop, I don't know if he's going to mass up in time. Looks like Spearmen are over here. Feels like the Spearmen, just based on the archers and the Desert Raiders, that seems like wasted resources too.
Yeah, Horseman tries to catch some of these reinforcements, but there's a Desert Raider as well. And the Desert Raider is just making sure that these horsemen, not only is the Desert Raider killing the horsemen, but also, because of that camel on east, it actually takes one more hit to kill these archers compared to normal.
And that's a big difference, right? That means more Desert Raider hits on them. That means you going after reinforcements and stopping this Ayubid Deathball from happening is a little less advantageous for you to do. And those horsemen, even though we talk about, you know, things like the Yumi being cheap and the Spearmen being cheap, horsemen are 100 food. You know, you can't just be throwing them away rather frivolously. You lose 2 or 3 horsemen, that's 200 or 300 food you could spend somewhere else. So you got to make sure that you're getting some, you know, you're getting at least a decent amount of damage. Louis doubling his ram count at this point, adding a second ram. 1 archery range went down, so it's doing well in terms of disrupting B. And now for B, I mean, he's making units, but he's still down in military. It's 31-25, and I wouldn't say all of his units are entirely efficacious.
Yeah, more production buildings going up now behind his TC. Louis is just going for the next archery range. One of the rams is going down, has taken a lot of damage so far. Finally has taken enough to go down. Military count is close. Louis does have a slight lead there, but when it comes to the quality, it's just Desert Raiders and Archers. I feel way better about the army for Louis right now than I do about the army from B, especially since he doesn't have the Daimyo. So all of these Yumi Archers right now, they're not really doing too hot here. Little Clash comes in, Ram is getting taken down. The Horseman goes down for it, and Archer goes down for it. In the end, I mean, the Ram did fine, and Louis just has the option to drop another one. There we go. Another Ram is going down.
Yeah, I mean, you spent a decent amount of wood trying to get those Rams down, but I think this disruption that he's doing to this Japanese province, no matter what side he's going for, he attacked from the western side, now he's going up to the northern side. I think we're going to see those food resources from B, because those Kira storehouse, yeah, they produce a decent amount of farms, but you might need to get food somewhere else. Those sheep are going to run out. Having those backwood spawns, and there's exactly, oh my god, Crackly, I'm so good at this. He goes to a farmhouse and then gets that deer pack all the way in the back to be a potential raiding target.
Yeah. Infantry unit is in the TC, so a couple of bonus arrow fires onto that Ram. Means that the Ram, I mean, the health has been nerfed in the past, so Ram actually takes a significant amount of damage there. Now Horseman could potentially intercept the reinforcements here if B pays attention. If he pays attention! Oh, he didn't see them! Scout is there. Now the Desert Raiders are coming in there as well. Oh no. That hurts. Like, just looking at that matchup between Onabegacious and Desert Raider, it's so sad. It's so sad.
I can feel you cringing as we're watching this happen. The Desert Raider probably gets, I don't know, has about a third of its health, maybe 40% health, while having a 2-to-1 deficit. That's pretty huge. But at least B knows that the Ayubids are going out there, right? So maybe he sends those horsemen in that particular direction, because the units that he's making, if he wants to keep making Desert Raiders, if he is making them instead of just letting them come out of the House of Wisdom, they take a decent amount of food. What's nice is the archers that he has doesn't take that much food. So is this going to slow his military production? Probably not. The only way it's going to slow his military production is if Louis stops making military units, and he's going up.
Yeah. 800 food, 800 golden back. Louis, he's thinking about Castle Age now. And these horsemen, oh, they're getting pinched. They're getting pinched, and yeah, okay, they gotta go up the top side. Might actually get done Archer, but yeah, now they have to run away. Okay, B actually manages to get out there fairly well, fairly easily. A little wall comes in there from Louis. Not sure if B is able to spot that. Now the economic ring growth is coming in, and with that, I mean, Louis, as soon as he gets up, he's gonna get 8 villagers, and this was also so smart from him. He didn't touch the berries, the other berries, at all yet. Now, sure, he did exhaust his first berry batch, but other than that, he didn't touch the berries at all, so he's gonna get a lot of additional food from that Castle Age bonus there.
Yeah, and it means having villagers on that real far back berry patch. You might go for the ones near the deer first just because of walking time, but it makes it not only better to get, but you know, your villagers are going to be a little bit safer throughout this entire process, and horsemen are going to be trying to take down those Desert Raiders once again. I think B is smelling a little bit of Castle Age to happen, because he's thinking, well, I'm not getting attacked, I'm not getting all in, I'm not getting rammed, so something must be going on. He's got his Yumis out, we'll be able to take some good hits, take down a couple Desert Raiders, but now he's trying to push to make sure Louis doesn't get that ever popular Ayubid bonus of those 8 extra villagers, which is a huge deal.
B doesn't decide to push through that wall there on the bridge. Now the Yumi archers, there are a lot of them out there, and they are quite fast. 1.38 tiles of movement speed, so this is a very mobile army here. So B, in theory, he can decide where to fight and where not to fight. He's also got the Yumi bannermen in there now as well. So all of these archers, they're real archers now. They don't just fire like some little plastic toys there. These are actual wooden bolts that are coming out. Trading off against the archers, though, I'm not sure how good that is going to be for him. Now, sure, it's going to be before the upgrade comes in. Lose bannerman, which is unfortunate. The aura still remains, though, for a little bit longer. It's going to be able to take care of the Desert Raider. I guess before the Castle Age comes in, this is probably the best time right now for him to trade out his army, at the very least.
Yeah, and I think that's kind of the issue with the Yumi that we're seeing. The banner, now that the bannerman is dead, the banner stays there. Right, so now half these Yumi are doing okay. They're shooting normal archers. The other ones got their plastic toys back, right? So a lot of them end up going down. We have an archer count where I think where you're supposed to have the advantage in Yumi is the amount that you have compared to the archers on the other side. But take a look at the archers on the other side, Crack. It's 33 to 27. Now, Louis got a
technological advantage, so he can wait, get that veteran upgrade. Those Yumis are dead.
Yeah. And he is in a golden age tier 2, so he's getting his upgrades 50, like, a lot faster. Not exactly 50% faster, but still a lot quicker. I think it only takes like 1 minute or maybe even less, like 40 seconds for the veterancy to come in, and is coming in. Still good trade-off here for now for B. But the issue is going to be the camel lances that are coming out now as well. 3 stables means that 3 camel lances pop out immediately here on the Yumi archers, and the veterancy has come through B. He's going to lose his entire military force here.
Yeah, because what does he do against these camel lancers, right? One goes down, he might have a couple spearmen in there, but that's pretty much it. He had 2 in the duration of that battle. Samurai aren't going to do that much, you know, so they're going to be taking a lot of Yumi archer fire. These Yumi are trying to get on those archers, but they're veteran archers. They have 7 base damage, so they're going to be able to carve through the samurai too. And he does have defender's advantage. You wait for a couple more camel lancers to pop out, and then everything gets clean.
Yeah, more camel lancers are coming out now as well. 3 more in queue. The Yumi archers also are dropping now when it comes to numbers. B is getting close to his own castle age, and there is still some distance between them, so B should get a timing in to be able to go up. But the 8 villager count, well, yeah, the 8 villager advantage right now that Louis has, it's gonna hurt for B. Now, sure, he is still playing as a Japanese. I believe this is the 2nd upgrade right now that he's getting on his main TC. So his farms are going to be working 50% more efficient. Yeah, it is the 2nd one. But actually, he's reinvesting into units right now. The way this looks right now, like, Castle Age gets further and further away from him. It's still going to take a little bit. He hasn't clicked it yet, and that means that he's going to be vulnerable to these camel lancers.
Yeah, and it's such a rough spot for B, and I know for all the players out there watching, you've probably been in a similar situation where you feel like you lose if you don't make units because you're going to get steamrolled by the units on the other side. But if you don't go castle, then you're not going to have units that are good enough. So you're in this catch-22 where you feel in such a bad spot. You feel like you kind of lose no matter what. And B, he's going to be going up to Castle Age. He's going to be getting the floating gate. But again, that's 1,800 resources you didn't spend on units. You put towards that building. And it's going to take a while for that building to actually get completed. It takes a while for upgrades to happen. So as soon as Louis sees that B hits Castle Age, or maybe even before it, he just ships it.
Yeah. And floating gate, it is getting close to finishing up, but this is also the time where Louis decides to go for the engagement. Archers, they're moving up a little bit too far. They're in TC range, so TC should get some great shots on them. Single camel lancer is running through though. Spearmen evaporate in the blink of an eye. Age up is going to be coming in. Priest is dropping it in the archery range. So Yoshiro is in the archery range. No upgrades queued yet. Doesn't actually have the gold in order to queue any upgrades. A couple samurais are going to be in queue. TC, second daimyo, is doing some damage here, but the +2 Pierce Armor has already come in for Louis, and Louis, he's just flooding B's base right now with these Camel Lancers. Camel Lancer with 6 armor. It's so difficult to take them down. Villagers are going down. The archers are just chasing them down. Mameluke's aura has also come in. So every time these archers kill a unit, they're then getting a buff to do more damage after that. And the villagers, they're just running. The TC is already full. No villagers can seek shelter in there. And the reinforcements are coming in as well. And B has to say goodbye to his economy. And with that, we're probably going to be looking at a 3-2 for Louis in this best of 7 now.
Man, those those Campbell Lancers, I mean, yeah, they're getting the runaround from a lot of these villagers, but villagers aren't doing anything, right? I think B was trying to get up, and one of his saving graces might have been the Shogunate Palace, right? Because he had a lot of villagers on stone. Maybe he was trying to get that 1,200. But again, if you're trying to get 1,200 stone, that means you're not sending villagers to get other resources to actually make a unit, right? So, yeah, the Shogunate can help you. But at the same time, if you have a mass of units, Castle Age units around your town center, is the Shogunate even worth it?
Yeah, the issue is that B, he didn't hold the front side between the two woodlines. If he did that, he could have bought himself a valuable, like, 1 to 2 minutes there in order to be able to go up to Castle Age. With that, though, Louis is going to be able to close the game out. And yeah, we're going to be looking at a 3-2 now after a redraft.
Man. And this was, I mean, obviously, for the IBID, Civ helps you out a little bit. You can see where that +8 hit in Castle Age, right? That little bit of economic bonus really, really helps you out. And then being able to run into that Japanese base, because, I mean, for B, I saw a lot of people in chat saying, yeah, that fight didn't go too bad for B. But the thing of it is it had to be
overwhelmingly, convincingly in B's favor for him to have a chance in that game. So while he was using feudal age units, Louis had defender's advantage using some camel lancers. You could see that military count at the end of that fight. They were pretty much even. And as long as Louis was able to continue to make military in the Castle Age form, B still had to go up, didn't have the resources to continue to produce units. All of a sudden, your villagers are gone.
Yeah. That's the rough part there. I mean, B, he very quickly realized that, oh, wait, this matchup is really, really rough. We saw the other Bagacious come out, see the Desert Raider, try to take a fight, notice, oh, wait, I only do 1 damage with every single attack. Huh, this doesn't look too good. Back off again, and oh my god, like this was this was really tough. I don't think B actually like realized how tough that matchup was. But speak about a tough matchup now. We're gonna be looking at Jean versus Deli on Rocky Canyon. Tim, I'm personally like unsure every time I see this matchup. Like sometimes it looks super well for Jean. The other times it's like, oh wow, Deli, they picked off Jean. Now this suddenly looks really, really good for Deli. It is very like one side. I think it's very skill dependent, I want to say. Like if Jean survives, it's really good for Jean. If she gets picked off, if she gets sniped, then it's really, really bad for Jean and really good for Deli instead. Deli is a really good civilization at the moment. I think it's number 1 when it comes to win rate next to OTD, where we only have like 3 games in the entire tournament so far from them, and then Byzantines, which also had some fairly interesting matchups where they got picked so far. So it's number 2 right now, if we discount OTD at the moment. It has by far one of the best win rates. I think maybe even after the initial game that we had between Deli and Malians, maybe it's even at number 1 spot right now.
Yeah, and I think it's just because it's a good picture of what the meta is. You know, you're seeing a lot of feudal aggression in the meta. Deli's one of the best to do it. However, there's one civilization that I know this used to be like this before Jeanne d'Arc nerfs. It used to be where, you know, Deli kind of has to fight in feudal to get its sacred sites, to get map control and stuff. And you're just playing into Jeanne d'Arc's hands, you know? So you could just get her to level 3 quicker. But you're exactly right. If you have the ability to snipe her before those big battles take place, you don't get that positive EV or expected value that Jeanne d'Arc's XP gives you. And then all of a sudden, Deli ends up taking the sacred sites, ends up taking the game because Jean can't consecrate and do all of these things. But enough talk, okay? We're going to see a pivotal Game 6. Remember, this is match point for Louis, playing as the color green, playing as Jeanne d'Arc, spawning on the northwestern, or the northern tip, I should say, side of this map. B playing as Deli Sultanate in the color orange, spawning on the southern end of this rocky canyon. And you know, we talked about this matchup just a little bit. I think for Jeanne d'Arc, what's really important is I think they can get up and go a little bit quicker than Deli can. You know, because Jeanne gets the School of Cavalry, they're able to pump knights out pretty much as soon as they hit feudal age, where Deli Sultanate, they need wood, they need to get the building, they need to put a scholar in it if they want to efficiently produce, and then they need to make units afterwards. So I really feel like there's this pivotal moment for Jeanne d'Arc, especially for those first 1 or 2 nights, where they could do a decent amount of damage.
I want to say, while we still have a minute roughly of gambling going on, you still have a minute to put your bets in. Louis is probably like by far one of the, if not the best Jeanne d'Arc player out there at the moment. Like by far. I think the only one player that is on his level when it comes to Jeanne d'Arc play currently in the meta is CSO. CSO and Louis, they just play Jeanne d'Arc to perfection. So, you know, put your bets in wisely. And while you're betting on Louis, let me just say that B is also one of the best Deli players out there. So, you know, you got a matchup on your hands here where, like, we got 2 of the best players with the respective civilizations facing off against each other.
That was a good bait. You got me. I was about to start putting points on Louis.
You should. You should.
No, I see the points. There's got about 1.1 mil of those EGC points on Louis. And rest assured, those points, actually, nah, they might be taken from you. Because we'll see if Deli has the ability to snipe Jeanne. That's what it's all about. You know, when Jeanne's on the battlefield, she does a really good job at, you know, making sure her units are healed with Divine Restoration. She's making sure you're getting that economic bonus with Consecrate. But if you're able to take her out very quickly, it means all of those cooldowns and all of those charges end up sitting there, right? I really like what Louis is doing with this build with School of Cavalry too. He's got Jean on it, which she builds at 33% faster than a villager as well. And having 2 villagers with it, which means that School of Cavalry is going to get up super, super quick. And that means that Knight is going to come out just as fast.
Yeah. Something that I really like to do as a caster specifically is hype up one player for the bets and then bet on the other one.
Oh, so you rig it, is what you're telling me.
No, so that way I can say, like, if I lose my bet, I can say, like, see, told you guys, this guy is OP, man. Like, he's get, like, you guys got all your points there because of me. But if he loses, I can say, yeah, but actually, I personally bet on the other guy, so, you know, like, I knew something that you guys didn't in the end.
I think that's stereotypical insider trading. I think somebody lost.
Oh, no, I'm not rigging it. I'm not rigging it directly.
No,
I'm
kidding.
I'm rigging the odds. I'm not actually rigging the game. So that's fine, right? That's fine.
Right. I think that's okay. That's probably fine. Right, chat? Put a 1 in chat if you think it's fine. Let's see all the 2s. Now, with B going to be going up with the Tower of Victory as well, which is obviously so. Oh, there are all the 2s. Fantastic. The Tower of Victory coming up with 4 villagers. And it just means that you're going to be able to snipe Jean even better, right? Those archers shoot a little bit faster. You have your spearmen that are going to work a little bit better against those Roan Knights from Jeanne d'Arc. So I know a lot of the times without Jeanne d'Arc, say you pull her from the situation and you have French versus Deli, would you usually pick Deli in that situation?
I would try to avoid playing against Jean.
Right.
As best as possible. Is all I'm gonna say to that.
Okay.
That's like
fair.
playing against Jean it's such a weird dynamic having to play with Jean, because for one, like, you play an aggressive civilization against Deli, you want to take fights, you wanna like get a lot of units out. At the same time, you don't want to feed experience to Jean, because if she gets to level 3, then suddenly it's gonna be very difficult for you to win that game. It's just I'm just gonna say it, it's a toxic way to play against her. Like, it's a very toxic matchup no matter what you play. And I don't like it. I'm not a big fan of that. But if there's a civilization that can do it, it probably is Deli, right? Like, they get the best horsemen in the game, they get the Ghazi Raiders, they get free upgrades, so the economy is good as well. They can play on that 1 TC. Yeah, I think, like, Deli probably has to be the best matchup there for Jean to take it. We talked about it. It all comes down to if you're actually able to, like, snipe Jean. Speaking of sniping Jean, we got ranged Jean here, so bonus damage from horsemen is definitely gonna help there.
Yeah, the snipey becomes the sniper, with Jeanne d'Arc getting that nice little bow there. I think for the archer, what makes it a little bit better is, yeah, she kind of gets bonus damage from Ghazi no matter what, right? Because if she went for the melee, she'd still get the +2 against her, as Ghazi Raiders have against those heavy units, which obviously isn't as much.
What do you rather want? Do you want +2 but get more health, or do you want to get like +8 and less health as well?
See, but I think this is the reason why Louis went for it. Your math is very sound, Crackety. I'm going to give you that. You're presenting a very good argument.
Oh, I know what it's about. He wants to bait into making more horsemen, so then he goes only knights, and I'm immediately getting yeah, never mind. Immediately I see double archer range, so it's not going to be just the only knight play here.
I think it's more so because when you get into those big battles, as Jean being a hunter, it means she's not in the thick of everything, and she might not be able to go down as quickly because she's not on the front line. So maybe Louis trying to go for that route, maybe gets a little bit more XP that way, because when you're fighting against Jeanne d'Arc, because you talked about it, you have to not only convincingly win fights, but do it so convincingly where the XP from Jeanne d'Arc that you gave her is less than the fight that you won in terms of resources. It's basically just expected value, right? You might have helped her get to level 3, but if you want to fight so convincingly, it doesn't matter.
We're not seeing any spearmen coming out yet. Meanwhile, B, he's just going full on the Ghazi Raider train. Needs to be careful, though, against these charges from the Knights. They do a lot of damage. More Knights are in queue once again. Villagers have to move back for a moment there. It's like, you really have to respect these Knights. And it's difficult going only Ghazi Raiders, but there is a big ball of Ghazi Raiders actually out there that could potentially, like, take down these Knights.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, those Ghazi Raiders, they do that little bit of damage, right? But they also, I mean, they have a decent amount of health, right? They can't just get picked off at a moment's notice. So if you're able to get a lot of them, you're able to pick off some of these reinforcements, as you see those Ghazi Raiders are doing. Louis MT, I'm pretty sure, does not have chivalry yet in this game. So having that ability will give him the opportunity maybe to deal with some Knights that aren't exactly at full health. That Divine Restoration isn't as powerful. Because of that, you're already taking 30% off, so maybe that could be helpful. Kind of curious, though, because Louis sees a lot of these Ghazi Raiders out here, right? You see 10. Might be thinking about adding Spearmen, and I know for a French/Jeanne d'Arc player, you don't necessarily want to add barracks, but it really could help you here.
I think, actually, that Jeanne is probably one of the best civilization to add Spearmen with because of the Consecration. You're getting some insane value out of those spears every time that you build them, especially early on. They cost mostly food, so you're getting like a big discount there on them. Knights, once again, try to harass the wood line potentially, not finding the damage there. And now it looks like B is going to be in a position to finally start capturing one of the first sacred sites here.
Yeah, what's nice for the Deli on this map is the first sacred site is kind of relatively easy to get. We're going to see some of those Knights doing a little back and forth, trying to make sure that Scholar doesn't get the sacred site in as much time. But the Ghazi Raiders, they have an increased amount of speed compared to those Knights, and there's a lot of them out here. We could lose a couple Knights here, Louis. You might have overextended.
Scout should go down. Indeed, he does. Knights also have to run for their lives. B, he's trying to get ahead of them. Oh, stops just short of them. Once again, tries to go for the surround. Surround comes in, and that should at least be one Knight going down there.
And you might not think that's a big deal, but those Knights are so expensive, man. They're 240 total resources. Now Jeanne d'Arc is quite upset that one of those Royal Knights end up coming down, and she will resume her Hunter status. Might be able to try to use that Divine Arrow to take down maybe a Spearman or two. Archer's doing a good job taking hits. You saw that Divine Arrow come out. Such a satisfying thing when you're able to actually snipe a unit. These are nice little +8s, you know, every little nickel and dime for Jeanne d'Arc helps her get to that 500, gets to level 3, so you don't hate it.
He's moving out on the map there with a lot of villagers. Might want to secure some of the berries here, but it's very difficult, especially if the army value is so close to each other. But you got Knights on one side and Ghazi Raiders on the other. Like, the Knights really do make a big difference. You need probably like 3 Ghazi Raiders for every one single Knight in order to take a beneficial trade there. But then there's also the variable of pathing coming in there as well. It's really, really quite dangerous. I think B right now, he probably needs like at least 20 Ghazi Raiders if he wants to take a fight there.
Yeah, and plus, you know, you talk about a lot of times with Knights against Spearmen. You think about, well, Spearmen, you need kind of like 2 to 1 to be relatively safe. Obviously, B doesn't have that, but the Ghazi Raiders are trying to help him out. But for Louis, how many archers he has, it kind of just makes the Spearman null and void, don't you think?
Yeah, he needs a lot more, like, he needs a lot more Spearmen, because the archers, they can just take them down really, really quickly. You need a lot of Spearmen, and I think he probably needs, like, at least, like, 20 Spearmen as well. Like, it's actually insane how many spears you need, because the archers can just take them down so quickly. The Spearmen for Deli are quite nice, though, because they do also benefit from their Tower of Victory buff. So you get a lot of attack speed on them as well. Looks like B is trying to get a raid, and a single Knight actually makes it through. I don't think there's an outpost on the berries that he has there. Knights. Oh, the Ghazi Raiders getting a good amount of picks there, though. On the berries, actually, the villager are getting pinched in as well. Oh, no, they get out. They got out somehow. But at least one more is going down. That's 4 villagers that just went down there. At the same time, though, a little fight is happening there. One villager did go down for B behind that. B managed to run away with most of them. Oh, my God. The Ghazi Raiders actually pinched there. The archers, they shouldn't be able to win this fight, but because of the choke point there, they're actually getting a really, really good trade in. A lot of the Ghazi Raiders just went down.
Well, remember, you
Jeanne
have the
also
choke point.
Getting killed.
You have the choke point in the town center helping you out, too.
John ends up staying alive, just like you said. A lot of plus 14s coming out there. And that's a lot of Ghazi Raiders and resources that B would rather spend somewhere else. Now, he does have his 20 Spearmen count, like you said before, Crackety, but there's no Ghazi Raiders anymore. Louis could just continue to push this with archers, and that's what he does. The Spearmen have to back up.
Oh, the Spearmen, they're actually getting the charge off, and that should be at least 1-2 more knights going down. That is, okay, that was actually a better trade than could have potentially been for B. But I'm fearful of Jean level 3 coming in sooner rather than later. Like, usually, without fighting, she gets it at like 18, 19 minutes into the game. With the fights that have gone on here so far, she might be getting it at like minute 14, 13 and a half even.
Yeah, especially, I mean, this fight. Oh, she just hit level 3. She got a horse, and now she's down.
Immediately.
Oh,
but the units
my
are out.
God.
The men-at-arms are out, and the Spearmen, they're stuck on them. The Spearmen are stuck. Okay, now they're moving forward against the Knights. Definitely need to move forward against the Knights. So disgusting. This unit is so disgusting. These men-at-arms from Jean do bonus damage versus Spearmen. What's the one unit you want to make against a French civilization? It's a Spearmen, and they do bonus damage against them.
Oh,
Ghazi Raiders, at least, clean up the remainder of the Knights here. This isn't a bad trade in the end for B. He's got the military advantage. Jean did go down. She hasn't been bought back yet. I think Louis actually needs to buy her back.
And the thing is, Crackety, because she's level 3, as you see those Ghazi Raiders now, it looks like a little bit of archers B is trying to use. Because John hit level 3 right before she died, it's not 250 gold, it's 500. And at a time, 14 minutes into the game, does a Jeanne d'Arc civ or a French-style civilization want to spend 500 gold right now? The answer is hell no.
Yeah, I think Jean is in a horrible situation right now. Barely any units left on the field. Deli just took a great fight there. You can't really afford to buy Jean back. Actually, you could with the amount of gold you have, but then you're really far away from Castle Age. Instead, it looks like Louis just wants to wait. An issue is, though, while she's dead, or correct me if I'm wrong, but while she's dead, her cooldowns don't advance. They don't recover.
You're
so
correct.
She just used her ability. So it's going to be like an additional, like, 4 minutes until the ability, like, starts coming back online.
Yeah, because those, like you talked about, how difficult it is to deal with Jean's champions, especially in feudal age, and especially when you're the Deli Sultanate, right? So having the ability to get that recharge going every single time is so important for Jeanne d'Arc, and it means you can convincingly take battles and make sure that B doesn't get these sacred sites. But now, look at military count, 36 to 14. B finally has a little bit of free reign over that middle sacred site. He's going to be using a scholar to try to get that. Sacred site on the north is walled off, but 2 sacred sites might be enough, and there she is. There's the mounted archer, Jeanne d'Arc, going to be able to hit the battlefield once more. Now with her abilities here, her ability maybe to get divine restoration as a scholar, a couple Ghazi Raiders go down. As long as she exists, as long as she survives, she's going to be doing well in most of these games. But again, we foreshadowed this in the beginning. It's about if she gets sniped or not, and this is the pivotal time.
I mean, B right now, he's doing a great job of just keeping like idle time on the deer there as well. Louis is kind of struggling for food. B has like 50% more food income right now compared to Louis. Knights do manage to squeeze by. There's an outpost on the deer, but I think B has more villagers there than fit inside that outpost. Yeah, by a long shot. And yeah, these villagers, B has to react immediately. He's gonna lose villagers. He's gonna lose a lot of villagers. They're all jumping in the outpost. Some are jumping in, but now a lot of villagers are going down. They're not moving right now. B suddenly losing a lot of villagers.
And that's so huge, too. We talk about Deli not wanting to do things like farms and make a farm transition because of how many units they got to pump out. But now Jeanne, a little bit in harm's way here. She only has about 5 Knights, Spearmen, trying to catch up. They're sprinting, running for their lives. The Ghazi Raiders are going to be the only thing to do it on the western side. B trying to get a little Ghazi Raider raid. And it looks like it's not going to be going very well. Look what these Spearmen are doing. They're trying to cut them off. Crackety, they're trying to cut off this mounted archer. But those Knights, and now that Jeanne's got a horse, she's just too quick for that.
Yeah, there's a gate in that wall as well. Yeah, and the wall off is gonna finish up. Ghazi Raiders are trying to block. And Jeanne, she's getting separated.
Oh, no. Now, she
and
does
the Ghazi Raider reinforced the Ghazi Raiders from earlier. They're over there.
No.
They're on the other hand side. They're doing bonus damage to Jeanne. She's going down really quickly.
and she doesn't have the speed. The Ghazi Raiders are too quick. She's dead again. That's gonna. Oh, Divine Restoration with the save, but it doesn't matter. It just delays the inevitable. Oh my God, my heart can't take this, Cracker.
Jean dead once again. Louis, though, he's getting up to a significant amount of knights right now. 14 knights out of the field compared to 24 spearmen. Still, spearman count is really nice. So B definitely has enough of them right now. He's kind of letting the sacred side in the middle get decapped once again. Not looking for a constellate from the looks of it. It looks like he's just investing everything right now into... Louis, he sold resource in order to get John back out. But it looks like B, he's just fully committing right now into that feudal age.
See, I really like Louis' mentality and thinking, hey, I would do anything for that woman. And Louis, I agree. You know, with the mounted archer and having the ability to get that cooldown to get John's champions could make or break your battle. And getting XP while she's taking these fights, because remember, we're 18 minutes into the game. No player is in signs of going to Castle Age. So, for all intents and purposes, this looks like a feudal game for the foreseeable future. Jean getting this XP, remember, getting to level 4, it's a big jump. Instead of 500, it's 1,500 to take this down. Get enough feudal fights, maybe we see a feudal cannon.
Could potentially happen if Jean reaches that level 4 in the feudal age. Archers right now fighting off against each other. Louis, though, he has the upper hand when it comes to the archer numbers. Knights are just they're just dancing back and forth, but this is actually a fight that I don't think B can really win right now. The knights are just much better at tanking up the archer fire than the spearmen are. A couple of raids happened though. B mentioning to pick off 4 additional villagers there.
See, and look at what Louis is doing with John. She's the one at the back of every single fight. She uses Divine Arrow every once in a while, but that's pretty much it. And while she's still in the back with this archer mass, she's definitely in range in getting stuff. You see that, plus 14 for the Ghazi Raider. That's really, really, really important. Going to be able to decap that middle sacred site as well. Deli does have the military advantage, but again, I don't think they can convincingly win a fight to overcome that XP farm.
Yeah, looking at the army value right now, Louis, these knights, they just provide so much to the army value there. And Jean, very soon, she's going to have her summoning ability back online, where she can once again summon a couple of these men-at-arms. And that's when it starts to get really, really dangerous here, because they just deal so well with these with these spearmen. Ghazi Raiders at the front line.
Archers are caught, Crackety. Those Ghazi Raiders and those spearmen, they're going to be able to take down those archers. And now with that archer mask gone, or having the ability to get reduced, I should say, those spearmen might have free reign on the knights. Louis can't take a fight as much as he wants to, get that XP. Yeah, he's got a lot of army value because of these knights, but there's a decent amount of spearmen, and now knights predominantly making up the front line. John all the way in the back, making sure she's safe. You're seeing the XP getting hit, all those +8s, Divine Restoration. That was the most clutch Divine Restoration I've ever seen. Deli's gonna get cleaned up.
Yeah, a little misclick there. The archers suddenly run into the front line. Suddenly there's no archers, there's no spearmen remaining. Still 20 knights on the field. What was that? The Ghazi Raiders are down, the spearmen are down, the archers are down. B doesn't have any more units remaining. What is that? Suddenly, the game just takes a complete 180 and B calls it's a 4-2 for Louis. That was a fight that should not have ended the way that it did. But it did end with a victory for Louis, and he's gonna take the set. 4-2.
Oh my God. You know, I know that I'm a caster and I'm supposed to have words. I don't have words for that. Having those archers come up and then popping that Divine Restoration at pretty much the same time. I know, Crackety, I know your feelings on Jeanne d'Arc. I get it. I do. I get it.
I'm just gonna say, freaking knights, man.
But I love that woman. Okay? Her ability to turn tides, to be the hero that the French needs in that particular situation, and that Louis MT needed in that particular situation, taking down that game 6, taking match point from this one. And this is not the last we're going to see of Louis MT. We're going to be seeing him going up next. I think it's against Wham, if I remember correctly.
Exactly. So that's going to be it for him today. But tomorrow, we're going to be seeing more from Louis. B, though, sadly, that's going to be it for him in the Elite Classic 2. Louis just putting up a masterclass with Sean there. It looked really dicey there at multiple points in time, but then the Knights, they're just built differently, man. They're just built differently. Can we finally talk about Knights and Feudal Age? Like, let's talk about Knights and Feudal Age, but we'll save that conversation for another time, because now we are gonna take a little break now. We reached sort of like the halfway point. We're now bringing you next up, after a short little break, we're gonna be bringing you Lutron versus Vortex. First, we're gonna be taking a short break, and we're gonna be giving it over to Beasty for the halftime show. See you in just a little bit.
Now, before you guys go anywhere, I do need to say that at the end of this intermission, I am going to be giving away 5 copies of Sultan's Ascend DLC. So don't go anywhere. You do want to listen to these messages. 5 copies to be given away. And if you already own the DLC, you can gift it to a friend. Right, so a time to give a friend that. But first, I want to talk a bit about our sponsor, Surfshark, guys. The VPN that I genuinely use, a fantastic service, very, very fast. I was so excited when they wanted to sponsor us, because it really is an incredible product that I enjoy using. Here you can see just some of the ways that you can use it, and I certainly use it in all of these ways. Obviously, if you're using public Wi-Fi, it really helps protect you, but mainly when you're traveling and you're abroad and you want to be watching the kind of stuff that you're used to watching at home, you can just switch on your Surfshark VPN and access the websites and see it just as you see it at home. I find Surfshark's very good for this because it's very, very fast, very reliable. It works all the time. I know sometimes not every VPN does well with that, but Surfshark really, really does. And of course, you can use it to escape price discrimination online. You ask though, why specifically Surfshark? And this to me is the main reason why. Unlimited devices. You just buy Surfshark once. You can use it for your Mac, for your Android, your phone, your TVs, your routers, your Xbox, name it. Your microwave, everything. So, you know, it's very, very good value, very fast, but most importantly, you get it everywhere, everyone in your household. Now, if you want to buy Surfshark, just click right here in the panel underneath the stream if you want to take advantage of our fantastic deal. Here, it's going to take you to this page right now. You just click Get Surfshark, and you're going to get this 30-day money-back guarantee and 3 extra free months. And that's a ban in chat. Here you see the prices, which are genuinely unbelievably good value. You're getting it as cheap as €2.19 a month, plus 3 free months on top of that. And for that here, you can see what you're getting. You're getting the VPN, you're getting the ad blocker, you're getting the cookies blocker, you're getting all of these different things. If you want to look across, you can actually see this Surfshark One Plus is pretty cool as well. You can get your data removed from companies' databases. That's only €3.99 a month. And even then, you're getting 3 free months and those prices. And again, guys, try it out. If you don't like it, you do get your money back within 30 days. You can just literally write to their customer support and get it back. So, I mean, I really do find it to be an excellent service, really worth checking out. And most of all, not most of all, but it really, really does help us out and help us put on more events like this, because Surfshark are massive supporters of the Age of Empires esports scene. And the more of us that get this, the more they're going to want to keep supporting it. And I wouldn't be shilling it if I didn't think it was genuinely a fantastic product. Very, very good. You can see in chat folk that are enjoying using it. So I'd really, really do recommend it. Now, another thing to mention, that we do have a Kickstarter going on right now. And as you can see, we have reached 100 backers and raised €6,000 already. We are just running this during this event. After this event, we're going to be ending the Kickstarter. And the goal of this Kickstarter is just to help us fund more production, extra events, and extra prize money for what we are already doing. So this is not going towards our core costs, not going to pay Lord Petito or anyone else. This is going towards extra events and great things that you're going to be able to watch. And you can see here these milestones. 2,500. We just shot past that goal, which means we're going to be doing extra prize money for players outside the top 16 and a community map for every S tier event. But if we reach that 10,000 goal, which I think is realistic, probably not going to do more than that. You never know. But I mean, wait, to clarify, everyone gets paid regardless. I caused some confusion there. But as you see there, if we reach that 10,000 goal, we will elevate the production for every S tier event, split screens, adding a host, you name it. Oh man, don't make me. Oh well, don't be rude, chat. Chat's rude, man. I'm looking at chat. I'm looking at you. Anyway, you see here what you guys also get if you do back the Kickstarter. These rewards here for 50 euros, you can back a player of your choice. We're going to put your name underneath the player cards every time they are broadcast and let you know, and let the community know exactly who you are supporting. And yeah, so it's really, really appreciated. Why is chat mad? Why is chat mad? Now I'm with you, chat. I'm all yours. Why are you mad, guys? Do check out the Kickstarter. In all seriousness, have a little look at that. Chat is mad because it is pre-recorded. This is a pre-recorded message. If you guys want to test out the pre-recorded nature of this message, you can drop a subscription, some bits, gift to other members of the community so they can watch ad-free, and I will call you out. AI Pesty will call you out, thanking you for your support. But there you go, guys. Take a little look if you want. Thank you very much, BMFT Witch, always here supporting us. Oh man, don't make me time more people out, man. Come, guys, be nice to the sponsors. Right, anyway, guys, who wants a free copy of the Sultan's Ascend DLC? What I'm going to do is post in chat. This is just going to be over the weekend, but I'm going to post right now in chat. We've got a Gleam up. There are 3 ways to enter. You can join the Discord server, follow on Twitch, or follow on Twitter. You can enter 3 times if you want, and we're going to do the draw after this weekend. So there it is in chat. Thank you very much, Holy Roman States of America. And there you go. That is the giveaway if you guys want to go check it out. Of course, you don't need to, but 5 copies of the DLC to be given away. Guys, I hope you are enjoying the show. You can also let me know who you guys supporting for the next round, Lucifron or Vortex. Stick it in chat. Let's see who you guys supporting for. Battle of the Brothers coming up. One of the most famous matchups in Age of Empires 4 esports. Hope you guys are looking forward to that one. And of course, don't forget to check out Surfshark, guys. I'm going to put it in chat for you one more time. ! VPN. Getting it as cheap as just a couple of euros. I can already see a bunch of you entering to win those 5 copies, so we appreciate it. But yeah, guys, just got a minute left. So I do want to say how much we appreciate the community. Thank you so much, AB Van Kenobi. Really, really appreciate you. Look at that. Members of the community supporting our sponsors, getting a fantastic product. Guys, it's so nice to have a sponsor where I genuinely think you're getting great value with those 3 extra free months free through us. So, you know, it's nice to have a sponsor where we don't need to feel too bad doing it, because we know it's something that a lot of the community are genuinely going to appreciate. Man, how many chats do I have to time out today? Guys, all right, 30 seconds left. Hope you're enjoying the show. Don't forget, let us know in the Discord what you think of this event, what you'd like to see for future events. I'm going to be back here tomorrow, and that is going to be the last time that you're going to see me for months. But yeah, we appreciate everyone here. Love our casters. Love our team. Vodka doing an amazing job. Lord Petito and Choom doing an amazing job as the admins of this event. All right, guys, that is me handing it back, and we will see you later.
All right. And we're back. Hope you guys are still with us. Thank you once again, Beasty, for the... Tim, hello?
Hello.
There we go.
I'm here. Hi,
Thank you
everyone.
once again, Beasty, for the intermission. And guys, do really check out Surfshark. I mean, it's really a great service. There are a lot of really... I'm just gonna say it. I work a lot in IT as well, and there are a whole bunch of like really shitty VPN services. Surfshark is really one of the great ones, and it's so awesome that they support Age of Empires 4. It's really amazing helping EGC. So yeah, even though we got like a 10-minute intermission, it's really great. It's really a great sponsor to have. It really helps us out a lot here on EGC, and overall, it's just a really really great service. And yeah, now though, I can tell you proudly, I can proudly present our next matchup that we have here in our round of 8. It's going to be Lucifron versus Vortex. Battle of the two brothers, the two Spanish brothers, and what a way to start the matchup than on Holy Island. It's the, I just want to say, if you can think of like the best players on Holy Island, I immediately think of Lucifron and Vortex.
Oh, absolutely. And I think it's because for Lucifron and Vortex, how good they are at microing and being in multiple places at once, right? When you talk about Holy Island, when you talk about a hybrid map like this, especially this one, you have so many things going on at once. You have a particular map that the water isn't necessarily the quote unquote end all be all, right? You could be getting raided on land. You could be using your land units to take down docks and all of that kind of stuff. So having this on Holy Island in this battle for the Iberian Peninsula out of both of these guys, I'm even going to escalate it a little bit further with Lucifron and Vortex. This is going to be a fantastic series. And let's take a look at what we got for bans and Crackety. I'm not seeing any Ottomans this time around. Go figure.
Ottomans banned completely this time, and the bans at the beginning, they're similar. Both players banned Rus, both players banned Ottomans, both players banned Japan, but then it starts to like get a little bit different. So Lucifron banned Zhuji's Legacy for Vortex. I know Vortex really likes to play Fast Castle Zhuji's Legacy. That's where like the two brothers, they go in a little bit of a different direction. And yeah, so Vortex is not going to have access to Zhuji's Legacy. Lucifer, on the other hand side, he doesn't have access to the HRE. So Vortex realizing that HRE are actually S+ tier, hidden peace civilization, and wants to be safe here and bans them. It's a good ban. It's a good ban. I respect it. HRE, they're just absolutely busted. Every time I see them on ladder, I mold. I cry myself to sleep when I lose to core with them. And yeah, it's a safe ban to go for sure. Vortex gets it instead. He knows what's good. He's going for it. And yeah, first game is going to be on Holy Island. Question's going to be, what civilizations will we see here from these two players? So Lucifron, he's got English. That's a pretty good Holy Island civilization. Vortex, he's got HRE. So I'm figuring, first off, we'll probably see English versus HRE there.
Yeah, I think those are good picks. And when you talk about these hybrid maps and what civs are good on these hybrid maps, really got to be talking about what kind of wood economy these players have. And Lucifron actually going with Zushi.
Okay, I'm completely off the mark.
That's okay. But like all of those ones, the ones that you picked are still good. You know, English, they have Admiralty, they have a little bit cheaper in terms of the boats that they can get. They have a little bit extra range, so I understand that pick. Zushi has an IO, which means their wood economy is going to be a little bit better, and they get that IO right out of the gate. China does not, but they also have that similar wood economy, so makes China a pretty good pick, you know? And it also makes China the ability to, especially on Holy Island, being a little bit more defensive, you know, because Zushi, they can get Meditation Garden, so it means a little bit more in terms of economy. They can get out a couple extra ships, but China, they're going to be a little bit safer at home, right? Because they're going to have the Barbican. So having that Barbican and making sure you're not getting raided on land means you can swiftly and efficiently make your navy to the best as possible. So I'm curious to see if the parent civ, which is China, or the child civ, which is Sushi's Legacy, is going to reign supreme in this game one.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we're looking at both of the Chinese civilizations here up against each other on Holy Island. I'm thinking right now. I mean, sure, you get like the. I think this can be really, really spawn dependent, right? Because Juji's legacy, they want to drop their meditation guard on a Juji spot, on a juicy spot, and ideally on a map like this where you're fighting for water, like on water, you want to get like wood and gold, maybe even food. Like potentially you want to get food, and that's where it really comes in. Like, what is the spawn like? Can you really like get that meditation garden right up next to the wood line and get food in, and maybe even get gold in? Unlikely. So I have to see what kind of the spawn will be here for Lucifer. Maybe he even chooses to go out on the map a little bit, drop the meditation garden in the middle of the map to optimize the income from it. We'll have to see how the spawn works out for him. Vortex, on the other hand side, I don't think he needs to go for Barbican early on in this game. It's probably just going to be the Imperial Academy. We've seen a lot of the no Imperial official start. I think on water, you still want to go for the early Imperial official. Not immediately, but probably when you have like around 10 villagers, 12 villagers. That's when you want to start making that Imperial official. Just because that's when you like start having that lumber camp out. That's when you can start really supervising naturally and not have any downtime on your fishing ship production. I think that's probably when we're going to be starting to see that early Imperial official. Also gives you that bonus gold, so age up comes in a little bit quicker. But yeah, I mean, Juji, they used to be really bad on water initially. Then they got a buff. They got plus 50 wood to start with at the beginning of a game. And now I think they're pretty decent. We've seen players like Anatant really play a lot of Juji's legacy on water. And it's looking really strong at the moment. So I think Juji's legacy can definitely do really well here, especially since they also have access to the early palace guards.
Yeah, I was I was kind of waiting for that palace guard for you to tell me about it and hit home, because the early palace guards, obviously one civ has it, one civ doesn't. Both have the potential to make Zugnu in feudal age. However, the issue is against things like early palace guards, Zugnu might not be as effective. So yes, your water is important in Holy Island, but it's also how you translate it, right? How you're going to translate it to making land units, how you're going to translate it to doing things like getting your upgrades and getting, maybe even to castle age or that kind of stuff. And if Zushi can get that translation going first, if Zushi can get those early palace guards to do some kind of, raiding, taking down a couple villagers, all of that, and having that IO in the beginning, I'll be honest, like Crackney, when Zushi first came out and I heard that you get an IO at the beginning of the game, I was like, this is bananas. The tempo that you get from that, the ability to just have all of your villagers instantly drop off 20% more resources on whatever building you want to make. I just think it's insane.
Yeah, it also means though that you're not immediately going to be like using your straggler trees. Instead, you'll immediately want to make a gather building. So the lumber camp should go up immediately. It's different as well. Like you also lose out a little bit on food, a little bit on gold, right? So it's not that bad though, because I think you only miss out on 50, not 100 food. So you actually save up a little bit of food there as well. Judy's legacy is just really shaping up to be a pretty good civilization on water. I think really at the beginning, like people really just kind of looked at it and were like, nah, water doesn't really feel as intuitive as it does with China. Don't like it, not going to play it on water. But nowadays people, they gave it a second chance with the buff that came in and with a couple of other tuning stuff that came in for Judy's legacy. Now we're looking at it again, they're like, hybrid, actually not that bad of a civilization to play on it. And yeah, now we see Juji's legacy being picked here between Lucifer and Vortex. Gotta say, this is such a classic like brother on brother matchup, right? Like we're playing on Holy Island. We got both like the two same like the variant civilizations of each other facing off against each other. This is by all aspects like the closest we can get to mirror matchup.
Yeah, exactly. This is quite the brotherly game one, especially for what we have, and also with Holy Island. Having that water in a closed space, you know what I mean? It's like both of these brothers just fighting to use the bathroom when they were kids. You know what I mean? Just like something like in this game one also. Gonna set the tone, right? Set the tone for game one last game, right? Last series with Louis and B. Maybe we'll see which brother gets the upper hand in this game one, and we'll see if it ends up snowballing a little bit later. But it looks like the game is just about to start. We're heading into our second series of the day. Lucifron playing as the color yellow, spawning in Zushi's Legacy on the north side of this holy island. Vortex playing as the Chinese in the color blue on the southern side. Both players obviously going for that early dock. And it looks like, just like you said, Vortex don't need that lumber camp. Don't have any supervision on it anyway.
Yeah, and actually looking at the map here, Lucifron, he's got a pretty decent spot there when it comes to his meditation garden. He, like, right next to the water, he's got a berry spot right next to the wood line. Oh, and this spot in the middle that Vodka is pointing out as well. Like, look at that. You could be getting 50 gold, 50 stone there per minute. That is actually not bad because you can use the stone for emplacements on water. Another spot there is right next to the wood line there. There's a berry spot, so you can get a lot of wood and the berries as well. So you get a lot of potential resource for ships then.
Using that stone is actually very, very interesting because you talked about naval arrow slits. And especially with docks and getting docks in feudal age and making sure you're able to protect them, making sure ships can't be able to take them down. Things like naval arrow slits are so important. You know, we talk about how good a civilization like the Mongols are on hybrid maps. One, because they can stop the other dock, but two, they get that stone so they can get arrow slits and their docks are safe, right? So putting a meditation garden seems like a really good idea. And plus that little bit of gold that you need, do things like get sprinkled ships, do things like get demos, that could really help you in a resource that can potentially get raided.
Yeah, I mean, having those arrow slits as well, like, for these fights, it means that you're essentially, like, having additional ships there, additional military out on the map, which is stationary, has a lot of health, and does a ton of damage to your opponent. So whenever, like, you can just get a bunch of these arrow slits out, and then you can just camp under your docks, and whenever your opponent wants to take a fight, they're going to be at a disadvantage.
And it makes for such a stalemate, right? It's like if both sides do have naval arrow slits, it's like, well, I don't really want to go to their dock because, you know, the arrow slits are there. And then the other side's like, well, I don't really want to go to their dock either. So eventually, you know, maybe there is a little bit of a stalemate and both sides are going to be able to fish in peace. But I know from seeing on Holy Island and knowing how aggressive these players can be, especially Vortex, maybe we see some shenanigans. All right, maybe we see some forward docks with arrow slits. The potential's there.
Yeah, exactly. I'm wondering right now where exactly the landmark is going to be from Lucifron. He did scout that spot with the double gold, with the double stone, where he could place the meditation garden. The meditation garden for him is also going to be coming in a little bit quicker. In his Tang Dynasty, he's paying a lot less for the age up. So yeah, he could be getting that age up really quickly in as well.
And that could really set a tone, especially in this kind of matchup, right? You get Zushi to get up a little bit quicker. It means you can get your navy out a little bit quicker, which means your opponent, because they don't have that passive stone yet, and they're trying to get up to feudal, maybe they don't have arrow slits. You could take fights on the other side of the island, which is obviously what you want, right? But you don't want to take fights near where your fishing boats are. You don't want to take them while they're gathering food. You got to want to do something. Vodka's taking a look at the sheep count here. Vortex has got about 18. Lucifron with about 13. So Vortex did win the sheep battle. And even though we're talking about fish and we're talking about the food resources there, if some docks and some fishing boats get compromised, that sheep could be a very important play.
Yeah. Something as well to take note of is that both these brothers, they're such brothers, man. Like, both of them just, like, mirror-wise, like, sending out the scout onto the opponent's dock and, like, hitting the villager until he moves back. Looks like Lucifron is going for that meditation garden in the middle there, so that's going to be a lot of resource for him. 50 gold, 50 stone, just right on the money there. Could have potentially even gone for 75 gold, 25 stone. But I guess, like, getting the stone in a little bit quicker does make a lot of sense, especially on water here with the emplacement. Means that instead of having to wait 6 minutes for a single emplacement, like, you're getting it every 3 minutes.
And, you know, you got to remember, too, with Chinese and Zushi, they build fast, right? I mean, these meditation gardens, you spent the extra time to get those villagers to walk over there to even build the gardens. But because of their build time, it's going to be up pretty quickly. And I know Vortex is going to be able to do that as well on the other side. But maybe he needs a couple more villagers because he wants to catch up. You know, they're both going on 4 right now. But when Vortex does see that Lucifron is going up,
and has successfully gone up at about the 504 mark. It's going to take a little bit of time, and Luciferon's got to start queuing these ships. Vortex is going to be adding a second dock with him as well. So we're going to see now, just because of Luciferon might be adding a second dock for his side as well, how much of this Navy and how much of this early feudal time is going to mean something.
Yeah. Now, both these civilizations are getting some really, really nice landmarks here that help them economically in the feudal age. So Meditation Garden, for one, we talked about, provides a lot of resource passively. Out on the map, I would actually love Vortex to just park a scout on it. Like, check right now what Luciferon's doing, but while you're not actively scouting, always have your scout on there to reduce the income by 10%. It really does make a nice little difference there. And now behind that, I mean, Vortex with his age up, Imperial Academy, does boost up the tax generated on his building there. So he already got double broadex as well. That's 64 gold that he got back from double broadex. Meanwhile, Luciferon, he got it. That's 32 gold that he gets back. It does make a pretty big difference, meaning that Vortex can potentially like opt more into some demo ships as well, just because he gets a lot more passive gold there.
Yeah, and we both know that those demo ships, they can be used, and usually are used rather defensively, right? They try to claw your way back into games, right? You get a good explosion on a lot of those Springald ships. It could mean they could be taken down rather quickly, and it looks like based on the ships that they chose for each of these players, Luciferon going with a Springald ship, Vortex going with an arrow ship, it means that fights might be taken more so on Vortex's side than Luciferon's. Looks like Vortex trying to get cheeky with that arrow ship. Springald ship's got something to say about it, though.
Scout right now is parked on that. Look at that. It looks like Luciferon activated the ability on that war chunk in order to make it move quicker. Instead, he gets a couple more shots and might actually be able to get enough shots on. He does actually destroy that junk. Huge value gain for him there. It looks like Vortex even pulled a couple of fishing ships in order to try and repair that on the way back. Doesn't manage to successfully do so, and now he's only got his one war junk, with which he will have to defend.
Yeah, and now, I mean, just because of that first archer ship, right? It almost feels like a gamble. You know, it really feels like rock, paper. I will say rock, paper instead of rock, paper, scissors, because nobody really goes for a demo ship first. But, you know, you got to make sure you make the right ship first, you know? And a lot of times you're kind of guessing. And with Vortex making the arrow ship first, it means he's going to be a little bit disadvantaged. Just like you said on that Meditation Gardens, Vortex's scout disturbing the peace a little bit. And that 10%, even though it equates to mathematically that 5 per minute, maybe that means he has to wait a little bit more ticks before getting something like an arrow slit or getting something like a demo ship or a Springald ship.
I love this play from Luciferon. He's making a dock in the middle of the map as he just has enough stone now for his first naval emplacement. He's just going to put on more and more pressure on Vortex right now. He's already got more ships and double demo ship now in queue.
Yeah, and getting that middle dock and getting that arrow slits there, you kind of cement your place on the island, right? When you have the most forward dock getting arrow slits, and then it almost feels like on land, you could just incrementally creep up almost if you're able to take down other docks and all of that kind of stuff. So Luciferon has his half very segmented, making sure that he's doing okay. That one arrow ship does take down that demo. It looks like the Springald ships did help as well. But looking at military count here, we do see Luciferon at a little bit extra. And you're right, Crackety. Based on where this battle is ending up, this could end really quickly.
Yeah, Barbican of the Sun now also going up for Vortex. Meanwhile, another dock gets put up forward by Luciferon. The emplacement crawl, it's real. Luciferon's just plastering docks all over the shoreline there.
Yeah, and why not? You know, they're going to be safe. You know, Luciferon's doing a good job of making sure Vortex stays within his own docks, right? Just because Luciferon does have a little bit more ships, just because of the ships that were chosen at first, 27 to 22. And even just doing that little bit of back and forth, right? As long as that, well, Luciferon Scout does go down by the Barbican, but doing that little bit of back and forth on water, just make sure you can just keep creeping up, and that's okay.
A lot of demo ships out on the map right now for Luciferon. Look at that emplacement. Means that Vortex, he can't really push out right now. And there's another dog right next to the first one from Vortex here as well. Villager on the shoreline does get sniped. Archer ships need to be careful. Right now, Vortex does have the upper hand when it comes to the Springald ships. Now the demos, they're doing the dance. They're doing the dance. This is something that you can really only do with like these normal demo ships. Like Roos can't do that. But it looks like the demo ships didn't manage to find their targets. And now Vortex might be able to buy himself a little bit of breathing room. Behind that, he's in the Song Dynasty. He's getting more villagers out than Lucifron. If he's able to keep this up for the next like 4 or 5 minutes, he's gonna take the lead.
And that's a big what-if factor, right? Because Lucifron, he did have some ships go down, some demo ships obviously go down, but I know for Lucifron, he's spending that stone, and he's getting up on those arrow slits, which begs the question, whatever forward dock he has, is it going to be able to take hits while Vortex is behind his own docks? And that's when your defenses are completely breached.
Lucifron's just making only demo ships right now. Vortex starts to add his own demo ships in. He's on 3 archer ships. Is that going to be enough, though? Because Lucifron, with his micro, I could imagine that he just spreads out all of those demo ships in the end and goes for a big surround. And it looks like Lucifron might actually go up to Castle Age soon.
I was just going to say, look what he's doing with his resource management. I mean,
Yeah, the market.
he stabilized a little bit in terms of, like, you know, his fishing has been rather untouched. He's continuing to push the pressure with not boats. He's pushing the pressure with docks and naval arrow slits. And that's pretty much it. There might be enough Springald ships to try to take down that dock, but is trying to get a little bit of a fight. It looks like Vortex is. There are a couple archer ships, and it looks like the demos are going more so for the docks than the ships. Maybe that arrow ship, those demo ships kind of closing in on him just a little bit. Maybe he gets a big hit. Not so much.
Nope. Not a connection there. That's a lot of demo ships that just went down, and Vortex is reinvesting. Ultimately, not a really good trade, and now Lucifron, he's about to hit that age up. Shaolin Monastery is about to finish. Is he immediately going to go for tax on water? If he immediately gets the tag for the bonus health on water, that's going to help him a lot in the coming fights.
Yeah, having that little bit is so crucial because he doesn't have the quantity, right? He might be able to try to even it out just in terms of quality. And we'll see if he's able to do that. Really good micro out of both of these players. There's no big demo hits out of both sides. Looks like maybe there was one of them. And now as soon as I say that, there's 5 demo ships coming in. It looks like a decent amount of Vortex ships go down. He's got to do the splits with a lot of his Springald ships. That bought Lucifron some time. If he wants to get more ships, if he wants to get them with a little bit more quality, those demo ships were absolutely the MVP for that.
Yeah, but now behind that, we're going to be seeing some knights coming out. Vortex doesn't have any spearmen out yet. Not even sure if he did scout that. Does have a scout over there, so does have the option to, but it's a lot of stuff happening right now at the same time. Still no water upgrades that came in for Lucifron. Demo ship gets sniped by the Springald ships. Archer ships take care of Lucifron's demo ships. Still, there are some docks with emplacements. Knight is now going to make his way into the wood line from Vortex. Can Vortex hold here? He still doesn't have any military out on land. Didn't even notice that his opponent hit Castle Age because the Imperial official is going down. I still see no reaction here at all from Vortex to that. He's getting outposts up. This feels like it might just be a little bit too late because the Knights, they are killing villagers now. Doesn't have stone to upgrade the outposts.
Those outposts are going to be firing arrows, but against those Lancers, they have so much armor, not really sure if it matters. And a lot of the times for Vortex, all of these villagers that end up getting vacated, they'd rather be chopping wood right now. They got one IO that ends up going down. A second one is going to end up going down as well. So you're losing that 20% bonus. So Lucifron, he's not taking the battle on water. He didn't necessarily care about getting a lot of those dock improvements. He just wants to make sure Vortex can't make more than what he already has.
At the same time, the water fight going on, both these players just reacting on so many different angles at the very same time. There's so much micro going on right now. Vortex looks like he has the upper hand right now, but the demo ships, they do connect. A lot of ships just went down there for Vortex, losing 5 ships in the blink of an eye. At the same time, Lucifron also missing out and losing 2 ships to a demo. Oh, 4 ships potentially going down. That's another 2 war junks going down, and you can't take these kind of losses right now. These players are just stretched with their attention right now across so many spaces at the same time. Vortex looks like he's able to hold his wood line against the Knights. But honestly, there's just so much attention splitting going on right now between these 2 players. Lucifron at the same time behind all of this, grabbing relics as well. Doing such a great job of just playing the map here. Another demo comes out, and Lucifron, he just sniped the archer ship. This demo could be huge. And indeed, we'll get a big connection. Another war junk is going down, and Lucifron with equal numbers. GG gets called. Vortex is going to call it. Lucifron takes the first game.
Man, and that's the thing that's got to be frustrating for Vortex too, because Lucifron, he quote unquote went greedy, right? He went Castle Age. He spent the resources to get Castle Age. So that means, he spent a decent amount of time getting food and getting gold. So you should have more ships and you should be able to kind of take it to him. But Lucifron just making demos and making Vortex continue to back up over and over again. And you got to think, well, it's kind of like shotgun theory, right? 15 pellets hit the wall. One of them's going to stick, or two of them's going to stick. That's exactly what he did with the demo ships. He built so many, and he's like, well, one of them is going to have a good hit. Two of them are going to have a good hit. And if they do, the game ends, right? Because Vortex can't get that push. They did have some good hits. He got those Lancer raids also to kind of idolize that wood economy or stabilize, his own compared to what Vortex was having. And easy GG for Lucifron. That's a 1-0 series lead. And look at this, Crackety. Our first Order of the Dragon sighting for today.
Yeah, Order of the Dragon. I mean, we talked about before the stream went live. OTD right now, the best win rate in the tournament. So far ahead compared to the rest. But they've only got 3 games played, so it's not really something that you can really, bank on. It's not really like with 3 games, the statistics they're a little bit screwed. So got to take those stats with a grain of salt there. It's also the first time that we're seeing Mongols today. So OTD versus Mongols, we've seen it a couple of times so far. Spearmen from OTD, they can really do a great job against the Mongols early on. But the mass from Mongols, typically so far from what I've seen, tends to overwhelm them a little bit. Gonna have to wait and see how exactly the micro plays out here, because this is very much about the micro, about the spear micro early on there. And yeah, I mean, it's definitely one of the more interesting matchups, especially since it's like very much Dark Age aggression, but with unique units.
And, I feel like for Order of the Dragon, because a lot of people, and I know you probably see it on the AoE4 Learn tab, that Order of the Dragon is apparently a 1-star civilization, and it's easy to play. But if you are not microing your individual units, you got to remember, you do not get as many units as your other opponent that you are playing. If you are not microing those units, and a lot of them go down frivolously, that's so many resources, and that can cost you the game, especially in Dark Age, just like you said. You have Mongols making spearmen 2 at a time, even though they're normal spearmen. Order of the Dragon, they're going to have, these big, beefy spearmen, and we're going to see how big their spears are, but it's more about how you use it, because if you micro, right? If you're microing those spears, and you're making sure you're getting good hits, and you're not letting them go down, you might be able to snowball a game where the Mongols, they want to be aggressive against you, but all of a sudden they're on the back foot.
Yeah, exactly. So we're going to be having OTD versus Mongols coming up very, very shortly. Something as well to take note of is at any one point, one of these 2 players might be able to go greedy and get a dock up. Especially on a map like Mongolian Heights, the stretch of the river is really, really wide. So you do have the option of potentially hiding a dock in the corner that your opponent might not see immediately.
And this is interesting too, because for Order of the Dragon, the one thing that they don't get that's gilded is fishing boats. So having them making docks and having them getting fishing boats would be something that I would be perplexed to see and what I would enjoy seeing. But now we're going to actually know what we're going to see in game number 2. Lucifron playing as the color yellow, as the Order of the Dragon does have one of those dragon villagers coming up, might be able to make a dock. Vortex, his opponent, playing as the color blue, as the Mongols spawning in on the eastern side of the map. And it looks like for Order of the Dragon, they will be trying to get that dock up. I do think that because, it's going to take a lot of wood for you to do this, right? Because you get the dock, you get, your fishing boats or whatever. But to protect it, you need a barracks. And then you need spearmen with it. Which spearmen, they're not 60-20 for Order of the Dragon. They're 120 and 40 wood, which is a little bit of wood. So are you able to do everything to make sure your dock is safe?
That's going to be the question here. Lucifron does decide to take the risk. I mean, the OTD villagers at the beginning, they do gather really, really quickly, right? So compared to other civilizations, you get 5 villagers that gather 28% faster. So in theory, you're already ahead by half a villager-ish when it comes to efficiency at the beginning. After that, it starts to get a little bit closer just because it takes longer to produce villagers, takes a little bit more resource to train them as well. Yeah, I think maybe Lucifron knows the timing and is going to be able to thread the needle. I'm going to say, though, that it's going to be close here. Second fishing ship is going to be in queue. I don't think he can make a third one before he drops the barracks.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. And I think based on what Lucifron is doing in his villager allocation, I think he agrees with you as well. Because you see, he's got 3 still on sheep. And he has another villager who's getting shoreline fish at a rather impressive rate because it's a dragon villager. So, you know, he will be trying to get food in some place other than a fishing boat. And usually, you know, for players, you'll see them making a decent amount of fishing boats so they can go up on just fish and just kind of snowball from there. Lucifron not going that way. And he knows that Mongolian barracks do pump out 2 at a time like Noah's Ark, and we're going to see it. Khan does see the barracks. Lucifron adding a barracks of his own, and he will be making sure, just based on how much food he has, how much he has allocated on wood, he will be able to get a spearman immediately.
Oh, it's gonna look to be an outpost as well, potentially from Vortex. Either that or his own dock. Doesn't have that many villagers on wood though, so I don't imagine that it's gonna be a dock instead. I believe he's gonna try and sneak an outpost up, potentially on the gold from Lucifron, which could be quite devastating because at one point these players might want to macro up to Castle Age. And if then Lucifron finds himself in a position where he actually can't access gold from the get-go, this could be hurting him a lot. And yeah, indeed, it is going to be an early outpost that is going to be going up on the gold. He's just setting this up early ahead of time. And yeah, he, for now, completely even ignores the dock.
Yeah, and this makes a lot of sense because now Lucifron has to pick one, right? He could do things like stop a tower rush, probably with a gilded spearman. They do a decent amount of damage on that villager, and they might have to vacate. But if he goes over there, that means his dock's not protected, right? So you only have 1 spearman. We see where that spearman is. He's trying to do something against the Mongolian spears. Second spearman of the gilded variety is going to be trying to help out, make sure that dock is preserved. But at the same time, because those units are there, Vortex can pull the spears that are protecting that villager. That tower goes up, lickety split, no problem.
Outpost is going to be coming up now soon, and I mean, Lucifron, he hasn't even scouted that yet, doesn't know that it's coming up. He's 2 spears compared to 8 spearmen. The numbers don't really add up right now, and Lucifron, he's got so much food in the bank right now. Not nearly enough wood to produce any more units right now. I'm wondering what he's doing right now. Is he even going on gold? Something's all wrong here right now with the macro.
Yeah, I'm not really sure what he's attempting to do. I mean, he does have another spearman in the queue, so he's going to continuously fight in Dark Age. You got to take a look at that tower, make sure that those 2 golds, and actually there's 4 golds. There's 4 golds around that kind of vicinity, so it's going to be difficult for him to go. He's got to go all the way on the western side. Lucifron's trying to do something to try to take down the spearmen of Vortex, but having that con and having that arrow to move those spearmen rather quickly, he can't make enough spearmen in time for this.
Yeah, it's just not quickly enough. I think maybe Lucifron even needs a second barracks. The thing is, at this point in time, the fishing ships, they've paid themselves off. But you can't, like, the issue is behind this, Vortex is actually going up to feudal age pretty quickly. He's had a single villager on gold for a long time. And that's actually slowly but surely enabled him to get enough gold in to be able to go up to feudal age. And now, I mean, we can see here the spearmen, they're just not strong enough. They're trying to pick off the weak spearmen, but every now and then they're just getting microed back, the weak spears that is. And right now, Lucifron's army, just not in a good enough position. Deerstones is now coming up here from Vortex, and Lucifron, yeah, he lost all of his spearmen. That might just already be GG.
Yeah.
I think as soon as the age up comes in, he's just going to call it.
No, he's just gonna call it right now. Let's just move on. You know what? I don't even want to talk about it. Lucifron's like, everyone shut up. I don't want to talk about it. Let's just go on to game 3.
I got it, like, we just got to mention it. We already talked about it before. Games between these 2 brothers, they don't go long. These 2 brothers, they practice against each other constantly. They know when they've lost, or they know when they think that they've lost, and that's when they just call it. That's when they just call it. It's usually how it happens in games against these 2 brothers. I got a nice analogy, for example. So against Vortex, I don't think I've won like 5, maybe 6 games against Vortex. In none of them have I even burnt out a single one of his landmarks. Usually he gives up before. He's one of those players that knows, or like one of the players that knows when he's beat. He's not going for these really long games with like a potential, like a 10%, maybe 5% potential of like coming back in the game. He calls the game before that. And we can see it here. Game gets called between two brothers. And yeah, it looks like we're going to be having an equalizer now. 1-1 between the brothers.
I think it's pretty interesting here for game number 2, with this Order of the Dragon and Mongols matchup, because I get, we talked about how Order of the Dragon is the #1 civ because they're 2-1, they're 67%. That's kind of a big deal. But is this a throwaway from Lucifron? Getting rid of Vortex's Mongols here on Mongolian Heights means this next map that we see here for map number 3, which is Golden Heights, means he can't play Mongols on this one. So could he just be setting himself up for a better game 3?
We're going to be seeing English versus HRE now on Golden Heights. And I gotta say, like, English, they do look pretty solid on Golden Heights. They send 2-3 villagers out. One thing that we gotta say though is we saw this matchup between Lucifron and Beasty. It also was a really quick game. You have to scout properly, because in that game, if I recall correctly, Beasty, he sent a villager forward. Lucifron scouted the villager initially, then lost track of him, and then that villager built a barracks instead of a dock. And Lucifron sent the villagers out trying to find the dock from Beasty, never found it. Then suddenly Spearmen arrived, and it was GG from there. Between the two brothers, I don't think that situation is going to occur unless Vortex specifically wants to make it occur. But then I think Lucifron at this point in time probably knows how to react to it appropriately.
And that's a really heads-up play. I know that's not the series that's going on right now, but BC putting, because you see that villager and you're like, oh yeah, of course. You're going to see a dock going up. No problem. And then all of a sudden it's a barracks. And then you have some kind of, military units against you, and you're like, whoa, hold on just a minute. I was expecting a dock. I was expecting some fishing boats. I thought we were going to fish in peace. And Golden Heights is one of those maps that, it's interesting because Holy Island, is kind of, almost half and half. There's a little bit more land, than the water. But Golden Heights, this map is probably about 15% water, but it dictates the game. So this is a rather interesting map. I remember when this map came out a long time ago, I was like, man, that little map corner decides ball games. And in this particular situation, it's going to decide who gets a hand up in this best of 7 now that we're tied at 1-1. So with English and HRE, Crackety, I know these are good water civs, but against them, do you like English just because they're potential to make men-at-arms, or do you like HRE just because of their wood economy? What do you think?
I think in this particular matchup, I usually favor HRE because they're one of those civilizations that actually have the option of ignoring water and instead going for like fast castle age and just doing their own game plan and still like be very similar to English when it comes to the timings. English though, obviously, like it's really nice when they get that shoreline fish, that bonus economy going, but you can never like completely forget that land also exists. So HRE potentially going for like faster feudal age, putting up pressure on land, maybe even castle age. Burgrave could be an option as well. We do see Vortex being the occasional Burgrave enjoyer as well. There's a lot of potential for HRE to forego water and focus on land.
Yeah, there's definitely a little bit of variability, right, in their play. And I know for Vortex, we talk about how aggressive he is as a player. There can be a burger potential, obviously cooked, well done. But for English, I mean, when you're going against the HRE, we'll see what they can do. Again, it's all about winning that water in Dark Age. And now we're going to be heading off to game number 3. Hopefully, there's a transition. The clock is 0. Vodka, hello. There we go.
All right,
perfect.
There we go. Okay, game number 3 on our favorite map, Golden Hill, that we've got going here. 3 villagers from Lucifron playing in the color yellow as the English, already moving out towards that little pond that we got there. Vortex doesn't look like he's moving out with any villager. No, instead he's immediately making a barracks inside of his base, so immediately wants to send those spearmen over and aggress onto the dock from Lucifron. I like the idea with the proxy dock a little bit more here, but the dock, the barracks in the base is also fine there completely for Vortex. Just means that the reinforcement, like there's going to be a longer queue there of units moving over.
I'm kind of interested because
Lucifron sent 3 villagers over as the English, and obviously the English are a little bit different because of their short bows, and they're going to be able to pick off other units. But when you're playing Golden Heights, correct me, how many villagers do you usually send? Do you just send 1? Do you send 2? What's kind of your thought process?
Personally, like, I play China, so I just send 1, no matter what.
Fair.
But yeah, if you play another Civ, if you play against English, then I think 2 is probably a safe bet. What I like to do personally in that situation is I like to actually just send the one villager one way, the other villager another way. So if I see all the archer villagers on one side, I'm just gonna put the dock down on the other one and be fine with that. I just need to get the dock up in the end. That's the most important part. Look at that. This is where the proxy barracks would have helped, because then you would already have a villager there to the same play that Beasty did in that one game where he actually made a transport ship in order to get past the walls and didn't need to burn them down.
Yeah, and I feel like it kind of makes sense because you're going to want to contest the water both on land and on water. So getting that villager to make that barracks, you might as well while he's on the way, right? So now, with Vortex not doing that and having that barracks right next to the town center, there's all this walk-in time, you know? English had 3 villagers. They were able to get over there. They were able to dock. They were able to wall. They were able to even get a fishing boat out before Vortex's first spearman even got there.
Yeah, the wall's already there, and now we actually do see a villager going out from Vortex, so the play with the transport ship is definitely still up for grabs. Something that Lucifron could do in that situation is extend the wall in the back a little bit and get himself like a little spot for his villagers to reside and be able to just attack with their short bows.
Oh yeah, that could be a good idea too. Even just having that a little bit, because obviously the walls are protecting the dock, but you're going to want to protect the villagers as well, because those spearmen, they will get up there. But we do see there's an HRE. Let's see. We got a couple villagers here. Is that 1 villager or 2 that might be making a dock? I couldn't tell.
That should just be 1 villager. Sometimes the spearmen, they can look a little bit similar if they don't hold their spears at any one moment. But yeah, it is going to be that dock now coming in here from Vortex. So transport ship should be coming in soon.
Yeah, and I feel like for Vortex, you kind of have to do this, right? You really don't have much of an option in order to take care of it. I think I wanted to take a look, at Lucifron's base here. Not doing anything in terms of production buildings or anything like that. He's still macroed onto food. He's still macroed onto wood. So we're not even going to see an age up at any point in the near future.
Yeah, neither of these 2 players actually having mined any gold so far, which is interesting. But now transport ship is going to be going up. The question is, so Lucifron, what are you going to do regarding this? Are you just going to let it happen? Or what's the plan? It's going to be happening any moment now. He needs to pay attention to that. Looks like he is moving out onto the gold now with 5 villagers, so a fast age up should be coming in soon. Villagers from Lucifron, what are they going to do? The spearmen are about to arrive. The spearmen have arrived. The villagers, looks like they just accept their fate. It's over. Goodbye, sweet world. Nope. Okay, they're making a run for it. They're fighters. They're gonna have to be fast.
That's all well and good, you know. I mean, 1 villager does go down in this making, but you know, you just spent all of this on a dock. You spent all of this big
to make it out,
doing all that kind of stuff. It's like this is such a hindrance for Lucifron, is it not?
Lucifron's gonna be the first one to age up. 11 villagers on the council hall. He wants to keep the dock up one way or another. Oh no, poor villager. He's gonna survive the first wolf. Is he gonna survive the second wolf that's gonna be coming in soon? Okay, he survived the first wolf. Hello, second wolf.
Wow.
Oh, he's gonna survive it too. I think it echoed onto the other
from the wolf. Yeah, bad micro.
Yeah. Gaia, come on, get real. But yeah, looks like that dog is gonna go down, and Vortex. Okay, never mind. He just started gathering gold. I was a little bit still. Okay, so HF should be coming in soon-ish from him as well. 11 villagers on the council hall, but it still wasn't quick enough to be able to save the dog. Dog is gonna go down. At least now, though, Lucifron, he's gonna be able to get a couple of longbowmen out, and together with the villager, might be able to re-dog once again. Longbows, though, they aren't that great at taking down dogs.
No, they absolutely aren't. I think, you know, I kind of see what Lucifron was trying to do. You know, you get the dock down first, you get your food going first, you're going to be able to age up, you know, and get the council hall to get some longbowmen, and maybe it'll save you. But now that that's all null and void, that dock is down, everything is pretty much down, Lucifron is now going to send these longbowmen and just get aggressive with them on the base, because he realizes that he can't take down that HRE dock.
All right, sorry. We still we're trying to figure out the robot voices. We're moving to a different channel. Hopefully Discord now works again. All right, should be back up and running now. Sorry, Tim, we did kind of interrupt you there.
I was like, what is going on? You're hazing the rookie, I see. Okay.
Longbows actually completely ignore water. They moved straight over to Vortex side here. Vortex did put up a couple of walls, so should be safe there for the time being. Got some fishing ships that are currently just running around. Arkham Chapel, though, is going to go up. Lucifron already on 10 longbows.
Yeah, and I think Vortex, I mean, just because he's still Dark Age, that Arkham Chapel just goes up. He's going to be able to now make feudal age units, but now you're staring down the barrel of 11 longbows. So you're just consistently going to be outmassed just because of how many longbows you're able to get. However, with Vortex, just because he has water, this is all about survivability. If he can survive the next couple minutes, he can be able to make sure those longbowmen don't devastate his land economy. He's in good shape.
We're now also getting a blacksmith in for Vortex, and he's got men-at-arms in the queue. Potentially, we might be looking at a play where he's getting like the +1 Pierce armor upgrade as well as the movement speed upgrade for his men-at-arms in the feudal age. That way, his men-at-arms actually move quicker than the longbows do, and then he could actually like move in and like take fights there against them.
Yeah, for how much armor, it's not that bad, right? For the longbows, yeah, they're going to be able to kite a little bit, but they're only going to be taking unless if everybody gets their upgrades. You know, those early men-at-arms are going to have 4 ranged armor. The longbowmen are going to shoot for 7 damage. So they will be taking still 3 a pop. But if he gets enough men-at-arms, right, and his food economy and the fishing might give him the capability of doing so. So if he's able to get a decent amount of men-at-arms, he can track all these longbowmen down. It's just these next couple minutes of, is he going to be able to do it?
There is going to be this window now, though, where Lucifron, his archers do 6 damage, and the men-at-arms are going to have 4 armor. In that window, if Vortex is able to take a fight... Nah, he can't take a fight, never mind. It's too many longbows. 18 longbows out versus 3 men-at-arms. That is never going to be a fight that's going to go well for him.
No,
Marching Drills is coming in, but it's also going to take a while to finish up. Longbowmen move on to the outpost, but outpost is at least going to be able to take one of the longbows down.
Yeah, and even just having those, you know, that one longbowman that ends up going down, you still got 20, right? You still got the council hall working like 3 archery ranges, popping longbowman out pretty easy, and Lucifron going to be going with siege engineering as well. So that outpost, even though, you know, HRE has the ability for emergency repairs, depending on how many rams he makes, that outpost might not be long for this world.
Yeah, I mean, emergency repair always like gives you a little bit of breathing room as well. Like even if the ram starts hitting on that outpost, it's probably going to survive for like 20 seconds with emergency repair, so it's going to have a lot of life left in it. The question now, though, is going to be, can Vortex actually produce enough men-at-arms? I think he's still only on a single barracks right now. He did, I think, make a lot more fishing ships out on water. I think he instead might maybe needed to invest a little bit more into an additional barracks. Actually, no, still only on the 5 fishing ships. It's going to be enough. Men-at-arms are going to be in now. +1 pierce damage isn't in yet. Emergency repairs hasn't been popped yet. Ram is going to get pushed back right now by those men-at-arms. It's a little bit of scooting and shooting from the looks of it. Emergency repairs does get used, but yeah, the men-at-arms, it's just too many longbows right now. Even without the +1 pierce armor, which just now came in, +1 pierce damage, excuse me. It's going to be a tough battle. Villagers getting picked off there.
Man, these men-at-arms can't really track down those longbowmen, right? Just because there aren't enough of them. The emergency repairs goes up on that outpost, but for how long the emergency repairs takes to cool down, it just kind of delays the inevitable.
Now Vortex
villager
pulling
pull.
villagers. You could see him on the south side. He's going to be trying to take down that ram, maybe, and I think he will be able to. But again, more idle time men-at-arms trying to track down those longbowmen. You can see them on your screen, but Lucifron doing a good job of... But, you know, these men-at-arms aren't necessarily a quote-unquote DPS unit.
Yeah, they're a tanky unit for sure. They're doing a lot of damage right now as well. They're able to catch up, but with this many longbows, it's only like 2 to 3 volleys in order to take one of these men-at-arms down. Vortex did manage to rebuild that one outpost that he had there on the gold, and he is meckering up to Castle Age soon. I think it's gonna have to be a Burgrave play though.
I mean, that's the only way to get him back into this game, right? That's the only way to compete from a militaristic sense, is to go Burgrave, and that's exactly what he does. He actually pulls 19 villagers to go on it. So these next couple minutes for the Burgrave, if he's able to make enough men-at-arms, if he's able to make enough units to counteract this feudal longbowman rush, he might be in good shape. But the thing of it is, for Vortex, when you get the Burgrave Palace, you basically just get handed 4 or 5 barracks out of that Burgrave Palace. You got to be able to produce out of it effectively.
Yeah, I don't think he has the resource for it. He already exhausted his berries. That was the last food that he was on. Right now, he's getting his food solely from the couple of fishing ships that he has out. Doesn't even like he's getting the tech right now for the Castle Age men-at-arms. He's getting it in, but now he barely has enough gold to make 2 more men-at-arms.
Yeah, and if you're Lucifron, you're like, this is go time, baby. You just spent all of those resources on the Burgrave Palace, and it's not queuing anything. It's not making a unit. Yeah, it made the Castle Age, you know, upgrade, which is all well and good, but you still only have 4 or 5 men-at-arms that you upgraded. Longbowmen are going to continue to kite. That emergency repair is going to keep that outpost alive, again, for just a little bit longer, but there aren't enough men-at-arms to do anything. Vortex has to run home.
Yeah. And Lumbus right now, they're just doing such a great job here. Just hailing arrows onto these units. And Vortex, this was his last gold. Like, he doesn't have gold in the back of his base. This is all the gold that he's getting in this game. Let's go out. All right, Vortex. Potentially still getting gold now.
Yeah, which will help him in that department, but you know, he's got those 5 fishing boats, which are good. Those 5 fishing boats are going to make food. But where is he going to get food otherwise? Those deer packs and the berries and all that kind of stuff, that's in front. That's all the way out in front. He's got to keep making those boats in order to get some kind of food resource. Right now, he's at about 450 a minute. But I don't know if it's enough to continuously produce anything.
Yeah, I mean, the Ram, it's taking down the barracks, which doesn't really do anything right now. I mean, he's actually using emergency repairs on that. He still has a Burgrave Palace, so it's not like he's really relying on that one barracks there.
And it looks like Lucifron, look at what he's doing with his army composition, Cracky. He's adding some men-at-arms of his own just to make a little bit of, you know, defense with these longbows. So the longbows don't have to continuously fight. They can stay there. Lucifron's eco, although Vortex has water, Lucifron's eco basically has not been touched. And look at this. Oh my god, he's going for berries down south. He's got this gold all the way on the eastern side. If Lucifron only knew that that's what was going on, this game would be so over.
Yeah, this is actually really good now. And he's got +2 pierce armor now. So it's 6 armor compared to 7 damage on these longbows. Oh, he has to be careful though. Has a lot of men-at-arms now. The +2 armor actually makes a huge difference. Takes a lot more shots now to take care of these men-at-arms. And suddenly, Vortex has an army that can fight. 13 men-at-arms versus 34 longbows. Men-at-arms, they're faster. 1.24 tiles per second of movement speed compared to 1.12. Vortex can win this fight relatively easily as well. These longbows, even with kiting, it's going to take a long time for them to take down this many men-at-arms. Suddenly, Vortex is looking to be in a good spot. That sneak with the villagers might have just won him the game.
Yeah, and I think so, because Lucifron, but that's the thing though, Lucifron's got to be thinking, hey, he's making all these men-at-arms, which cost 20 gold each. How is he pulling that off? He's got to be getting gold from somewhere, right? You got rid of his first gold. That would pique my interest. That would make me start to look at all of those other gold mines and see what's actually there. The problem is, he doesn't really have the ability to look, because those, like, no problem. So he wasn't able to find all of those outside food resources. He's actually going to call the game. Enough men-at-arms were made
So Lucifron, he doesn't have a dog in this fight anymore.
Yeah, not having water, losing on land now as well. GG gets called.
Wow. I mean, these two back-to-back games that we saw, this one actually went a little longer than I anticipated. This being 16 minutes and being on Golden Heights, but this was such a back and forth, you know. And I think this is going to be, honestly, Crackety, I think this is going to be a microcosm of the series that we're going to be seeing going forward, because that's only game 3.
Yeah, game number 3. I mean, best of 7. These do take a while. Like even with these really quick matches between the two brothers, I mean, the set does go a long way. But yeah, I mean, Lucifron, he did such a great job there of pressuring the gold from Vortex. It's kind of insane. Like this one sneak from Vortex, sneaking out the villagers when Lucifron wasn't noticing, and getting the gold there from the other side. Also, we had a little bit of market abuse here and there, trading out some resources, much needed resources. And in the end, Vortex manages to get enough for the +2 armor and enough minute arms out. He had the bonus food income from the dock as well. It just looked really good there after he manages to finally secure those resources. Lucifron almost had him in a choke point, but just didn't manage to completely choke him out there.
Yeah, and I mean, you're talking about making men-at-arms, you know, obviously out of the Burgrave Palace. The food was pretty much stabilized because of the, you know, he went for the berries down the south, but he had a lot of his fishing. That gold, he really only needed, you know, 5 villagers that were over there. They're only 20 gold each. You know, as long as he could pull a couple villagers, he's okay.
I got that analogy. It's like Lucifron. He was like using both of his hands in order to close the mouth from Vortex, but Vortex, he had that one paper straw going through the fingers from Lucifron, and he was like getting just enough resources there, just enough air in order to come back there in that game.
Just that little bit will keep you alive. Exactly. Heading on to game number 4 here with Vortex having that 2-1 series lead. We're going to be on Lipany. It's going to be Malians. And look at that, Crackety. It's Jeanne d'Arc again. Aren't you excited?
I'm very excited, especially when I see the matchup that Jeanne d'Arc will have to face. It's going to be against the Malians. All right. Now we're talking Mali versus D. I mean, Mali, Mali is good. Mali is good against Jeanne d'Arc. I think Jeanne is going to have to play very different compared to what we usually see out of Jeanne d'Arc. Something that I personally do when I play versus Malians as Jeanne d'Arc, which I've done a couple of times, like 2 times total, I go only infantry. I just downright go only infantry. I consecrate all of my barracks and I just pump out spearmen like there's no tomorrow. And I just pray that my opponent doesn't make archers. If they do make archers, then I go for knights. But if they just go for javelin throwers and dunzos, then it's literally just spearmen archers, and you just pump so many units out that your opponent in the end probably doesn't have enough units to just survive that wave. Just because Jeanne d'Arc units, they're so cheap, you can just mass out so many of them. There aren't that many civilizations that can really stem the tide there that comes out.
Yeah, obviously the consecrate helps for getting all the spearmen, and plus you got to be thinking about what the Malians want to do. Right? The Malians want to do things like Kaboom and do all that kind of stuff. So they're not necessarily 100% allocating their resources to military, you know, because they're getting their passive income and stuff. So hopefully, you know, for Jeanne d'Arc in that particular situation, you have enough spearmen that you're just able to overwhelm. What do you think for Jeanne d'Arc? Because I've seen, you know, people play Jeanne d'Arc a little bit differently. We saw the ultra aggression, right, with Jeanne d'Arc versus Deli. We saw all of the units that Civ was able to make. What do you think about doing something like more of a economic play, going for a second town center instead of just beating your head with spearmen? Do you think that has any validity to it?
I do think it does. I just don't think we're going to see it here from these two players. Like, these are Vortex definitely isn't the kind of 2TC, oh, I'm going to play this for a later stage in the game kind of player. Vortex is a head through the wall, and if the wall is made out of reinforced concrete, well, we're still gonna try it anyways.
Yeah, he's got to get you got to get some plates in your head if you're gonna start doing that. You got to make your head turn into a battering ram if you're gonna break a stone wall like that. And you know, you're absolutely right. I mean, from games that I've seen Vortex play, that could be his MO, and probably Jeanne d'Arc is one of his favorite civs because of how aggressive that she can be.
Yeah, exactly. Malians, though, I mean, they do like to also greed a little bit with their cow transition. So getting a lot of cattle out nice and early might actually like hinder them at getting enough units out to deal with Jeanne d'Arc. On paper, though, I mean, Mali, they do have a very, very solid kit against Jeanne d'Arc. Even should she reach level 3, you got the Mustafadi warriors, which are able to deal with those men-at-arms. If she goes for range mode, your javelin throwers are going to do a ton of bonus damage. It's just not something that you can go for ranged on in this matchup at all. The Dons as well, able to take down knights from a distance with the spear throw. The javelin throw is also doing a lot of range damage, so base damage is really high, able to pick off knights potentially as well. Overall, it's on paper a matchup favorite for Malians. I've heard time and time again, though, a couple of players saying, actually, Jeanne d'Arc against Malians, not that bad. It's playable, so gonna have to see how these two players exactly play it out.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious how that gets started because I know as a Jeanne d'Arc player, I struggle against Malians very, very heavily. But let's see what Vortex can do about it. His brother Lucifron spawning in as the Malians playing in the color yellow on the western side of the map. Got that pit mine going, as all Malian players do. His brother Vortex spawning in on the northeastern part of the map, playing as the color blue, playing as Jeanne d'Arc. And Vodka was taking a look at some of these gold spawns because when you have Malians, especially if you're playing at them, if you're playing against them, where those gold mines are so important because that means, are you going to be able to get your pit mines up, number one, and two, are you going to be able to defend them?
Also, wait, that can't have been intentional, right? Like Lucifron, he's going onto 2 straggler trees. Is he actually going to try to like completely surround his pit mine at the beginning of the game? He might be.
That's pretty interesting. And because how often do you see that? I haven't seen that pretty much ever.
I've seen it a couple of times before. I'm just not sure what exactly the big payoff is there in the end. Okay, he's not going for it completely. He's getting 1 additional house out. So yeah, we're going to be looking at 7 instead of 6 houses.
I mean, do you think that ends up paying off? Because it's like, it's a little bit of a gold trickle, but I would have to think that it delays your feudal age at a time against Jeanne d'Arc, who's rather an aggressive civilization. You kind of don't want to do that.
I mean, maybe it's like 1 economy upgrade a little bit earlier. Maybe Lucifron did the math behind it. I know Lucifron is a little bit more of a macro player compared to his brother, so he definitely knows his timing around a lot of economy upgrades and like when to rely on eco upgrades a little bit more. Could be that he knows something that we don't hear.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I would think for Lucifron, maybe that extra house does end up paying off. Maybe he gets to Castle Age a little bit quicker. We'll find out. School of Cavalry going to be going up with Vortex and with Jeanne d'Arc again. Having 3 vills on it, getting that School of Cavalry up rather quickly, and it means that Lucifron might be in a little bit of trouble in that early Castle Age, or that early Feudal Age, excuse me.
Yeah, School of Cavalry is getting rushed up. I mean, the age up timing is a little bit late now for Lucifron. I'm wondering just how many villagers he's going to end up aging with. He also chopped the other tree, or at least started chopping it. He's got 26 wood now. Maybe he's going for yet another house on that pit mine. Monster Quarry is going up with 5 villagers. And now he's going to be going out to wood again.
Yeah, I'm quite interested in this build, but I think it's something that if Lucifron does emerge victorious against a rather aggressive player and a rather aggressive civ, we could be seeing the birth of a new Mali build with just that extra house. You know, we'll have to see how it ends up playing out. I really like Vortex's feudal time here. You know, with those 3 villagers at School of Cavalry, just about 75% of the way done. And also, look at how much sheep he has under that. He could make sure, I know for Jeanne d'Arc, usually you like to go for things like those deer packs or the boar that Jeanne d'Arc kills, but he's got a lot of safe food for a lot of time.
Yeah. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lucifron, 6 sheep carcasses, only 1 sheep left alive. I mean, I think Malians, something that is really underused is the ability to eat off of cattle very early on. cattle actually still have by far one of the best gather rates for food for the Malians. It's actually pretty unique because teammates actually get a reduced gather rate that was nerfed at one point in time. In one of the team tournaments, it's been used quite a lot because you're able to like sling your teammate cattle very early on, then got nerfed. So that way, Malians, they themselves get the full gather rate from the cattle. Other civilizations get a lot less.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. Because I remember some of those 2v2 builds with Malian and HRE. I remember a lot of people doing that, where Malians would send their cows over, and the HRE would just get them all inspired, and they would be super, super big into Burgrave and all that kind of stuff. So I know it's particularly just Malian build. Take a look at what Vortex is doing here. He's pulling Jeanne d'Arc in peasant form out here. Might we be seeing some kind of outpost shenanigans, just kind of disrupt the Malians at what the Malians like to do?
It could very well be, and there we go. Outpost is getting dropped now. Luciferon already has first Donzo up, but the Knights are there as well. And one Donzo is not going to be able to deal with 2 Knights. More Donzos are going to be in queue. Question is, so is he going to be able to mass enough of them in order to like keep this outpost from going up? 2 Donzos should be able to at least take the Knight down. Jeanne d'Arc, though, even in her villager form, has a lot more health than your average villager. Another villager actually coming out as well.
Oh, wow. I was not expecting a second villager now. Jeanne, not only with getting this outpost, look at how many hits she can take. She's 150 health, right? She can take a lot of these down. That villager could help her repair this tower. She also ends up healing by herself. There's a couple Knights that are going to be able to help out just a little bit. And just because of the amount of Donzos that Luciferon has, this tower goes up, and that's 1, 2, 3 golds that potentially can't get pit mine.
Yeah, that's a lot of value. Also, one of the Donzos does get picked off. That's a little bit of starting experience there for Jeanne. Just also now goes into her melee form. So is going to be pretty much impervious now to those Donzos. And now there's nothing really that Luciferon can do against these Knights burning down the pit mine. There is 1 gold on the far other side of a space next to the market there that he could go for. But it's a long way out.
Yeah, I think just because of how much time it would take to go out there, maybe he's trying to do the best he can to try to fight this, but oh my gosh, using that quick micro, pulling that Knight and Jeanne into that outpost to take down a Donzo. This is just the amount of time that you need to take down and burn down one of those pit mines. They're 1,500 health. They take a lot of torches. Doing those little plays, pulling those Knights, putting them in the outpost. The outpost does have arrow slits already. I don't see a way Luciferon's able to take this.
Yeah, it's getting reinforced too. And Vortex, actually, you mentioned it, he is going for a second TC behind all of this. On the double deer spot, that's going to be an insane amount of food income for him. Look at that spot there. At the same time, Luciferon is going out there onto that second pit mine. He is also just trying to go for the cattle behind that. But yeah, this definitely is a feels bad moment for him right now. Not being able to secure this 1 pit mine. And subsequently, also all the houses around it. This is also a lot of bonus experience here for Jeanne. If that pit mine goes down, that's 15 experience, and every single house is also going to be another 2 experience here for her.
Yeah, I mean, you know, the Donzos, I didn't see if too many went down, and I don't think when she did pop in the outpost that she did get the plus XP from that. So having that pit mine's obviously really going to help. It's going to make him continue to make more houses over there on that western side. And getting the second town center. So not only did he slow Malians down, but he's able to catch up a little bit with the second town center. So if the Malians do get that cow boom situated, do get those pit mines, that he'll be able to actually have a good battle.
Luciferon does scout out that second TC from Vortex just as it went up. He is messing up a lot of the Donzos right now.
Yeah, I see him at about 9 Donzos, and he'll be adding a 10th as well. And I think he did see, for Vortex, he did see that second town center. That town center is very in front, and although, you know, it's on a great spot, you have a couple deer packs, it's basically like an infestation at that point because of how many deer there are. Maybe he can mass up some kind of offense to take that town center down and stop Vortex trying to get as economically prowess as he does.
Another pit mine. Okay, this is actually a super interesting pit mine now. Just on the other gold there. It's still in range of the outpost. Donzos do push forward. Should be able to... not quite getting the snipe in. Quick garrison there on the units. Lucifron behind that. He does have a pretty good food bank, but it looks like Vortex is going to push out like for longer feudal age here. Is now adding in double archery ranges.
Yeah, I mean, I really like to play for the archer ranges. You need them at this point, you know? I mean, obviously with Jean being limited arms, yeah, she's going to help with her Holy Wrath if she gets good hits on those Donzos, but you need some archers to pick them off. Now there's just way too many Donzos where if he keeps making knights, it would be game over. And it looks like now, for that fortified outpost, can't necessarily kill any of the villagers or deal damage to any of those villagers on that second pit mine. So surprisingly, he's able to get this very well. Still doesn't see that second pit mine over there on the western side of the map. So Lucifron could see a way out of this.
Yeah, Lucifron did take a lot of damage there, but overall nothing too bad. And he's still in a pretty good spot now for his cattle boom. He's also adding in the javelin throws ahead of time, so even though Vortex is adding archers, he should not like completely get overrun immediately by them once they come out. And also Vortex is kind of like just letting off now off that side there with the destroyed pit mine, not opting to destroy those last remaining couple of houses. I think the boars are also still alive, so you could definitely also just go and take down some of the boars, send villagers on that as well. Just make use of the resource out on the map, get some more experience in for John, and
honestly, I really like this play from Vortex right now. I mean, getting that tower rush going, right? Stopping the Malians, or at least halting the Malians for just a little bit, and then economically expanding outside of that, where Lucifron, he's still dealing with this outpost. He doesn't even care, you know? While Vortex on the other side, he's getting poor, he's getting all the best food resources, he's getting all the villagers that he needs. This doesn't necessarily win him the game, but it buys him time.
Oh, nice dodge there from the units, dodging that Holy Wrath from Jeanne d'Arc. Donzo's just inching back just in time, not dodge it. One villager, though, gets left behind, gets taken down. Outpost is now getting focused down. As long as it gets down to burning, that's going to be fine. That's when Lucifer, in theory, can just let it go burn. Indeed, waits until it starts to burn. No, does opt for the last hit on as well. Now is just going to go back onto gold here.
It actually takes the cost of a Donzo. That Donzo did go down from air slits instead of just letting that tower burn. So I can understand why that gold is going to be a lot more safe if he wants to mine from that gold instead of this gold that's a little bit forward. He might be able to stop some other villagers from going down in that particular instance as well. But with Vortex having a villager lead now, making sure that, you know, the passive income from the Malians is kind of getting nulled because of how many extra villagers Vortex has, we're going to see armies of equal strength. I just think the issue, Crackety, is the Malians just have this super counter towards what French likes to make.
They do. The one issue is, though, in these fights, is that you're going to have to micro a lot more as the Malians compared to as Jeanne d'Arc. Because the Malians, they will have to split up their javelin throwers into individual groups of like 6, 7 in order to be able to consistently one-shot archers. If you don't do that, because the javelin throwers have very slow attack speed, you're going to take a long time to actually take down the archers. And in that time, the archers then have the potential of cleaning up your Donzos. So that's something that you really don't want to let happen there at all.
Yeah, I could see that. I could see that too. And I think with Malians, with enough javelin throwers, they could do things like, obviously they're going to be good against archers, but you make enough of them, you might be able to snipe Jeanne out of the battle so before she gets XP, because we talk about how much base damage those javelin throwers have. And they're able to throw those javelins pretty quickly. You know, it might only take 1 or 2 volleys. Jeanne gets nulled out on XP. Got to take another 250 gold. That's a huge loss. But it looks like Vortex, he doesn't want to take a feudal fight. Look at his macro. He's going up to castle.
Indeed, he does. I mean, he's got a lot of knights out on the field right now. This could just still be like the Royal Institute, get the upgrades, and then go for the all-in kind of play from Jeanne d'Arc. At the same time, Lucifron, he's got a good amount of cattle out, about to finish off all of these cattle ranches, 18 cattle inside of them. Then he can just also go up himself. It's interesting that Vortex is able to go up first, even though he did go for the second outpost. It means that Lucifron, he really did invest a lot into the military as well. Guildhall now going up, so it's not going to be that, that other landmark. You know the one.
Yeah, the Royal Institute. It's not going to be the Institute.
I just said it earlier. I just forgot it immediately.
That's okay. I mean, for Royal Institute, now that we have the name. We'll talk about it just a little bit. It really is just like that. It almost feels like a win more landmark, and it feels like a game ender. You know, Vortex isn't really in that position to end the game with how many knights, and especially with how many Donzos is there as well. But with Vortex getting up to Castle Age, gotta remember, Jean, she is rather religious. She's going to be able to get those sacred sites pretty much immediately.
Both players aging up. Renfrew on the corral. 23 villagers working at that. Vortex, Lucifron really wants to get it in quickly. Vortex now immediately grabbing his veterancy upgrades, both on the Royal Knights as well as on the Archers. Lucifron, though, as the Malians, is going to get his Castle Age upgrades in not just cheaper, but also quicker as well.
Yeah, and I think Vortex feels like he's smelling blood in the water a little bit. He wants to get a really, really good timing attack when the veteran Royal Knight comes in, when the veteran Archer comes in, because we know Lucifron is going to take him a little bit of time in order to do that. Veteran Royal Knight does go in. It looks like he tried to burn that pit mine, but it will stay up and not burned for a rainy day. Still waiting for those upgrades, so Vortex trying to limit that Malian army just a little bit. The Malians, just because of these pit mines and because of this gold, they kind of have their late game economy already. So Vortex is trying to take it to him. The Donzo upgrade comes in. The Javelin Thrower upgrade comes in. Tries to get a Holy Wrath. Can't quite get it. And now you're going up against your hard counter. The Donzos are actually getting kited a little bit. Just like you said with the foreshadowing, talking about that little bit of micro from those Donzos, making sure they don't get caught into harm's way. So a little bit of XP for John. Overall, though, kind of decent damage on both sides.
And the Javelin throws, Lucifron did the right thing there. He Javelin throws into 2 control groups, so he did actually manage to take a couple more archers down there than if he just went for the A move, or just like select the entire group of Javelin throwers and just select all the archers one by one. And Vortex, he's just playing this a little bit more slowly now, massing up more and more of these knights, getting this really, really big night ball going. And the numbers from Lucifron, I feel like against somebody that like only makes knights, you need like double the amount of spearmen / donzos, and that's not quite where we're at right now. Archer is still taking some really good trades against the donzos here right now. And you gotta be fearful of Jean just hitting that level 3 very, very soon.
Yeah, that little bit of +9, +9, +9, it makes a difference. And if Archers, you know, at the cost of a decent amount of them, looks like those Knights will get a charge on those Javelin throwers. They're a little bit pricier in terms of XP. Level 3 comes in. I think he wants to take this battle now.
Indeed he does, and he's just overwhelming right now with the Knights. The Knights just looking so strong right now. We see all the experience just getting dropped there, left, right, front, center, and he's just chasing after those Javelin throwers one by one. He's just keeping up with them. The Holy Wrath comes in, a lot of them going down. All the military from Lucifron losing its life. The reinforcement, they're just not quite there. More production buildings getting dropped, but it might just be too late. And GG gets called. John with the level 3 and the timing. Vortex taking game number 4.
I can't believe, I can't stress how good that timing was for Vortex. I mean, obviously, you know, second town center helped. Made sure he got a lot of knights, make sure he had enough archers, all that kind of stuff. But as soon as John hit level 3, as soon as she hit level 3, and he knew why he brought those knights up, why he brought those archers up. He knew that John was going to hit level 3 with a couple Donzos go down, a couple Jab throwers go down. And as soon as he did, as soon as you see Jean spawn that horse out of thin air, I instantly thought this game was over.
Yeah. I mean, level 3 Jean, it just hits differently. The Knights there as well. Look at that military graph. Equal numbers, but the Knights, they're just built differently. They take down any unit you throw at them in that mass. And truly, like, when you have Knights in that mass, there isn't really a counter.
Yeah, for how many Knights there were, I think probably at the time of that battle, there were somewhere around 20. And if you let a civ like Jeanne d'Arc or a civ like French mass up that many Knights, you're right. There aren't enough spearmen, and especially with that Holy Wrath, or little whirly doos, as I like to call it, from Jeanne d'Arc, making sure that those Donzos are about half health, third health by the time those Knights get in there and take shots. Man, that ball game is absolutely over. But take a look, Crackety. We've got, in this matchup, a Deli versus Malians. Did we see this one already?
We did see Malians. We did see Deli as well in another matchup that we had going on. But yeah, this is now going to be on Dry Arabia. We do have a redraft right now after the 4th game. So right now we're going to be looking at the draft. So still, Rus and Ottomans banned for both players. What else do we have? Ayubits banned for Lucifron. Ayubits picked for Vortex. Mongols banned on both sides, and English banned for Vortex. So right now we're going to be seeing Malians versus Deli. That's also going to be an interesting one. This time it's not going to be on quite of a constricted map as the first time that we saw Mali versus Deli. This time it's going to be on Dry Arabia, so a little bit more open. Mali has a little bit more space to maybe play around and hide a pit mine potentially if they wanted to. It's also going to be 3 instead of just 2 sacred sites, so a little bit more play for Deli there as well.
Yeah, and we did talk about, just how you alluded to on the last map. We did talk about how Lipany can generate some spawns like that, where Lucifron had those 3 gold mines right on the side there. Now he's not really going to be dealing with it. However, what he will be dealing with is a Deli feudal age mass that's going to be barreling towards his base. And we talk about the Malians taking some time to set up, making sure that they get their cow boom and their pit mines and all that kind of stuff. Deli has a very, very different way of playing this game. And although a lot of people might say that Deli is quote unquote one-dimensional, the dimension that they do use is so good.
It is. I mean, it's just so many units out there from the Deli. It's really hard to stop the flood that's coming out there. Ghazi Raider is super, super solid there as well. And this is going to be a potential match point now for Vortex. 1-3 lead right now ahead of him. So he is really in a good spot right now. Can Lucifron take it back and maybe even get the equalizer, potentially the reverse reverse matchup that, like, not the reverse matchup, what am I saying even? Clap back and go for a 4-3 victory there in the end. It's definitely an uphill battle now for Lucifron. And yeah, the reverse sweep at this point in time, it's going to be a tough situation for Lucifron as well. I think he might also, it's also a mental thing, right? Like, you're 2 games behind of your opponent is on match point. If you even lose a single game now, you're going to be out and your brother advances.
Yeah, I mean, I guess there's a small consolation prize in that. Obviously, with both of these players being brothers, they want to see the other one do well, but maybe not at the sacrifice of themselves, I would say. With the Deli now with Vortex, I feel like this is just the civilization that you couldn't pick a better player to have it. His ability to be aggressive, his ability to micro his units properly, as we just saw, his ability to do the timing attacks that he can do because of what we just saw. Lucifron, I really feel like he's going to have an uphill battle here. And for Vortex, just because he is up 3-1, he could be at a thing where, well, okay, there's a matchup that I don't like, or, whatever that maybe I can quote unquote throw away. But Vortex, he wants to send the series now. He wants it done in 5.
Potentially. I mean, Deli is probably, I would say, by far, like, Vortex is by far the scariest player with Deli when it comes to playing that civilization. He's got a car. Deli is his car, and he just took out the brakes. It's only the gas pedal that's remaining for him right now. It's a little bit dangerous. The government already took the keys, but he found a way to hotwire it, and yeah, it's go time. It's dangerous. They closed down the schools in this neighborhood because of it, but it works for him. And Deli is absolutely amazing in his hands. Malians, we just saw them from Lucifron. He's going to try and pick him again. Is he going to be able to win it this time? It looked good for him in the first one until that really big fight happened. And that's just where Shondok is really, really good. If he can once again mass that big of an army and just really respect his opponent's approach, his military approach, then I could see Lucifron also being in a really good spot here. It's a very even matchup, but you just gotta mass up army as Somalians like there's no tomorrow. You can't be too greedy with the cattle. You should instead choose to also eat from the cattle. And yeah, that's the way it should be played, in my opinion, here from the Malians' perspective.
Yeah, there kind of is. It kind of feels like a little bit of a trapeze act almost, because you want to, for the Malians, you want to make enough units to make sure Deli doesn't get the sacred sites, they're not able to steamroll you and all that kind of stuff. But you're also trying to set up your economy at the same time. So it's how much military can I make to get away with the build that I want to do? And this is one of the things that I remember from watching AoE4 all the way back since day one, all the way since EGC Genesis. I think one of the best players, or the best player that I saw do this, was Viper. When Viper was playing this game, his ability to make sure that he could be defensive yet greedy at the same time made him just miles above everybody else. And let's see if Lucifron, because this is a matchup that can really show the potential that he can have. And we're going to delay no longer. Game number 5 of this one, Lucifron playing as a color yellow, spawning in as the Malians in the north part of the map. His opponent on match point, Vortex, playing as the color blue, spawning in on the southern side as the Deli Sultanate. And let's take a look. We're talking about Malians again. Where's that gold at?
It's in the back. It's looking really good here for him. He's got another one to left-hand side that's also in the back. Right-hand side, we're just sort of on even grounds. But yeah, there's also 2 large wood lines on left-hand side. If he just walls to them, then the entire left-hand side is going to be completely defended. 2 golds, 2, 3 berry bushes, large stone as well. That could be a really, really good spawn here for Lucifron.
Yeah, just that little bit of safe gold, or safe food, excuse me, while he's going through doing things like a cow boom. But the thing of it is the Deli Sultanate, he doesn't want to give up that part of the map. Even though that's on the northern corner, he wants to make sure the Malians are contained into their base. Deli cares about map control so much. And what's really important too is this game is starting to go to feudal age, and Lucifron continuing to get those houses. Is Vodka's looking at the scout, how many sheep we're going to get on either side. Make sure Deli's villagers aren't in harm's way. They can continue to gather those sheep after the berries, just like... I mean, yeah, they need a little bit of sheep, but the Deli, that could really take you into something even in like the mid-feudal age.
Yeah, and the Deli, they get another advantage when it comes to scouting for sheep. They are starting off with the berries as well, so they can just really take these really long scouting routes in order to try and find as many sheep as possible in the early stages of the game. And look at that, Vortex has found a good amount, but it looks like Lucifron has pulled ahead of him when it comes to the scouting. So is now going to potentially able to find more sheep there on the remaining unscouted part of Vortex's space.
And, that's something that a lot of players might end up forgetting. If you're in a lower elo or mid elo, you have a particular scouting pattern that you like to do. You go out to the middle, you make a turn, all that kind of stuff. But look at that scouting pattern from Vortex. He just goes all the way near on Lucifron's side of the map, pretty much like right near where his town center is. It makes this giant loop just to make sure he gets enough sheep. Whereas Lucifron on the other side, he does go in the middle. He makes that little turn, makes around, makes sure he deposits sheep because he needs them.
Yeah, Tower Victory now coming up for Vortex. No surprise. Dome of Faith, I don't think I've seen it recently. It sort of went out of fashion. Mansa Quarry now coming out for Lucifron. No surprises there.
Yeah, and I think with how many... I mean, we've pretty much been seeing 5 builds on the Mansa Quarry and then 4 on the Tower of Victory. So overall, pretty standard builds from these guys. Now, when you're playing as the Deli Sultanate here, against Malians or otherwise, we know the Malians have Donzos, but for Vortex, what production building does he go first?
Could be... Vortex should probably open up with just the Ghazi Raiders, as per usual, just to be able to harass, be a little bit annoying, and just have the mobility on his side, keep his opponent inside of his base. And behind that, with the Ghazi Raiders, having the mobility and keeping your opponent in their base, that then gives you a window to react to what they're doing, see what kind of units they're making, and then opt for a Sacred Side play as well. Typically, against Malians, you just kind of go for a 1-1-1 composition. You get the Spearmen out, they're just going to be fodder for the javelin throws and a really, really good front line. You get Archers against the Dunzos, and the Ghazi Raiders, for once the Dunzos get cleaned up, that's when you then just send all the Ghazi Raiders on top of the javelin throws.
Yeah, we saw that in the first series that we had. Having those Spearmen come in, and even though we didn't see Sofas on the other side, but having those Spearmen come in just to tank a little bit. From those Donzos, making sure those spears aren't hitting horses, they're hitting other men, right? So having that ability and making sure that he could do that could be a really, really big for him in those late feudal kind of stages. I really like what Vortex does and gets the second Scholar. And we'll be going down with actually a Blacksmith first, and we saw this in our first series, just making sure that you're getting those technologies going as quickly as possible and having that second scholar to help you out means pretty much the first battle that you take, that quote-unquote snowball battle, ends up being pretty advantageous for you.
Yeah. This front, the backside of space. Gets scouted though immediately by Vortex, so Scout does know about that one. Immediately sends a message, hey, I know what's going on here. I see your pit mine there. It could be seeing some... it's not going to be the Gazi race, instead opening up immediately with his own barracks. And Waypoint looks to be immediately going over to that pit mine as well.
Oh, that's pretty interesting. And, you know, I really like that Lucifron chose that gold instead of the other one that was a little bit closer to his town center, because you think about what the Deli wants to do. They want to get those sacred sites, which are in the middle of the map. So getting units, things like spearmen, especially because they're on foot, traversing pretty much the entirety of the map, if you want to make that pit mine a point of interest, having that spearman over there and making them go pretty much the entire diameter of the map to try to take down that pit mine, it feels safer, doesn't it?
Definitely does. 3 spearmen now already out. Lucifron getting out his own barracks, his own archery range as well. Gonzo's immediately going to be in queue here. And we are going to be seeing that 1-1-1 composition coming out from Vortex. Stable now gets dropped as well. So that's a good amount of sheep under his base and under his TC. Means that he has a lot of food to play with now.
Yeah, and that's going to help him transition when he starts doing things like cows. Maybe that's 1 or 2 cows less that he'll need to eat. He could put them in cattle ranches. Instead, having those sheep obviously going to help, and it makes sure your Deli counterpart obviously doesn't have it either. So now we're seeing RB compositions out of both players start to develop. Lucifron going with archers. We saw that difference from our last series, the other one going javelin throwers. But whether it's an archer, whether it's a javelin thrower, it's still a ranged unit, and it's still something that a Gazi Raider is going to take care of.
Yeah. Lots of units coming out from Vortex right now. Already 9 military units out on the field. Lucifron, double production building, not quite able to keep up with that. We also see some archers here as an opener for Lucifron instead of the immediate javelin thrower.
Yeah, we kind of see, based on that one, just the Donzo and the Spearman having a little skirmish with one another. The Donzo does beat them head up. You know, they do have a little bit of extra. I think they have one melee armor, excuse me, that goes with the Donzo. So if you do fight them straight up, obviously a Donzo is going to win. But that's why Vortex, he's added the archery range. He's added the stable just to make sure you get that 1-1-1 composition that all Deli players should strive for.
Yeah, both Sacred Site are now going to be captured up by Vortex. Has a scholar on each of them. And Lucifron, right now, he is fighting with an immobile army, so can't really move out of his base in order to start to like try and decap these Sacred Sites.
Yeah, and I'm thinking he might need to. You know, I mean, with 2 of these getting captured, Vortex can do one of 2 things with the gold. I mean, obviously, you only need food and wood for a lot of your resources, as we see a little bit of a battle coming in. Archers from the Malians trying to kite those spearmen. Gazi Raiders have something to say about it. And it looks like those Deli archers with the Tower of Victory will be able to take down those other archers a little bit better than something like a javelin thrower. So a couple Donzos go down. Lucifron's got to back up again. This is the Deli player getting the map control that they really want to have in feudal. So this is really important for Vortex that he was able to take down those units.
Yeah, double military number right now for him as well. Meanwhile, Lucifron is investing a lot into his cattle boom as well. Gets the cattle ranches up, gets a lot of them out in there for the bonus food income. Question's gonna be though if he can really afford that and still be fine, because right now there's this big stream of army coming out of Vortex's base and he's just massing up more and more and more of these units. 22 to 10 military, it's just climbing up for Vortex non-stop.
Yeah, and that's kind of the issue for Lucifron, you know? I mean, you're trying to get that cattle ranch going to maybe, quote-unquote, get to Castle Age, but I feel like if you don't sit in feudal for a little while, you know, if you just let them take the sacred sites and go up to castle, Deli will just steamroll you with units. Because Amalian Castle Age, yeah, it's strong, but it takes, you know, a little bit of time for the Grand Fulani Corral to actually get going, to make sure those cattle are getting a lot of units, or getting a lot of food, I should say, per minute. And Lucifron's going to struggle if he doesn't continue to make units, and it looks like he is not going up to Castle Age anytime soon. A lot of those houses are getting burned down. Javelin throwers from Lucifron trying to pick off some of these archers, but not at that critical mass to take down a full archer yet.
And now he sees that's a big army there from Vortex, still at double the military count compared to what Lucifer has had on the field. The javelin throwers are getting some picks every now and then, but if it actually came to a big battle here, Lucifron definitely wouldn't win that fight.
Yeah, and just because Vortex making all these units, Lucifer's contained. That pit bine's going down. He doesn't have an ability to get a second one. He does have a gold that's a little bit outside that could have a potential. Sacred Victory now coming in for Vortex. He's going to have all 3 of those sacred sites, and with that gold, you could do a multitude of things with that gold. If he wants to go up to castle, he can. He could sell it off to make more units, more production buildings. We'll see what he actually chooses to do. The javelin throwers might get caught out. Spearmen making sure they take some Donzo charges. Looks like there's not enough archers from Vortex, however, but still, just because of the sheer mass of units, javelin throwers trying to snipe some of those archers out. Lucifron staying in his base yet again. There's a very distinct pattern here at Crackety where these fights are getting taken.
Yeah, but Vortex actually not taking the best engagement here. Didn't have all of his archers there from the looks of it. And did actually lose out a lot of his military force there. This was a great fight there for Lucifron, and now he's going to be able to rebuild that pit mine there on the gold. And overall, this was a very good fight there to take for Lucifron, and he can just boom up right now with the cattle behind that after taking such a good fight.
Yeah, I think Vortex needs to see this and know. You know, I mean, he has 10 javelin throwers here. He's going to be able to take down a decent amount of archers. You are going to need to pump archers if you're going to want to take down those Donzos and get a Ghazi surrounded. It looks like that's what he is doing. It looks like all of his military production buildings are efficiently getting produced. He has a lot of scholars out on the field right now, Crackety. He's got 6 scholars, 2 in the queue for some healing potential.
That is a lot, yeah. If he pulls all of them, that healing could actually make a pretty large difference there. Scholars still in queue yet. Right now, just missing more Ghazi Raiders. He is getting a lot of gold passively. I think Vortex should also drop a market at this point in time and just buy a resource in order to invest even more in feudal age. Because I don't think Deli wins this game in Castle Age in this matchup. Just pure feudal age mass. And now another fight is going to be happening. Surround with the Ghazi Raiders. Tries to come in. Archers, though, once again, they're getting picked off by the javelin throwers in efficient numbers. And I feel like Vortex, he just doesn't have as many archers here at the front line as he really needs. Or at least, like, needs to really go for the all-in approach and just take the fight. I think if he really commits to a fight, instead of just trying to, like, run and kite the entire time, then he might actually take a better fight.
Yeah, I think so too, and it begs the question. I guess we see a lot of archer corpses on the field, but where the hell are they? You know, there's 10 archers that are supposed to be on the field, 9 archers. I only see 2, now 1 up here, and those Donzos now don't have that unit that's going to be taking them down. Look at this this micro from Lucifron. His Donzos are always surrounding his javelin throwers, making sure the Ghazis can't get a surround. His micro right now, even though he's dealing with an army that's potentially more in mass, army value, potentially more also, but he's holding his own because of how good his micro is with his Donzos and his throwers.
Vortex has 800 gold in the bank. He just dropped the market, so does have the option of at least like trading out for more resources. Hasn't done so yet. Definitely starts to need to do so very, very soon. At the same time, little raid comes in on both sides. Actually gets a couple of villager kills here. 3 villagers do go down. That does hurt a little bit, but Lucifron, he's fully set up right now with the cattle. He's also eating from cattle at the same time, so 18 cattle and ranches, 2 cattle that he's actively eating from. That's going to be a lot of food income for him and just even more units that he's going to be able to pump out.
Yeah, now that everything's pretty much set up, you know, it begs the question that, yeah, you got some villagers down on a couple raids. I think you got about 3 villagers, but it's like, I don't know if I care. You know, I mean, you have pit mine get gold, you got your cattle's getting food, and you're going to be able to harvest your cows right from under the town center. You lose a couple villagers as the Malians. It's the one civ that if you are going to lose vills, I guess this one's okay.
Compound of Thunder now getting dropped by Vortex. Looks like he just bought a little bit of food in order to be able to age up. And this timing, I'm not sure how great it's going to be, what kind of unit he would make as soon as he goes up, if it's just going to be like mass man-at-arms in order to deal with this. He's going in for another raid with the Ghazi Raiders. The Donzos, they seem to be mostly out of position right now. There's a couple here and there that are trying to chase after the Ghazi Raiders. He's causing some idle time on the wood line, just running around right now. Sacred Sign in the middle is going to start to get decapped. What's the age up gonna be for? I'm just gonna guess that it's gonna be mass man-at-arms, but then the Musafati warriors could serve as a potential counter to that.
Well, you gotta remember, Crackety too is Vortex has 8 scholars, and I saw that one mosque was completely full. It was 5 out of 5. So if he does want to get things like Castle Age upgrades, he might have the ability to do it. But just to the fact that there are no Musafatis out, Vortex is gonna go for those heavy units. He goes for men-at-arms, actually going for knights at the same time. But with a lot of Donzos out, that's a lot of resources you're throwing into a cavalry unit.
The men-at-arms, though, is going to be a great meat shield here, not just against the Javelin Thrust, but also against the the Donzos. And in combination, if he gets some good raids or some good surrounds in with the Knights combined with the Ghazi Raiders, could still be really good for him. He's also gathering up a lot of the relics right now. The 5 scholars that he had inside of his mosque, they all got sent out now in order to capture the relics. 2 relics already in possession of the scholar. The scholars already have possession of 2 relics, 3 relics now. 4th one now gets picked up as well. And that's a lot of gold income that's going to make its way over now to Vortex. I don't think he has a single villager on gold the entire time. It's all just the passive gold income that he's gotten from both the sacred sites as well as the relics that are going to be coming in now.
And especially if he's making a lot of things like men-at-arms, right, that take a little bit of gold, he might not need that much. You know, I mean, those Deli technologies, they're free, you know, so he's going to be able to crank them out, get some Castle Age upgrades if he wants to, get some of those Castle Age blacksmith. You see village fortresses are coming up as well. But now that the Grand Fulani Corral is completed, this is the stage of the Malians that everybody does not like to face, because we are going to see a boom of military units, because Lucifron, I mean, his economy, it's pretty much done. He did everything he needed to do. Now let's wait for the payoff.
Yeah. Now Vortex is also going for the stone, so with the Compound of Tender, gets his keeps up a little bit cheaper. Gets the upgrades a little bit earlier. Question's gonna be if he's still gonna be in a position to take fights now. There's a lot of men-at-arms that he has, but Lucifron is also messing up a lot of these Musafati warriors now. The men-at-arms, though, do also benefit from the Tower of Victory, so it's bonus attack speed on them. He's splitting up his army, though, from the looks of it. There's 3 Donzos right now on that one sacred site that are decapping, but the main army is going to be in the middle. Vortex pulling all of his units right now to get the to stop that decap from happening. Gets in time, able to take down the Donzos there. Sacred site is going to stay captured. It looks like he's also going to go for the 5th relic right now behind that. But yeah, we look at the food income from Lucifron. This is just a lot of income that he has going for himself right now.
And I think the best part of it for the Malians is it's all right next to his town center and build. He doesn't need to do anything. He doesn't need villagers gathering on it. It means he can send his villagers to go do other things, right? Where as Vortex on the other side, he has to, you know, he's getting a lot of those outside food resources, and those pockets are pretty much done already. Those deer packs are pretty in harm's way, so he might need to back up from them. So Vortex, and he doesn't really want to do anything like a farm transition because the amount of tempo that it costs him to do. So he needs to, if he's going to win the game, he's got to win it pretty soon, and it looks like he's going to try to take it now. A bunch of men-at-arms coming up against that Donzo late in front line. It looks like Musafatis are going to be trying to make up that flank on the northern side. Vortex going to be able to get a decent amount of a quote-unquote surround. He got some Ghazi Raiders, got some Knights over there, but man, there are so many Javelin throwers. I don't know if he's going to get that full surround. Cracking, this battle is neck and neck.
Nah, this battle is way in favor for Vortex right now. He's just taking such a good trade there. The Ghazi Raiders, they immediately went on to the Javelin throwers there in the backline. The Donzos didn't pull back for that. The Musafati warriors weren't all there right now in position. And with that, GG actually gets called. Vortex winning the game. And with that, the set in a 4-1 fashion.
Wow. I really was not expecting that fight to go the way that it did, and how convincingly that it did. I think in that particular fight, just because of those men-at-arms making that front line, I think it showed how powerful the Tower of Victory was, didn't it? You know, that extra attack speed, making those men-at-arms a little bit of a damage dealer, while also tanking a lot of Donzo spears. Man, this one, like Vortex going up to Castle Age and what units he's going to make, and you know what battles to take and all that kind of stuff. But he was able to reign supreme, use those men-at-arms, use Tower of Victory. Solid series from Vortex.
Yeah, 4-1 clean fashion in which Vortex takes it. And Yeah, this was a really, really strong set here from Vortex. Like the all-ins, they really worked. We saw a lot of these games. They all just came down to these all-in timing windows that Vortex went for. Lucifron also tried a couple of things. He went 2 times for the Malians, kind of lost 2 times to the same thing with the all-in strategies there from Vortex. And the timings, they were just a little bit too good there from him. Also, the micro in these battles, Vortex just really had a leg up there when it came to army positioning there. In comparison, just these Ghazi Raiders, the Knights immediately going on there behind and surrounding the Javelin throwers, the Musafati Warriors not quite being there. Vortex winning it in a 4-1 fashion. And now we can take a look at the bracket and see how it looks now after today's sets that we've had going on. And we can see we start off with Louis versus B. Louis did win that one in a 4-2 fashion. Then Lucifron versus Vortex, where Vortex took it in a 4-1 fashion. We're going to be looking at tomorrow, our round of 6, where we're going to be looking at Wham versus Louis and Puppy Paw versus Vortex. Both the Canadian brothers, they got lucky they didn't have to face off against each other in a round of 6. Instead, they're going to be making their way through potentially on opposite sides of the bracket.
And I'll tell you what, this is the crazy thing about the Elite Classic 2. You ended up getting through the round robin stage, and you're seeing it obviously matter to get placed in the round of 8, 6, or semifinals, but I'll tell you what, from the series that we saw today in Crackety, I really feel like if we played the same series again tomorrow, wouldn't guarantee these results. These players are so good together. This is the cream of the crop, the best of the best players, and they are really, really showing it in especially this round of 8. These were 2 series that, even though, we saw Vortex come up with a quick, a little bit of a victory here, trying to get a couple wins, and then Louis MT before against B coming out against 2-0. There was fight left in both of these players, and I think this was, even though the score might say 4-1, didn't feel like 4-1.
Yeah, these games, they all felt really, really close. We talked about a little bit these 2 brothers, whenever they fight against each other, they tend to be a little bit early when it comes to calling GG, just because they've played so many games against each other. They can tell. They really can tell whenever they feel like, okay, I'm now at a too big of a disadvantage in order to win that game. Every single game here, it felt really action-packed between them. It was a lot of high-octane games, aggression. That Holy Island game at the beginning, that was such a clutch game from both players coming out there. Like, there was so much microing going on. I was, like, whenever I see these 2 players on Holy Island, I'm just in awe of how much micro they have. The APM probably was like in the 500, 600 range there for them at one point in time when they were microing on both the land and the water there. Was really, really amazing. And this really sets the stage now for our round of 6 that's going to be going on tomorrow. So guys, EGC TV, the League Classic, we're far from over yet. We still have this weekend remaining and then the next weekend going on. Tomorrow, it's going to be the round of 6. So you guys better be tuning in again, once again, tomorrow, same time, over here on EGC TV.
Yeah, big thank you to not only EGC TV for having us on as casting, but a big thank you to the players, because I always say this in signing off, watching these players helps me learn as well. So personally, thank you for all of these players who decided to play in this tournament, and we're looking forward to more action in the round of 6 tomorrow. Guys, do not touch that dial, at least until tomorrow. Stare at the black screen till tomorrow. I don't care.
Yeah. Tim, once again, thank you as well for being here with me today. We're going to be signing off. We don't quite know where we'll be sending you guys off to. Nonetheless, thank you guys so much for watching, and we'll see you all tomorrow. So don't go anywhere. Well, maybe do go somewhere, but not for too long. Be here tomorrow, once again, 3 p.m. GMT, EGC TV, the EGC, the Elite Classic 2. See you then.